Hello, undesirables. How you doing tonight? To all my undesirables out there in Colorland, how you doing? Here's your chief host with the most, bringing you the undesirable news of the day, commentary, and social content that nobody wants to talk about, but I do, that I find interesting. Because it's all about what I find interesting that we talk about. And I'm so good, I make you interested in what the hell I'm talking about and everything, even though you probably have no intention of acting on anything I say or respecting anything I say. But I still do it anyway. Why? Because I love you. You know, well, at least sometimes I do, and everything like that. But tonight's show, building on a momentum I've been building for the last 2 weeks, which basically I am basically attacking sacred cows and revisionist history and outright lies that's been circulating around Black America. I am the college genesis, the chief host, the culture critic, and geopolitical pundit. I broke it down last night about Japan, right? If you missed that, go back to last night's show. I broke it down about how Japan became an industrial power and stuff like that. So I specialize in geopolitics. I broke it down how, if you look at geopolitics, how climate change is nothing but a geopolitical move to keep Africa poor and the same people that's running the world in power, because it's all based on hypocrisy, lies, and pablum. I introduced you guys to what pablum is. Pablum are just talking points and speeches that's regurgitated and said over and over again in nice patterns that you don't question. Climate change is an existential threat to the right. Well, how do we know that? Well, we don't know that. All we know is climate change is an existential threat to the planet. Oh, really? Do you have any proof? Yeah. It says it right there in the pablum. I'm a good pablum puking moron and everything. So I'm just going to puke out the pablum that I've been fed. Climate change is an existential threat to the earth, everything like that. The world's doomed because of climate change. Fossil fuels is doing all this stuff like that. We're damaging the planet. We got to cut the Earth's population in half. What does that look like? Do we have mass genocide and mass murder? By hundreds of millions of people should die in the name of protecting the planet? I don't know. Well, I think you need to add that to your pablum. Then see how people will take it. Part of climate change is our agenda is to cut. That's what it is when we come down to it, folks. It's about population control. They really do believe that there's too many people on this earth. No, not just too many people, too many Black people and people of color on this earth. That's why there's every effort to push genocide, diseases. COVID-19 was not some random. It's gain of function. That means they were experimented to find the perfect thing that's going to cause mass death. The only thing that COVID did was it didn't have the desired effect. The people didn't die in the millions that they expected. So COVID-19, we dodged a bullet with that. But they use COVID-19, right? The threat of COVID-19 to take all our civil liberties and human rights away from us, right? That's the plan. We got a deadly disease, so we got to shut down the planes. We got to stop you from going in your house. You want to spy on your neighbors. If they're outside in the backyard cookout, call the police, because we got to save the planet. We got to. So the bottom line is this. Me personally, I know who these people are. You don't know who these people are. But over the last 29 years, that was right around the time of the Million Man March. I watched these people come to power. We talked about them. Let me tell you something. I was involved in the Million Man March. And Farrakhan had a movement called Men's Only Movements, right? I was with the Charlotte Institute, the Lyndon LaRouche people, right? And we had formed an alliance between the Charlotte Institute people and the Nation of Islam, right? The Charlotte Institute people took a liking to Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, two unlikely political things on opposite sides of the political spectrum, but they found commonality in a couple things. One is this idea of climate change and population control was anti-God. It was anti-faith. It was all the stuff like that. It was almost demonic. The Charlotte Institute believed that not only that that the world is not overpopulated, but that the problem was underdevelopment, like technological apartheid. In other words, the countries in the world that had the technology to develop the world are keeping technology that could serve humanity hidden because they want to push an agenda of population control and genocide. Do you understand why they call me the College Genesis? Do you understand why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show? That I'm going to give you stuff that education, stuff like that, you're not going to hear any other thing. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe to the show. Tell a friend that is on tonight. The College Genesis is here. I pull no punches. I don't come with a little tiny paring knife to cut little apples in it. I'm carrying a double-bladed axe to cut down the tree of wickedness, the tree of this thing, and slaughter your favorite sacred cows. That's what the College Genesis is here for. I take no prisoners, and I kick ass and take names. I take names and kick ass, I take ass and kick names, or however you want to put it, whatever, So the bottom line is tonight, folks, we're going to talk about what happened with the Million Man March. Why did it fail? And stuff like that. What was the expectations? And we're going to say, I'm going to play some videos for the Million Man March. Let me tell you something, folks. If you weren't around during that time period, right, that was probably the most spectacular thing I've ever witnessed in my life. The unity that you saw that day, the brotherhood, the camaraderie, that was when we really became a nation. We became a people. The black men were down there and said, we're going to be brothers. We're going to be a nation. We could do anything. We had black men that were lawyers. We had black men that were scientists. We had black dudes that were street dudes, gangsters, whatever. Every spectrum of black manhood was at the Million Man March. And we all said one thing, that we chose this man, Minister Farrakhan, as a leader. And that's going to lead us to the future, that we are a people beyond America, beyond anything like that. We are a people. We have a soul, In other words, basically, let me tell you something, folks. You could gain the world and lose your soul. Like Elvis said last night. He said, Colin, man, black people got so much in America, blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line is this. You could gain the world but lose your soul. On that day of the Million Man March, October 16th, 1995, the world saw who we were for the first time in our history. They saw 2 million black men gathered, right, in peace, and basically extended, told the world who we are and what we wanted. The whole world was forced to listen to us for that day. That was our day. And we're not going to let people, the spirit of the Million Man March is going to live on forever. And I'm not going to let that day, even though I'm disappointed in a lot of stuff that came out of it, but that day right there, the God was with us that day. And that day right there, we became men. We were the first time in our history, we asserted ourselves on the world stage as men, to be counted and respected, Now, what happened after that, right? There was this movement. Like people talk about urban myths and conspiracies, What did we say one? But bottom line, black people at that time, right? There were nationalists there. Black nationalists were talking about an African nation state of their own in Africa at the time, right? There was black men that were talking about more jobs in the inner cities and more political representation and stuff like that. Basically, before the Million Man March, you didn't have to address the needs of Black America. You didn't have to like this. We wanted at that day, before the Million Man March, America just saw us as this clowns, buffoons, this joke. When they saw all those strong black men that were ready for anything that day, we're ready for war if necessary, because they had helicopters hovering over it and whatnot, ready to shoot at the crowd and everything. But you have black men saying, we're going to stand here and we're going to die together if necessary. It was a strong statement of solidarity and unity that says that, yes, we can become a nation. We can become it can go down any way you wanted to go down. That's what the Million Man March was all about. In other words, it was telling white America, we're not afraid of you. We'll die before we bow to you. We're never going to be slaves again. And the bottom line, so those of us who basically come here, call us cotton pickers and everything, that day showed the world that who we were. We're not nothing to be played with, And that day right there, and the fact that we didn't build on that, and the reason why I created the BAO is directly because of what I felt in the Million Man March. Make no mistake about it. And I give Minister Farrakhan and Nation of Islam their props on that thing, because if it was not for the Nation of Islam, to be honest with you, I would not be here. I don't agree with a lot of stuff they do now. We veered off and everything like that. But the bottom line is that day, that movement right there basically captured the soul, the mind, body, and soul of the Black nation. And so basically, we have to figure out what went wrong. Why didn't we build on it? It's been 30 years almost. Next year, make 30 years since the Main Man March and whatnot. That momentum where you basically had Black men in America saying, yes, Mr. Farrakhan, you're our leader. What are we going to do next? And nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of the Main Man March, right? Because I'll tell you why it would happen. Just say same thing I'm going through right now. Black people, basically, we let people who are foolish right around that time period, right? That's when the white man decided to friggin' to turn our attention towards rappers, right? We didn't want to talk about Farrakhan anymore. We heard about Puff Daddy and all these other people making millions of dollars. We weren't talking about righteousness anymore and building and nation building. That's what Black men will talk about at the Main Man March, right? Nothing came out of it only because we went down the wrong path. We allowed a counterculture. Let me tell you what the counter-revolutionary is all about. The counterculture in every culture has a counterculture. That means, like in the 60s, America had a drug counterculture, right? And so, therefore, when you have a counterculture, right, what that does is basically alters the current state of being of the culture, and what we call a counterculture. We were victims of a counterculture. The media and MTV and BET began flooding us with Cristal, the pimp Mac Daddy lifestyle and everything. I watched in real time how Black people went from righteousness to wickedness overnight, because there was a concerted effort to make sure the worst records and stuff like that was all in the airwaves and everything. People, then right after the Main Man March, we had the Biggie and Tupac situation where two rappers got murdered and everything. People weren't talking about righteousness and brotherhood no more. They were talking about East Coast versus West Coast. They were talking about all this stuff like that. Confusion, the hidden hand of mass confusion took root after the Main Man March, and it was done deliberately. Now, how come you people that believe in urban myths don't talk about that? There was definitely a conspiracy to monetize the destruction of Black culture in America. That was the truth. Because before the Main Man March, the rappers basically, for the most part, it was a balance there. You had gangster rap and everything, but you also had conscious rap, that was just as popular. After the Main Man March, all the conscious rap disappeared off the radio and stuff like that. No, you wouldn't see like Grave Diggers, 12 o'clock, and also like that. Even like people like Killer Priest. Anybody that talked 5% nation stuff like Wise Intelligent and all these other people, the Brand Nubians, they all disappeared. It wasn't fashionable to talk about. So you had to be talking about your Rolex watches. You had to be talking about things. They created a new characters called the Player Hater, the Mad Rapper, and all these other people like that. If you weren't basically on MTV making millions of dollars and everything like that, you were not respected. So nobody wanted to talk about the fruit of it. They start clowning people who are conscious and everything like that. The conscious brother was the butt of the joke. And so therefore, slowly but surely, right, the wicked forces out there basically destroyed the spirit of the Main Man March through our culture, through movies, through rap videos, through everything like that. The culture changed. So that's why basically we weren't able to build anything on it. But the thing is about Farrakhan, he did not see. See, I saw this coming. I saw it coming. I said like this, up until the Main Man March, there was like a battle between, you know who pointed this out? That one guy from Arrested Development. He pointed it out and it made me he said, look, he had a song called I Am Everyday People, where he was talking about, he goes, everything I do, or you like bright colors, brothers dissing it. He was talking about, he goes, a lot of bright colors that I wear. He goes, niggers, yeah. He goes, niggas, he was basically talking about this difference between black, Chris Rock did a thing at that time too, called this difference between black people and niggas, right? What was it then? And the response to the number one song in the country, Bone Thugs and Harmony, what's it called? Wake Up. It's the first of the month. Remember that? talk about welfare, getting their welfare check and all this kind of stupid stuff like this. They went full force and putting that ghetto welfare culture out there for us to consume. You know, people weren't talking about things. A couple of songs years later, we had a song called "That's Just My Baby Daddy." The term "baby daddy" came popular. Nobody was talking about wives and husbands. Before that, you called your woman your wisdom, your earth. You know, my wisdom, my earth. We have 5% ideology in Black America. That was building the relationship with between Black people, Black men and Black women at the time. All the 5% stuff and everything like that. The 5% stuff. The calling a woman your earth, your wisdom and stuff like that. All that disappeared for that's just my baby daddy. That's just my baby daddy. All the ghetto ratchet shit began taking root. And the bottom line is this: we cannot friggin' underestimate when these people have control over what gets out there in the mainstream of Black culture in America. Because before that, let me tell you something. Black people thought we were winning when they let us on MTV or they let us in the Grammys. I knew basically when they started basically putting Black people on MTV. Back in the 80s, it was more thing because the only person that Black people that was on MTV back in the early 80s was Michael Jackson. He was like the first Black artist because MTV did not want to deal with urban culture. Then they came up MTV Raps. It slowly it progressed into destruction of Black communities and everything where anything goes. With Cypress Hill, some white chick that was at MTV green lighted the first song talking about killing. I want you to just kill a man, and she goes, "Well, They asked her what to do. I put it to the executive. They said, oh, whatever." And that song altered everything we know about hip hop today. Before that, nobody was talking about killing and murder until Cypress Hill came up with that song, and MTV mainstreamed it. MTV mainstream groups like NWA and all this stuff like this. And the culture changed. The culture changed. When the culture changed, you could have all the ideology you want to, because I remember at the time, right, all of us people who were conscious in the 5%, we were outcasts. We were outliers of the community, right? So excuse me if after all these years of Colin sounds like he's angry or not, yes, I'm angry, And the bottom line is this: some people are going to feel my heat, feel my wrath, The bottom line, I remember the biggest threat to us back in the days was Negroes. These people did not want to hear any sort of conscious stuff. They didn't want to hear anything we were say. Let me give you an example. Heather B had a song out called 5 o'clock in the morning, which is Heather B from I think she's from Arrested Development. Yeah, I was 5%. Yeah, I was a 5%. Tell me what young Black man was not a 5% back in the days. 5% nation gave me structure. Told me to work hard. Told me to get my queen, my Black queen. It told me things of the earth, how I could survive, how to eat and live and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a guiding principle. Anything that was positive and everything like that, that's what I did. What's the mathematical today, God? We call each other God. What's up, God? And stuff like that. So we were all 5%, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. But the bottom line is the 5% movement led me to the Nation of Islam. And led me ultimately to Black nationalist movement. I became the College Genesis back in the days. That's what led me into this movement. I used to be these party study groups and these Black power groups and stuff like that back in the 90s, And so I've been at this a long time. I'm not somebody who just came out of nowhere. I know what I'm talking about. I live this thing, So when people get up here and talk about college, you didn't live what I lived. I lived this thing. I was there, So yes, I was a 5%er back then, I was a 5%er. And the bottom line is I helped organize the Million Man March and whatnot in my local chapter and whatnot, I used to go to the Nation of Islam mosque on Lafayette Boulevard every Sunday. I was there. I contributed and whatnot to the Nation of Islam, spread the message and everything, spreading the final call and stuff like that. Yeah, buying the books and tapes and the CDs and everything. I was, look, I was at the House of Consciousness in Norfolk in the Self-Improvement Center and whatnot, buying my incense every week, whatnot, going there, getting lessons from Brother George, Brother George, and we're basically I I heard about the Eastern Stars, but I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. I don't really get into Masonic stuff or whatever like that. But bottom line is, I was there. I was there. Then after a while, when I got sort of disillusioned with the Nation of Islam and stuff like that, I became more African centered. I started talking about African centered. I took on an African name and stuff like that. I started studying more Pan Africanism and stuff like that. I started studying stuff like the Pan African movement and stuff like that. I moved from the 5% ideology to more mainstream Pan African and Black nationalist dogma and stuff. So, like I said, I've been through a journey. This is my life. This is what I did. This is who I was. So, but basically, what the Million Man March was like a culmination of all that. What made me change was the fact that there was a lot of people in the 5% movement and stuff like that. They didn't want to give up. I see, me personally, I didn't want to. I basically was like trying to. I was battling, right, because a lot of my friends, right, were into drugs. They were in the street life and everything like that, right. But they kept me out of this stuff. They kept me out. They said, "No, man, you're our hope. You're our hope. You're our hope." And they always looked at me like, "Man, you're the one with the brains. You're gonna make it." And so I remember I was working at this one place, right? And I had quit the job and I went to another place where all my friends showed up to give me support and whatnot, man. I almost broke down in tears, man. I said, "Yo, man, we need you, man. You got to stay positive, man, because you have a lot of deep knowledge and whatnot." Back then, I had people older than me listening to me one night. I said, "You got a lot of knowledge, man. You're just gifted." What else? And people tell me, one day you're going to affect the world. People going to know who you are and whatnot. So basically, my whole thing was, a lot of my people in the 5% people, they still, they smoke weed. They still, they still hustle on the side and whatnot. Some of them were still, try to sling and crack, but they believed in the 5% stuff, but they wouldn't give up that life. So I started moving away from that, right, and just started going strictly towards a Black nationalist point of view, and start talking about Africa and the Pan African. I start studying Africa really deep and history and stuff like that. I started leaving the 5% stuff alone and start talking more about African centered stuff and African nationalism and stuff like that. And I started studying Garveyism and stuff like that. So it tried to move me from that. The 5% stuff gave me a consciousness what I started with, right? Then I evolved into like a Black nationalist Marcus Garveyite type, And so basically that's how I was for years, And then, years later, like 20 years later, I formed the Black African Infrastructure Organization after studying with the Charlotte Institute about infrastructure, about building, about the idea of the nation state and stuff like that, and how space and reality, and time, all these things have to be controlled for people to have salvation. In other words, basically, I realized back then that the Million Man March, the failure of the Million Man March, was exactly everything I said was going to come to pass, and unfortunately, it came to pass. If your movement is based, like Malcolm X said, solely inside the United States, America has to correct itself, right? So when you have the Million Man March, right, one of the things that America has is power, right? The perception of reality. And so therefore, instead of us having this beautiful Million Man March, we went back to our community and started building this community that Farrakhan said. What we saw was there was somebody ready to kill us on every corner. That's what we saw in the rap videos. So people started getting their gats and stuff like that. And the bottom line, the spirit of the Million Man March died. Why? Because the people who control our reality are in power. So it doesn't matter what we believe. As long as, and then I saw Farrakhan make some comments about us Black nationalists being too extreme and we got to embrace change and evolve with time. And I said, man, Farrakhan, you sold us out, man. I knew back then, right? The only way we're going to be free unless we part ways with America, right? Because America's not a bad country. It's a good country, but it's not going to let 40 million Black people do what it wants to do without consequences. America needs us always to be on our knees. It needs us needy, begging. That's why they bring Black immigrants over here to train us how to be subservient and grateful and stuff like that. That's what you have right now. That's why they use Black immigrants to come over here and say, Look at what Elvis was saying last night. Oh, you ought to be happy, Colin, and everything like that. Yo, look, the white man took more than experience. Whatever we have in America is because we work for it, not because some white man gave it to us. But that's what black immigrants think. They're so grateful for that green card and their citizenship, right? They want us to be like that. Bottom line, the white man didn't do us no favor by giving us citizenship and everything. Bottom line, he had no freaking choice. I would love to be able to, I would love to see the day where white people just say, Black America, we're not going to make you citizens. See what the fuck happens, I would love for that. We black nationalists would love for it. Then it's on. Then it's on. Then basically it's on. There's no more pretensions and whatnot. We could just do this shit, And the bottom line, that's what we were saying at the Main Man March. We were saying basically, however you want to bring this shit, that's how it's going to go down. I didn't know. We was like, everybody was like, yo, look, we're going down there for brotherhood and unity. It came out a good day. But if the bottom line, the white man would have started some shit that day, man, we would have burned fucking DC to the ground. That's how charged up we were back then. So I don't know what happened to you generation now. I don't know what the hell happened and whatnot. Why you guys are so soft and so weak and everything. That was my generation, Gen Xers, We came down there because we came with the message of Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, and all these other great leaders and whatnot. And we told this devil that, yo, look, if you basically want war with us and whatnot, you want it. We sent a message. That was a message we sent to David Duke. That was a message we sent to Bill Clinton. If you want us or whatnot, you want to see what we're about, we'll be there in DC. And they didn't show up, They didn't show up. So we pulled their card. And they did nothing. They're still mad about that shit. That we made them. They ran and shut down Congress for the day. So the bottom line is, this is what we're talking about tonight. They knew that spirit of the Million Man March had to die. That's why they gave us Puff Daddy. That's why they gave us Jay-Z. That's why they got 50 Cent and all these other people like that, Yeah. What is Trina talking about? Black men didn't build. Black men do build. The richest black man in America is a billionaire. What are you talking about? Black men are building. I'm building. What are you talking about? This is what's about this misinformation. You got to get out there and do something. Talk about black people and building. There are black people doing that thing. But the bottom line is this: what we don't have is a nation. That's what we don't have. That's the one thing we don't have. We don't have self-determination. That's what we don't have. We got everything we need. We got institutions in this country. We got everything. We got businesses. We got billionaires. We got everything. But what we don't have is our self-determination and sovereignty, which I think all people have a right to. I believe every group of people have a right to sovereignty if they want it. Doesn't mean everybody has to leave, whatever like that. But that should be an option. As a civilized people, you should have that option to say, something? I think I should have a nation or I should have a land with my own people. Who are my people? The people we were enslaved with, who people share our culture. I'm not talking about going to Ghana or Tanzania. Those are not our people. I'm not talking about Sierra Leone and all these places like that. You can go there, but you'll never be happy. Your people, you got to learn to love your people, And like I said, the Million Man March taught me one thing is how to love my people, love the society and the people I come from. That's who I have to love first. Before I can love Africans, before I can love Liberians, before I have to love anybody else, I have to love myself. You have to look in the mirror and love yourself. If you don't love yourself, then everything you do is for nothing. You have to love yourself. And I don't buy this nonsense. There's no difference in you hating yourself and loving white people than you hating yourself and loving some other group of black people, whatever like that's stupid. The only group of people on the planet that does that is black Americans. We've been beaten down so much. We just let other people tell us we got to hate ourselves. I don't believe in that. We're never going to get no place unless you love yourself. That's simple as that. So we got to collectively build. Well, the bottom line, that's easier said than done. We got to collectively build. Bottom line, I could individually build, but the bottom line is, what are we collectively build for? We don't have a government. We don't have a nation. We don't have a land. So what exactly are we collectively building for? So the bottom line is the spirit is there. If you're not talking about nation building and stuff like that, just leave it alone. If you're talking about doing the same old in America and stuff like that, just we're just going to build, that sounds good, but that's not going to get you no place. But that's what we're talking about tonight, folks. What happened with the Million Man March? What happened with Million Man? Like I said, It's been all next year will be 30 years. This Tuesday, it's Wednesday, will be 29 years since the Million Man March. That great day, that day that basically will live on in history and whatnot. Despite all the setbacks of the Million Man March, that spirit I want to rekindle. That spirit of brotherhood that I felt in the Million Man March. That spirit of that we're one people and those are my brothers at the Million Man March. Those are the men of the 54th, descendants of the 54th Infantry out of Massachusetts that came to the South and whipped the Confederacy. Those are the men who basically are the Hall of Hell fighters, right? That went in Germany and whipped the Germans and whatnot. Those are the same people that from the Red Tails and whatnot, the most decorated Air Force squadron in history and whatnot. That's who we are, the Rough Riders, on San Juan Hill. That's who the black man in America is. That's who I'm from. Those are my brothers. Those are my people. I don't know anybody else. Those are my people. That's who I'm proud of. That's who I pay respect and homage to. The people who fought for me, to be where I'm like now. I would not be here if it was a strong black men in society that paved the way for me. So I'm always going to honor them. So I don't know what anybody else is talking about, but that's what I talk about. And so therefore, all that culminate together in the Million Man March, where you felt our ancestors that was slaving in America and stuff like that died on the auction blocks and died in the fields and stuff like that. We were doing this for them. All our people that suffered in the transatlantic slave trade, all the people that suffered and died and whatnot to build this country the way it is and whatnot. That's what I give respect to, and I will not tolerate disrespect to my ancestors at all. So that's it. My people, my ancestors, my people come first. Now, everybody else, okay, I'll listen to your case by case basis, whatever like that, but you're not important as my people. My people are here in America. This is where I come from, and this is who I am, I'm not running away from myself anymore. That's what another thing is. A lot of Pan-Africans run away from their people. They run away from their problems and everything. We have to confront this head on. If there's crime in our community, we got to confront it. If there's rogue elements in our community, like I said last night, we got to confront it. We got to stop being cowards and whatnot. We got to face the enemy within, and I don't want to hear nothing about no fucking P. Diddy and whatnot. P. Diddy was used at the time to promote materialism. And Aaron McGruger said that. He said P. Diddy with his all about the Benjamins. That was a cult, that was a philosophy. It's all about the Benjamin. How is that? So we're talking about unity, black power, and stuff like that. And then someone's coming to you with a counterculture, a counter argument, talking about it's all about the Benjamins. Get your money, clothes, and hoes. All this stuff that they were putting out in the air when that. And then a lot of people basically fell. I remember, the rapper AZ, he had a verse in one of the songs said, he goes, we all started out as 5%ers. He goes, but something must have happened. We all became sinners. No, but yeah, a lot of bros out there that were righteous, man. They were out there doing their thing. They were 5%ers. They were trying to live right when they talked about doing the right thing. And out of nowhere, everybody started turning evil. Everybody started talking about crack. Everybody started talking about being gangsters and all this kind of stuff like this. It was done deliberately. Yes. So that's what happened to Million Man March. We failed the Million Man March. It was there. We had something to build upon. But the bottom line is we let it go. We let it go because we fell for the white man's tricks and basically telling us that it's all about the Benjamins. It's all about getting money. It's all about booties. It's all about broads. It's all about what's the car? Rolls Royces. It's all about God met me to push a Bentley. It's all about this material shit, I'd much rather have my people, right? And peace and harmony. Take my people. I would love to take my people. So like Aggie B. Well said, I would love to take my people in my arms and just fly someplace else where we could be in peace. We could love each other, and be in peace. We don't need all this stuff like that the white man tells us we need. All we need is ourselves and love each other. The best times we ever had in America is when we basically had really nothing but ourselves and our laughter and our soul. When you hear somebody belly laugh about the stupidest joke, whatever like that. And this dude, he ain't much and whatnot in life, But the bottom line is, that and I know that person will die for you because they love you. You know, that's the type of love I grew up around. I'll give anything to have them days back. You know, we was down with kids in the South. We would go down south for the summer, and the adults would put up the swings for us and whatnot. And the kinsmen would come around and whatnot. They would spend all day putting. The men would put the swings together and whatnot. We didn't know what they were doing. They were hammering this, hammering that. Next, we're out there. We got our swing set and everything. And then all of a sudden, by the time that swing set up, the food is ready and whatnot. And everybody grabbed themselves a plate and whatnot. Complete strangers come around. And we just had such a good time and everything like that. And so the bottom line is I remember them days. I remember. So just don't tell anybody tell you that black people are not capable of loving each other. That's a lie. And all you people that basically talk that stuff, you need to friggin' understand, where I come from. What's up, brother Dollar Bill? Brother Dollar Bill. Hello? Hello? Hey, Dollar Bill, I can't hear you. You got to hang up and call back in. Oh, I haven't brother Dollar Bill, So the bottom line is I basically remember the good times, and that's what you have to build on, the good times, Don't let anybody tell you that friggin' that it's all bad, you got to run someplace else. Those kind of bullshit, no. Our people are right here, No, I don't think you're muted, brother, Dollar Bill. I don't think you're muted. I don't know what happened. So I don't know what happened. Let's see. Dollar Bill, you there? You're unmuted, man. Hold up. Hold up. Hey, Dollar Bill, you're unmuted. What's going on? Dollar Bill with that Obama phone. We'll keep trying, Testing. I'm on. If everybody can hear me clearly, press 1. If you can hear me clearly, press 1. Okay, let me try Dollar Bill again.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, now I can hear you.
On my system, I had to change the settings and stuff.
Okay, no problem. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Oh man, I remember the Million Man March.
Yes, 2 days from now, be the 29th anniversary, man.
Wow, that was
that
awesome to
day
see all
right
those
there will
brothers.
go down. And even though, like I said, you missed the last couple of shows I did, man. You should have been on that show I did 2 nights ago called "Sacred Cows Killing Urban Myths." That was powerful. I was sparring with Mufasa and Jonathan Miller. These are young guys. They don't know any better, They don't know any better. And so you know what it is? See, you and I know that most of the people, the stuff they believe come from bullshit ass niggas. We know them, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? We know these motherfuckers. There's the CIA. I said, so Mufasa, are you saying that Ronald Reagan deliberately yes? Where'd you get that from?
Just because
they deliberately sat in the Oval Office and said, I'm gonna put crack cocaine in the black community. He's gonna teach you how to cook crack cocaine and put it in the community.
Oh my God.
People actually believe that.
Oh yeah, they believe the urban myths, man.
The urban myths and whatnot. It's a shame. Now I used to believe them. I used to believe them, right?
Oh yeah, all of us used to believe.
We all did. And then as you get older,
said one the other night. I guess the guy found out. I thought it was the two brothers from the Midwest that did McDonald's.
yeah, urban myths, or urban myths,
And that was a myth long before coming to America.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we believe in these urban myths because they go unchallenged, right? But what about the urban myth that black people don't want to believe in, right? That there was a real conspiracy, right, in our culture to undermine the spirit of the Million Man March.
Of course it was, man.
Remember that? Because remember something, we didn't have gangster rap and East Coast versus West Coast or something like that until the Million Man March. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Well, see,
That's a
the
big
thing is,
Tupac
all of the
started.
rappers, we had positive rappers,
Right.
and they were sending a positive message, man, to the people. You had the X Clan, and
Yep.
really, the five
Brand
percenters
Nubian.
were the brand newbies, the five
All the
percenters were the real
5%. I
ones
was a 5%.
that came
Guy
out.
said you was a 5%. Yeah, that's what led me to black nationalism one night. That's what started me off.
There you go.
You know, so yeah, I graduated from the 5% to Nation of Islam to Pan Africanism.
Oh
And
yeah.
stuff like that. So yeah, I was a 5%. It gave me structure. Gave me something to believe in.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends, man, that was down with the 5% Nation. In fact, I think I got a book somewhere in my library that the RZA, I think the RZA wrote the book about
Right.
the 5%ers. Because they still into that. Those cats are still into the 5% thing.
Yeah, it gave me structure. Like I said, I look at the Wu Tang when and like the one Jizza, he's like a professor of what was he, a professor of what's it called, some science, whatever, you know.
Philosophy or something.
Yeah, no, physics,
Physics.
something like that.
Okay. All
And
right.
so the bottom line is, when you start talking about metaphysics, one of them said, let me learn the real thing. Let me go to take a course. You know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised how you led to stuff by just talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know?
That's how you learn things, man. You get exposed to different ideas, you get exposed to different words, and you expound and you build your vocabulary, you
Right.
know. And those brothers were talking about the speed of the earth and
So it
calling.
makes you curious, you know?
Yeah,
And now
yeah.
you know what gets me is a lot of stuff that you see when I talk about the BAO infrastructure and stuff like that. I studied. It gave me a thirst for how the world works. You know.
I had a
You know.
friend from the project named Al Jameen. Shout out to the brother Al Jameen. He's probably not here, probably in the spirit, but Al Jameen was an older dude in the project, man. And he was first guy that I met that was a 5%er. And he take out the dollar bill, man, and break it down to
Oh
you
yeah,
and
yeah. The
explain
symbols on it
everything.
and stuff like that.
Yeah. And so that was, that was a lot because you had never heard, the black man espousing that type of knowledge
And
and
not only that,
information.
you know something, a dollar bill is like I said, people all the time. You remember Bishop Huey Rogers in Brooklyn, the
Yeah.
Pentecostal church. You remember people like Father Divine. Remember
Oh
that?
yeah.
Long Island, stuff like that. Why is it people have this notion that black men have nothing to say about the world? We used to have black men that were great orators that said shit about, that knew about the world, said stuff. That's what the Million Man March proved. That there's black men out there that know exactly what's going on in the world and whatnot. And we went down there and showed the world who it is. We said, well, we know black men could, before the Million March, people didn't think black men could articulate themselves. Remember that?
People just don't know. You got to remember before Danny Glover did those movies with Gibson, right? Every black man that played in the film with white people was sidekicks.
Yeah, psychic. Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
the
he had a
first one to
family
get a
that,
leading role.
Lethal Weapon. Yeah, he had a family and stuff like that, and he was like the head detective, whatever.
And people don't know Danny Glover, his father was the first student of Bruce Lee when he came to Oakland.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't know that was Danny Glover's father.
That was his father.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
so we've been down in the arts and as kids, man, we used to go to the places and get down and exercise and work out and and meditate and talk about the earth and the world and
Bottom line is, in
metaphysics.
other words, we're more deeper than the rap videos led on, right?
Oh yeah,
We cared about more than Cristal and Rolex watches, right?
that's right.
So the bottom line, so like I tell people all the time, like Jonathan, I don't know what Jonathan said. Let me see what Jonathan said. Let me read his comment.
Only
He always
come
got
up
some
and stop
slick shit to
playing
say.
around.
It says these old people, we're old now, talk about us
Yeah, they don't
millennials.
even know how old the world is, man. Much less
But
old as
despite
people
that,
are.
Million Man March, they went back and didn't build a damn. Look, Million Man March produced me. I'm a success. That spirit of the Million Man March kept me out of trouble, kept me out of jail, it kept me out. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
you talk
right.
about we didn't build something. A lot of people in the Million Man March now went to Wall Street. They went some. I know people that became Wall Street executives. So this idea that we didn't build nothing, whatever, like
Yeah,
that's a
he
lie.
didn't know. See, this is the asinine things that I hear from young people, right? You people who came out of the 70s and the 80s developed more than any other black people on the continent. The things that we did in the 70s and the 80s in the corporate world in terms of business, these rich guys, Stewart, okay, and the other guys, they got their start at those times. They
Right.
were working in these corporate climates and decided that they were going to do their own thing. So I don't understand what they're talking about. Oh, you guys didn't do nothing. You didn't build. Look at all the millionaires and the
Check this out.
billionaires.
Check this out. 1987, right? 1987. Reginald Lewis became the world's first black billionaire.
I
That was
love
during
Reginald.
whose presidency? Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan,
I asked a question,
Reagan.
right? I asked a question. Mufasa tried to be like, well, according to this and whatnot, they always pull up the same pablum, you know. Reaganomics cut welfare. Look, I'm a product of the '80s. I was a teenager in the '80s, right?
Yeah.
I remember my father had one. He was the only one to work. My mother was a stay-at-home mother. We had a nice house. We owned our own house. We had 3 cars. And the bottom line, we took trips. Everything had everything we needed in the '80s. You know, so
Yeah.
where is what you know? I'm not saying so now Johnson's like I didn't say Red Alert, but he basically made his bones in the '80s. That's what I'm trying to point.
This
He made
brother
his
owned
bones
Beatrice. He
bitches
owned
clothes.
Tropicana orange juice. He owned Heinz ketchup. So when you keep telling people, oh, they didn't bill anything, the
Right.
first
So no, no,
BET.
not only that, check this out. Robert Johnson came up with BET. Bottom line is this. I say like this. I'll say Ronald Reagan was so bad. Why did the black middle class exploded back time? Remember that time, right? They said
Man,
black
we
America
had
has
three
arrived. Remember that?
homes. We had three two-family homes. Three, my family,
Right.
in
Same
the
thing in the
80s and the
South. You
90s.
know how many properties we have down South? Now we have people have summer houses and vacation in Elizabeth City in the rural South and a house in New York City. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't know what they're talking about. And in between all that, we created hip hop.
Right. And we were like the
Right?
happiest people back then. And when I also said, look, the number one movie star box office was who in
Was
the
it
'80s? Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy? Yeah.
Eddie Murphy. You know what I'm saying? The number one TV show was
Roxanne.
the number one TV show was what? The Cosby Show.
Bill Cosby, the Cosby Show.
You know, so what is everybody keep talking about Reaganomics and everything? I said, look, I want to believe you, brother G. But bring me some evidence.
It
You
was
know
in the
about
20. It was.
Reaganomics. You know,
I was in my 20s then, and man, did I live a beautiful life, man. Partying downtown and going to the village and going all over to the
we used to go,
different
we
places.
used to go to 42nd Street and watch kung fu movies all day. You know,
350
yo,
and do
check us out. Sneak a bucket chicken in there. Remember that? Watch
I
kung
used to
fu
eat
movies all day on
gyros.
that.
I was
You,
eating gyros and Greek joints.
man, I was like, go stick a bucket of chicken in the movie theaters and watch kung fu movies like a triple feature on that all
Three
day.
films for like 250.
Yeah, for 250 when that was a fun time. '80s was a fucking
And you can
best time.
stay,
Best time to be a kid. Best time to be young in the
you can
'80s.
stay on 42nd Street all night
Like it was
long.
peaceful, nice and peaceful.
You go to the
Everybody, how
game
you doing?
room.
You know.
You
Hey,
go to the game
Jonathan,
room.
what about the trip down south? Tell these
Mhm.
people that on the West Coast what that means. You know.
Man, it means your mom she fried some chicken or some fish, had some potato salad, and everybody get together and get in some cars, man. And you go down and you
And
stop
you
at
meet up at
various places.
where'd you stop off at? We stop off one time on the turnpike. We stop off in Delaware, right?
Yeah. And then the
Somewhere in
south of the
Delaware.
border, before we got to, we had this, that place, the south of the border, with the big, with looks like a Mexican, like a sombrella hat.
Yeah. Yeah, you did you take the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel?
Of course, man.
Yeah,
I took the
that was you
Chesapeake
see
Bay.
the bird, right? Remember the bird?
Yeah, man.
Every time you see the bird, right, you say, "Hey, there's a bird right there." You know, it's the bird starts once you get in Maryland, right?
Yes.
You know you're coming up on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. You know, that's a
Yeah,
rite of
I got a
passage,
picture of
man.
myself and my uncle, man. I'm fishing on the Chesapeake Bay.
Oh, the
There's a
pier,
little
it's
right on the
shut down
pier.
right now. You know it's shut down, right?
Wow, I've been there in a couple of years,
Yeah,
man.
it's shut down. Well, they got 2 lanes now. Two lanes now.
It used to be one.
It's just one, yeah. But now they shut down, and the pier's been shut down for like 2 years now. They're gonna put it back up though. You know?
Yeah, I was down in Norfolk. I had family that lived. One of my cousins used to box with Pernell Whitaker, and
Oh yeah, Yeah, let me tell you about a sweet piece, a story, right? I
Hmm.
worked at this restaurant called Daryl's, right? It was a steakhouse, right? Anyway, Sweet Pea came in one night. My boy Terry, right? These guys love me to death, man, because they was like, those guys always kept me out of trouble. They said, "Nah, man, we need you." They was like, "You too smart. You need." They would never let me get in the street shit, you know. Anyway, Terry went out there. Sweet Pea was on the phone in the lobby, right? And his girl told him, "He said next time you see Sweet Pea, get his autograph, right?"
Okay.
And all of a sudden, Sweet Pea was like on the phone. He said, "Look, I'm on the phone." He said, "Like," so he kept bothering him. Yeah. He said, "Look, nigga, I said I was on the phone, right?" So anyway, Sweet Pea finally gave him the autograph, right? And he
Yep.
said something under his breath, right? Sweet Pea came back in the kitchen. He said, "Give me that fucking shit," right? And tore it up. He tore that shit up, man. That shit was so fucking funny, man. Sweet Pea Whitaker. He
Yeah,
died a
my
few years
cousin
ago.
boxed with him in the Junior Olympics, man.
Yeah, he
Down
died a
there.
few years ago. I think it was a car crash.
Yeah, he got into a car accident or somebody ran him
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, like my family lived in Portsmouth and they
Yeah.
had a little street. It was supposed to be called Little Harlem. So I remember everybody was like, "Yo, man, don't go to Little Harlem."
Or you
You know,
must be talking about Ida Baba.
I don't remember the name of the
That's why
street.
Ida Baba. They tore it down. They got new housing there now.
They was like, "Don't go to Little Harlem, man."
Yeah, it's probably Ida Baba. You know,
I
that
was
was a
like,
rough
"Little
fucking
Harlem,
place,
man.
man.
I live in New York, man. I know real Harlem. What's
Yeah,
a
just a
little
bunch
street
of
called
canoe boys
Little
out there.
Harlem?"
Look. They had me one day. I was doing security out there one day, right at the pool. They
Hmm.
said the dude said, "Yo, Mad Dog said you gonna love, man. You at a pool, right?" I went at the pool, man. These little motherfuckers passing guns. I said, I go, "What the fuck am I doing? They got guns. I know." He goes, "You gonna let these little motherfuckers punk you?" I said, "Hell yeah, they got guns." I was like,
I used to come there like every year. Like I would go down south, man, and my cousins hated when I went down there because all the girls would be coming after me because I was from New York, and all the guys, man, they hated me so much.
"Oh yeah,
They
the down south dudes will whoop your ass, man.
so they came
Coming
to
down
the
there messing with
house.
their women."
They came to the house one day to whip my behind, maybe like 30 deep. And you know, I'm a young guy,
I
man.
remember them days, right? Because people tell you all this. Yeah, look, man. So I used to grow up with a lot of resentment, right? Because I was like,
Uh-huh.
damn. I said, damn, we're supposed to be black, and they're like, man, they didn't want to hear that shit.
You from New York. So
They
these
don't
guys
want to
come
hear
to
that
the
shit.
house one day.
I went to school in fifth grade in the South, man. I used to get my ass kicked every
Oh
freaking
yeah,
day, man.
you know it.
It
So
was
I
you dumb New Yorker, you New Yorker, you
so when I
talk
came in,
funny, you
I
talk
put
funny.
I put on my white karate gi.
Oh yeah, something. You remember how we used to always like be like Bruce Lee? I never
Yeah.
forget this kid Gilbert, right? Cornered me in the bathroom, right? So I remember from third grade, man, how we used to do the Bruce Lee kicks. When I started kicking this motherfucker, and it worked, man. I beat him, man.
That's
And I
right.
said, I had him crying. Look, I had him crying. Then you know what they were saying? You a sissy, you kick. Well, now I was like, yo, man, that's how we fought in New York, man. We was all thinking we were karate.
That's right. Put on your white suit, and I be in there in the mirror, man. Every time I hit, go woof, woof. I throw a kick or punch. I'm like, damn, man, this sounds
I was like,
good.
yo, this kick didn't work. Yo, look, I must have got like 10 kicks off him in his stomach one night. He just went down, started crying and whatnot.
That's right. Jonathan
So,
Miller, get up here, man. Stop talking about old people and coffee, man. See,
yeah,
y'all,
the bottom
y'all,
line,
y'all grew up in a generation, man. You young cats, where you couldn't even go outside, man. You stood up under
that's
a
what I'm saying.
computer.
They don't even know what the real Black America was. You
They
know?
probably don't know what double dutch is, man. They
Yeah,
they, they
double
don't know
dutch.
what
Remember
ring
that? Yeah.
alivio is. Run kitchen,
Or
kitchen
the
catch.
smell of a sister's hair, not
Oh
weed.
man,
After they get, they put that Dax in there and they put the hot
yeah.
comb in there.
They don't know nothing about
That
that.
smell of black women's hair was so intoxicating.
They
That's
didn't
how you fall in
understand
love with
that,
black
man.
girls. You know what I'm saying? Because their hair was just so, I mean, back in the days with the bangs, the
Yeah,
barrettes, and whatnot.
that's right.
Bottom line, yo, look, man, you guys don't know. All they know is girls wearing freaking those stupid eyelashes and friggin' stupid stuff, and weaves and stuff like that. Man, we grew up when women were they look good and they smelt good and whatnot. They did all this stuff like this.
See, they don't understand Black America.
They
So
don't understand Black America,
so
right?
when they really think they do, man, all you do is all you got is internet gangsters.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Yeah, it's sad that y'all didn't really get a chance to
they
grow up
didn't have
in
a
a
chance. Like I said,
community.
the Million Man March, man, the Million Man March that day. right, will live it will live in history, man. That's
Oh
spirit,
yeah,
right? Even though nothing came out of it, the white man won. You know, he flooded us with garbage and everything. He destroyed the culture, the counterculture. Worked. It worked.
yeah.
You gotta give it to the white man. He's good. He
The
knows his shit.
thugs took
You know?
over, right?
Huh? Yeah, the thugs
All the
took over. The whole
degenerate,
culture took over.
thugs and the bums,
Yeah, they took
they
over when
they
but
took over.
why? Because they had the money. The white man was backing them with the money.
They gave
You
them
know?
all record contracts and gave
Yo,
stupid
you know what it
Mike
was?
Tyson
Check this out. The sign
money.
on the dotted line, nigga, right? Let me
Yeah,
give you an example. Remember Biggie Bismarck, he said, I used to have to beg the rhyme, get on the mic that day. Remember
yeah,
that? You had to
yeah.
really to rap on the thing, you had to really pay your dues. Now you just walk in his office, right? Sign on the dotted line. That's how Biggie was. This nigga came out of nowhere, you know?
You got to do is come in there with your dress.
And sign on the dotted line and whatnot. That's the difference between the hip hop industry and the hip hop culture.
You
Hip
had
hop
to be
industry
known
is like,
first in the hood. So you had to go through the gauntlet in the hood. People
you had
had
to
to know you.
get your mixtape on. You had to, do what you
Put
had
your
to carry
work in
your tape.
first.
You had to put in
That's
work.
right.
They
Now
ain't
these
put in
young
no
cats
damn
that do
work.
nothing. You came in everything. It was so hard, man. We trying to get a record deal. I never forget how hard it was, man. And I went down to Sugar Hill before, down in Harlem, trying to get it, trying to
Right.
get on and trying to get a record deal because we were nice back in the days. My boy's brother, I don't know if you remember the song "Catch the Beat," T
I
Ski
think I heard it.
Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my boys. Those are my people, man. And back in the days, man, we was trying,
Remember
man.
that song Funky Beat? Funky, remember that?
Yeah.
I think it came out of the
Bump,
Bronx.
bump. Yeah, that's a seven.
Funky
That's a
Beat.
5% dude.
Yeah, Funky
Uh
Beat. Yep.
huh. So yeah, we had to take stuff, man, and take lights and hook up stuff and create create the
Well, we made
DJing.
sure when we did them shows and whatnot, we made sure people left had a good time though.
There you go.
They
And I
had a
used to
good
make
time.
money, man. I used to do proms and stuff. I used to make five, six hundred
I used to,
dollars a
I used
week,
to do
man.
shows too and whatnot. I used to break dance. We used to have our own crew.
Oh, okay.
We had a graffiti artist, we had a break dancer, we used to bomb our jackets and clothes stuff.
Uh huh.
We had it all. We had a real crew. We had a DJ, we had MCs, we had break dancers, we had everything, man.
Yeah, we had girls. We called them this. That they were the Broadway Supreme, and they used to dance for us and do all that stuff.
Yeah,
But
so
these guys, they don't know nothing about that. They don't have any
they don't know
idea.
what a crew is. Crew. When you're a teenager, you have your little crew and whatnot, man. It's like, that's the best thing in the world, man. You have your little crew.
You rolling
Whatnot,
with them. You had somebody had your back.
had
You
your back,
know.
whatnot. People like it was like it's like your second family.
There you go.
They don't know about that. What's up, Elvis? What's going on, man?
Come
You
on,
ready to
Elvis, get
spit
up here,
again?
man. I know that's that Liberian cat, man. I know that's not a leopard, man. I did my research.
Oh, check this out, man. There was this one chick, right? And one of my clients years ago, right? She had a fucking picture. I took a picture. I don't know. I gotta find this picture, right? It was a picture of this freaking jungle chick, right, with a big afro. It reminded me of Liberia. This was back in
Mm,
2011 when I really started studying Liberia. She had a leopard on a fucking big gold chain and whatnot, and she was
wow.
walking around. She had these long legs, man, this big afro. I was like, God damn, that's sexy as hell. I said, man, that right there was like, yeah, I was like, yo, okay, that could be Liberia because Liberia's leopard. They have leopards. They don't have lions. They have leopards.
Now they got some kind of cat. That's a cat.
No, they got
It's
leopards.
not a
Liberia has
leopard.
leopards.
It's a Liberian cat. I forgot the name of it. Elvis can tell us. Elvis, what's up, man?
Bro, what's up with it? I went on Google and got that picture and put it
But there's
on
a
my profile
Liberian
picture.
cat. There's a
I don't know
Liberian.
anything about no Liberian cat.
I
See,
know
But
most of y'all
why
cats
y'all
don't
just
know.
skip over the other brother, man? I think was it Benjamin Dinka? He's in the
he don't
chat. You
say
guys
nothing.
can talk to
He
him.
don't say nothing because he don't really say. He
Let
just
them
sits back
roll
and
up.
listens.
Let
What's
them
He's
on
on
your
the
roll
mind,
up.
He's
King?
on the
Tell me what
panel
you
right now. Ask him what's up.
We didn't see him. He got to let himself be known, bro.
Yeah, say something, man.
You got to
What do you
speak up
mean?
in
What do you
business.
mean you didn't see him? He's on the panel, bro.
Well,
Say what's
let the
up to
brother
him.
come up and speak up, man.
Check this out. The topic is about the Million Man March and what the hell happened.
Yeah,
And
what's
like I
up,
said,
bro?
it only makes my
Can you
case.
hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah, we
ahead.
can hear you, brother. What's
Yeah,
happening?
you.
All right, go ahead. Y'all talking to Elvis. I'm just listening.
Yeah, okay, we figured that. Let's say so. The whole thing is, like I said, with the Million Man March, right? And I said, what happened? Because we're coming up on the 29th anniversary. 30 years, man. That was the most
Wow.
remarkable time. Not the freaking March on Washington.
Yeah, I was
That
a
Million
young
Man
dude,
March was
man.
something else, man. You know,
I didn't even participate. I was married with little children,
I
man.
had check this out. I was part of the local organizing committee, right? We should have kept those things going, right? We were organized, and basically what we was watching on big screen at the mosque in Norfolk around Lafayette Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all sitting there watching it right in real time. Right? That was just like, yo, the pandemonium when Farrakhan was about to come out, man, and he was braced by the fruit of Islam, man. That just to this day that sends chills up and down my spine. When everybody
Wow.
was saying Farrakhan, 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 a million people saying Farrakhan, Farrakhan, Farrakhan. He had
There was not a million people at that march, Carla. Come on.
okay, whatever, Elvis. Yeah,
There you go, trying to diminish us once again,
But
It
well, you
was
Elvis.
guys know that, right? I
oh,
mean,
yeah,
they call it
oh,
that,
yeah,
but
we
it
know it.
wasn't
Yeah.
actually a
it
million.
was more than a million.
Hold on. We're gonna play a video. Hold on, we're gonna
You
play a
you
video
you agree
where
with that,
we
right,
actually
Ben? To
see a million
Benzinga?
man. Of course, the bottom line is all our
Is that
Nah,
you,
enemies.
Ben,
I
to
said
Look,
Benzinga,
hold on,
or is that
it
somebody
was
else?
it was more than a
all
million
our
people.
enemies. Look, all our enemies that basically
Okay.
don't like us, don't like anything. They
Yeah, it
all like
was.
this. They always
All
want
right.
to minimize what we're doing. That was a black man's day. Black America. That was our day. You
It was
know,
more than a million.
it was more than a million, bro. It was like 2 million people almost.
Okay.
They didn't give a full account of everybody. It was more than a million.
Damn, Jonathan. Jonathan
But
on your neck
but the
tonight. I don't know
question
what's up with
is like
Jonathan.
what Kala said is like what happened, you know? That's the
Jonathan said,
question.
"Oh, it was so inspiring, but damn, they didn't do nothing afterwards.
Oh
They
yeah,
didn't
well,
accomplish anything."
how about this? The everything that you see, right? Like I said, the bottom line is these guys always talk that shit, but the same people.
Kala, the Million Man March was a ruse for Farrakhan to show that to
Oh
white
yeah,
men that he
okay.
has
Well, the
power
bottom
over the
line,
black man.
Oh,
hold
So
up. The
he
stop it,
Million
becomes
Man
the
man.
March
mouthpiece
was
for
not
black
about
America.
the
That's
Million Man
all it
March.
was.
Look,
It
you
was a
don't
show
understand
of
something,
force
right?
to
The
reinforce
Million Man March. Look, the
Farrakhan's
Million Man March was not
place in
about
black
Farrakhan.
America.
The Million Man March was not about Farrakhan. It was about us. And we chose Farrakhan to be a leader that day. You know, a lot of people don't like that we could choose who we want to choose as a leader or not. You know, we're the only group of people on this earth, dollar bill, that's not allowed to choose our leader. We're not allowed to
We're not
exclude.
allowed to do anything.
We
We're
Just
have
not
to
allowed
say
to
it.
say we're
we
not
It
have
allowed to
to
say who's
deal
with
with
us.
what
We're
happened
not allowed to
though.
say
That's
who's
the question.
against us.
logistically, 1 million people,
We
black men
know
or
that
more,
was a beautiful day, but
assembled, organized themselves, and took transportation, brought transportation, and organized themselves,
It was
okay,
peaceful.
on a peaceful demonstration in America. See, people keep saying what happened. That's what happened. What happened was no guns, no
no,
violence,
no, no. The
no
aftermath.
murder,
We know what happened that
no
day.
murder, no suicide, none of that. See, everybody keeps saying, well, what happened? What happened on the March in Washington?
Nothing.
People don't never say, what happened after the March of Washington?
Hey
They don't do
man,
that.
that's the name of the show. Kala is asking what happened. I'm asking
Well,
what
no, I'm
happened
not
too.
angry with you, brother. I'm just saying what happened was that black men got together to celebrate black men. Okay.
Yeah, that was
For
a
we,
beautiful day. Ain't no lie about it.
and it hasn't
That
been done
spirit's gonna live on
since.
forever.
It hasn't been done since. So black men got together collectively, okay, in blackness and unity, and set things that we wanted to do in our community. And so, just like we were planning and trying to do things for ourselves, there were other people who were planning too on the downfall of the black man at the same time.
Exactly.
That's always been a plan.
The counterculture.
Yeah. So, what they did was they decided to pump and promote and give money to the crazy Negroes, to the widows, and the bums. And what happened is what's happening right now. This is a result
Exactly.
of what happened when we got together. The white man said, "Oh no, we can't let these brothers get a positive image out with no black men in there calling black women bees or hoes. None of that craziness was going on. There was no misogyny. There was no denigrating. We didn't have a bunch of women twerking. We didn't have to drop money and make it rain. We weren't
There was
talking
no
about how
women in
many
their
women
thongs
we
and
slept
whatnot.
with, right? We weren't talking about how many conquests that we had. It wasn't a pimp culture. It was a positive uplift. So what happened
So this
was white
purity of
people saw
black
it was
maleness was there.
war. White people declared war on the black man.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
They declared cultural, just like they did in the 70s when they gave us Superfly. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
They said,
So
"Yo, look, we can't have y'all in the Black
you might
Panther
want to
Party."
show that little that clip when the brothers was actually protesting and then they ran up on Superfly. And you don't know how many people since then, every time I mention Africa or something positive, some knucklehead who never read any books in his life, who only saw the life of Malcolm X on screen because he didn't have enough respect for himself to read the damn book, can tell me about that clip, okay, from Superfly when he confronts the nationalist brother and basically tells him that he's full of shit, you know.
Yeah, that's what. And the movie would deliberately attack on the Black nationalist movement. You know.
Yeah, that's the whole beginning of the Hotep. You know, a brother's a Hotep. You know, if you're about self-sufficiency and independence and you want to see your people rise to a different level, okay, and you want to
Yo,
see.
Dollar Bill, I'm gonna drop something on you, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember Nas' song "Black Girl Lost"?
Yeah.
Now you remember, yo, that right there was right after the Main Man March, right? That song shocked me, right? Because it's in the intro of the song. She was like, "What's going on?" Yo, that dude body said he's here talking about off the wall, back to Africa shit, and the girl goes, "Yeah, where the real niggas at?" You know, Papa, you know, remember that?
Yeah.
That was as a young man, right? When that came out, that was like a few months after the Main Man March, right? I started questioning, am I being corny? Am I basically like this? And I'm talking this back to Africa. So that's the way people see us. And that, yes,
Yes.
they did. Do you think that was any accident that was put in one of Nas's major songs? No,
Not at all. What was that song that Tupac said? So and so got a baby.
Brenda.
Brenda got a baby.
Yeah.
You know, it was an assault because anytime that black men try to rise up, man, and do stuff, you're gonna get somebody. Oh, these about some old.
Yo, Dollar Bill, check this out, right? I said earlier, so I'm gonna listen, right? I said, look, before this time, we used to basically say 5%. We used to call it women what our earth, our wisdom. Remember that?
Yes.
And then remember the song "My Baby Daddy" came out. Remember that? That's just my baby daddy.
That's just my baby daddy.
That's just my baby daddy. That became the baby daddy became the number one talking head. You know, problem. Baby daddy. You know, say nobody was talking about like songs like Renee. Remember song Renee by Lost Boys? Remember that?
Yeah.
Beautiful
Now
song,
see,
you know?
I'm gonna get on my buddy Baruti. Now Baruti, you see this is what I say about some Pan Africans. You want us to respect the ancestors, but we can't even talk about 30 years ago.
That's what I'm talking about, you know?
You hear that every time? See how the mind works? Our mind works in a way that we can't talk about 30 or 40 or 50 years ago, right? But you want us to go back 100 years ago, 200 and 300 years ago, and respect the ancestors.
Thousands of years ago.
Right? You want us to respect. We've been in here for almost a millennia, and you want us to respect that ancient principle of Ubuntu, but you don't want us to respect nothing from the 80s.
Well, I like what Lozy said. He said nothing but dusty shit, you know?
Yeah,
I kind of
it's
feel
ridiculous.
that, you know? It's dusty shit. Niggas don't want to hold a job. They don't want no responsibility. That whole, like I said, I have no problem with basically each one teach one and you reaching out there. But ultimately, your responsibility, like you did, Dollar, is your kids are your responsibility.
Oh, without a doubt.
You know what I'm saying? But these guys be like, oh man, it takes a village. When okay, that means that I got a babysitter here, right? I got a babysitter here. You gonna watch out my kid on this day, okay? And you go out there partying and whatnot, thinking that the village is gonna take care of your child, take care of your
Yeah, I made it.
Carla, please play my video. I posted a video in the back.
Oh, you got a video now, huh?
Lord, what is this, Elvis?
I can't believe this. This is the anti-video man himself.
Oh, you got a video? The anti-video man.
I can't believe it. I'm gonna call him the African Wildcat. You didn't know even Lynx in Liberia.
Elvis, what's this goofy shit? Hold up. I'll play it. Like I said, I'm fair. There's some goofy shit Elvis put up there, but I'll play it. You know,
Elvis is a cool guy. He's a little goof sometimes.
He's goofy as hell, but you know,
he's still our brother. Oh, some South Park shit. Oh man,
come on, man, Elvis, man, you gotta do better.
Come on, you can't do better than that, Elvis. Really?
He's trying to make a point.
South Park. What are you trying to prove here, Elvis?
It's going to pop up in a second. Hold up.
Remember which way we're going? Hi, maybe. Hey, remember the Ewok village? Oh, I remember that. Oh, shit, hang on. Hey, you shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're gonna kill you, maybe. Oh, remember this song? Sure, I maybe. I love this song. It was fantastic, maybe.
Elvis, what was the point of that BS?
What's that for, Elvis?
That's you and Colin, man. That's you and Colin. You remember? Yeah, I remember. You remember? Yeah, I remember.
Man, that was stupid. That was real stupid.
You corny
man.
as hell, man. You corny as hell.
You corny, man, Elvis. Man, come on. You
That's
can't be
what
corny
you.
and hanging.
That's what you guys remind me of, bro. Every day.
No.
Do you remember? Yeah, I remember. You remember? Yeah, I remember.
But you want me to
telling you
remember
basically
the African way.
how it was. Well, how did we get to this? Do you understand? Like you say, a lot of you guys that come over here that want to critique Black America, you, Chukwu, Mike Olewale, and stuff like that, they have no idea where all this stuff, the stuff that they see in America, they can't understand why this stuff happening and stuff like that. We're trying to tell you that.
You got to get the Jolo fries, and then you have some of the white sauce.
You know, so bottom line is the bottom line is there's a reason why a lot of stuff that happened in Black America, and a lot of Black immigrants don't really want to believe that there's a conspiracy against Black America. How do you keep 45 million people under control? You know,
you're just being a victim. You know,
Black
people talk like that. You're strictly a victim.
You know, I'm the first one that tell people to take responsibility for yourself, but I do know that there are forces out there trying to destroy us. You know, I know
There's
that.
no such thing as racism, man. I work around a lot of white people, and they're so nice to me.
And that's why it's dangerous having people like that around us. You know.
I hang out with my friend Bob, and we drink at the pub.
We
man.
talk about you. We talk about you all the time. How
we
lazy
talk about you, American guys. You're always making an excuse.
There was another Million Man March where they said "or else," but I don't know what happened to
that
or
was a
else.
joke. That was a joke.
You remember that?
No, that was like or else. The bottom line is this. You know, like I said, I love the Million Man March, but the thing is, you know, I'm thinking about it now, right? Although Farrakhan was given that time, he was 63 years old at the time of the Million Man March, right? The thing is, though, you would think at that age, right, he would have been mature. You know who was there at the Million Man March? Who had an emissary? Charles Taylor was there. You know, Charles Taylor's emissary was there saying, look, you got, he used occasion to invite Black people. Gaddafi said, look, I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to put the wealth of Libya behind your movement, right? And
yeah, that's what my uncle was telling me. That's why I was like, they had a chance to do that shit, but he didn't do it.
He didn't do nothing. You know, this was the sad part about this was. Let me tell you something.
No, you can't do that. It's against the State Department. You can't work with foreign governments.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Understand, Elvis?
That's bullshit. Hold on. You're supposed to be the Nation of Islam. You're supposed to be like, I don't give a flying fuck with the United States. If Farrakhan, we had such the momentum behind Farrakhan, they wouldn't have dared do nothing to him.
Farrakhan sold the people out with that move.
He sold the fuck out, man. You know,
we had a chance to take shit over with that right there.
He didn't do that, you know.
Because trust me, the people was ready.
People were ready. People didn't give a damn. We were like, look, it'll go down any way you want to go down. We were ready for war that day, you know. And they shut down Congress. We shut down the government. You know, we're the only group of people that ever shut down the United States government, make them run. You know, so the bottom line is, and next time we have a Million Man March, if I'm leading that shit, it's gonna be a whole different case.
That's why I was
remember January 6th, Colin? Remember?
I don't give a goddamn, man. January 6th was a fucking picnic compared to what we'll do when the time comes. You know, I'll say that right there on the fucking air. I don't give a shit.
Colin,
so sick and tired of hearing. Elvis, get that coward shit off my friggin' platform, please. We're not scared of the white man. You know,
that's what I like. This is the old Colin. This is what I like to hear.
You want to get deported? Oh, I ain't.
That's what
Colin,
I like to
I
hear.
got
That's
Yeah.
good.
I got some on here for you to play. This
Okay, let
is
me play it.
you're gonna enjoy this, Elvis.
That's scary ass shit. You know, the United
Stop being
States government,
scared, man.
the United States government did
Get you a
all this
dog.
work. They're gonna keep doing what they're gonna do until we fucking stand up.
But yeah, that or else shit.
I said that not out of fear. I said that to respond to Carlos saying nobody ever shut down the U.S. government
Oh,
like that. And
nobody
that's
did.
what I was
Hold on.
saying. Remember January 6th, what
Hold on.
happened?
January 6th, Congress was open. You know, we did that in October, right? In the middle of, see what's right here, Congress is in session right now. It was supposed to be a session that day. They said, you know, we're going to shut down thing. And the president wasn't even at the White House, man. He had to, he was, remember Bill Clinton was talking to Newt Gingrich and all these people. Suddenly they're friends. Remember that, Dollar Bill? Bill
Oh
Clinton was
yeah.
with Newt Gingrich at the time, you know, and Bill Maher. They were basically talking
I
about.
remember when I was in school. I was in journalism school at the time, and we had to write a piece about Newt Gingrich, man. White people tried to make him seem like he was Adolf Hitler, man. That
He
he's going to
was just a
turn back
guy.
the
He was a
clock
conservative guy.
and reverse versus Wade, and oh my God. But put this on, man. This for a minute, and let just
Good
check this out.
afternoon, good evening. You have come to Uncle Charlie Hour of
The
Therapy.
fuck
In
is
this
that?
show, we cover areas of marital issue, drug issues, trust issue, financial issue, whatever problem you may have, bring it to this show. We'll be able to resolve it for you. This is Uncle Charlie's Hour. God bless you.
I flew 12 hours to visit my son.
Oh my God.
Do you know what they brought for me? Indomie. What do they call it here in America? This boy is gradually getting into a bottle. And if I don't do what I'm doing right now, you will not imagine the size of the bottle this boy
What are
will
we
be.
watching?
After a while, you will hear somebody
Dollar
say,
Bill.
1 second.
will you shut up? Let me talk.
Anything in front of me?
She has not even come in, and she has started confronting me that way. So if she comes in, now she get power past me. I don't own now. She will just smash my leg.
Welcome to Uncle Charlie's Hour. I'm so glad to have you guys here today. So I would like to know your name and what brought you here.
Hey, Bosway. The reason why I'm here to meet Uncle Charlie to help me get my girl and my mom to get along.
I'm Toby's mom, but everybody calls me Mama Toby because Toby is the only son I have. Toby actually brought me here because he says I am opposing to his relationship with a girl, an African American girl.
Okay. Can we hear from you, Mr. Toby?
Uncle, what brought me here today, I really like a girl very much and wanted to take it somewhere. But the problem is my mom is not agreeing. I don't know why. I think she's a really good girl. I see a future, but I just don't know why she's rejecting the idea. And I'm just afraid that if it continues like this, I'm going to have to find a decision to choose from the both of them. And I don't want to do that. And I don't want to lose them either, So like, I'm kind of stressed. I'm kind of confused. And that's why I came here, just clarity. Maybe this could actually resolve or something. I'm just needing your help, Uncle Charlie.
Thank God you are here. We are specialized in helping people to resolve this kind of issue. And I hope your mommy will be able to give us some insights as to how she feels about this counseling. Mommy, tell us about why you think that the girl she has does not meet your qualification or your standards or your expectations. Thank you.
Uncle Charlie, thank you for having us.
Yes.
This boy is the only son I have. The only I have. I am just trying to be a mother. I want to be careful. The girl in question,
This
I
is
don't
funny.
have
Missy
anything
Don
against
thinks he's gonna
her.
miss out on
She's a beautiful
some
girl.
dusty Nigerian. Okay.
I don't know who her parents are. But Uncle Charlie, I can see you're a black man, so you are an African like me. And we have values.
I might be American, I'm not wearing agbada.
Okay, you're black.
Well,
You are black, you are black.
I'm not black.
So,
I'm just light to be dark in skin.
okay, whatever. I am trying to protect my family, myself, and our values. We have values. We came from somewhere.
Where do you come from?
I am
Mommy,
a Nigerian.
Let me ask you a question. You are from what part of Africa?
I am a Nigerian.
Oh, Nigerian. That's beautiful. Oh, thank you. God bless you.
The girl, there are things that don't match our culture, our values that I'm trying to bring up, but he's not listening. Naturally, every woman will have a dream daughter-in-law, maybe a friend's daughter, or a girl you have seen in the church, or a neighbor's daughter. But this is different. I am just like scared. This girl just is none of those. She just came from nowhere. I don't even know who she is, what she's gonna be. Is she showing her real color, or she's waiting for the time to come to show her real color? So a lot of things are going through my head. My son cannot marry a girl if he brings this girl to the house, Uncle Charlie.
That's me.
If he brings this, will you shut up? Let me talk.
But
do you want me to leave this place for you?
Oh,
no,
just keep quiet. Let me tell you. So keep quiet.
Miss Toby.
Yes, sir.
You want to marry your wife?
Just
and this is the mother. So let's just start patient. This is why we are here.
Let me talk.
We'll take care. We'll take care of this.
Right. So, Uncle Charlie,
yes, ma'am.
You will bring the girl home. I will be in the kitchen alone, cooking. The potential daughter-in-law will be in the room, not even in the living room, in the room. This.
Don't risk losing your photos and videos. This innovative stick makes it easy to back up your
you don't have to run it all.
It's compatible with all devices like Android and iOS.
As a response.
35 minutes. I don't want to listen to 30. I can't listen to 35 minutes of Nigeria.
No, I don't want you to go through 35
Well,
minutes.
I get the point of it. I get the point of it. Is I guess she's an ethno bigot, whatever like that, you know. And they got the whatever the values is. I don't know, shitting and eating at the same time, you know.
Man, you got see, don't start
eating bushmeat and whatnot, not taking baths and smelling musty and whatnot. You know, I don't know what the hell. You know,
but see, this is what Elvis, who I call No Toby, that'll be his new name, No Toby Elvis. He didn't want to deal with, so he went back and got a girl from Liberia, who had a family from Liberia in his state, in the Liberian community. But as people grow more and more and closer, this guy on the right is probably a second or third generation Nigerian, and he's exposed to the Nigerian culture, but he's also exposed to the American culture. And you'll get a chance later, you know, if you guys will look, you can leave it in the chat if they want to check it out.
You know what gets me is someone like Mystic Diamond saying, "Oh my God, she's mad at these African women. These women actually doing you a favor, sister. Doing you an actual favor."
You know what it is? We have to deal with this, right? Because regardless of what people think, as people become second and third generation, despite, you know, people that want to hold on to their culture, they're going to be more and more integrated into the African American community, right? And so these are things, these are concepts and ideas that need to be worked out, because you can see this woman on the left, she's a traditionalist, right? And she believes in her Nigerian values. Why I say that is because when people ask what happened next, well, what happened next after the Million Man March is you have a lot of people, like you said, who took over, and you also had a lot of people like yourself and even me that started thinking about repatriating back to Africa, right? And you have a lot of people who are turned off with Africa because of their experiences that they've been experiencing with immigrants in this country. Yeah.
I'm not mad at them type of black people no more. I was talking to Jamal earlier. I'm not mad at. I used to be mad at them people for what that's up, but now basically my opinion, like I said, I used to work by the time of the Million Man March, right? I went from being a 5%er to a Pan-African, like, I mean, I was just like, you're all in Africa, right? I think Africa, I thought everything. But over the last 5 years, man, I see a side of Africa, man, that something changed in me. You know, I was like, what did I do the right thing? You know, because I'm like, did I realize Africans are human just like us? They're not better. Their culture is not better and stuff like that. I always thought Black America was tainted and everything like that, but I don't believe that anymore. You know, and so because I'm saying Africans got problems even worse than we do. You know, so what's why do we have to freaking switch to their culture, and what's so special about their culture?
No, we don't have to. But what I'm saying to you is, listen, let's be fair to Mystic Dime, right? If she wanted to meet a brother from Nigeria or whatever,
I got no problem with that.
I'm not opposed to that, right? But these type of situations that occur within our community, right? It's like I was trying to say some weeks ago. Do you want to integrate into the positive side of African America? Or do you want to be like Naya Benz's family and integrate into the, into the who society? And then you're going to take that and say, oh, well, all of the Americans are like that, right? And I think that's a lot of that is our fault, because like when I tell Baruti, a lot of this is our fault because we have yet to really celebrate what we've done in this country.
Yeah.
So we can't put it on one day and say, you know what happened after that one day? We didn't do. So all the naysayers, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. So what are you doing? What was your contribution, and what is your contribution to your community other than just speaking and saying, oh, what we didn't do? What are you doing? So when I tell people, when a young brother was trying to cuss me out and I was telling them, I taught young people how to read, I taught young people how to write. Why won't you do that on a Saturday and get up on Saturday morning and help some young kids learn how to read and learn how to write, or do something, or go to an old folks home and read to the elderly or learn some wisdom? Why can't we do those type of things that we think is nothing? You remember that movie a couple of years ago, Pay It Forward?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You saw it, brother?
Yeah.
And so little things come out of big things, come out of little things that you just pay forward.
It was a good movie.
Right? And so why don't we have a pay forward in the African American community, right? Where we can do little things, because I remember the older people in the generation who I would rap with, who would take me to the side and explain certain things to me. I wasn't calling them, yo, you old nigga, and all this stuff, the disrespectful way a lot of young people treat. I would listen for hours, the different things that they would say, and it helped me, man. It helped me because the same type of enemy that they're dealing with was the same enemy that I had to deal with too, right? So who better to teach me than to somebody who's been through it and knows something about what you're going through, right? It's not easy, especially when you're a young person. I was young, 25 years old, getting married, raising children. It was hard, man. I didn't know. She didn't know. I didn't know. We were young people. We knew we wanted to have kids. And by today's standards, women probably wouldn't have looked at me because I was making $22,000 a year. I mean, $22,000 a year back then is a whole lot more than it is now, right? If you look at 1990. But I'm just saying, if people had the same perspective like women do now, oh, you got to have 6 figures and all of this, I would have never had a family, right? If we were waiting till you get a certain amount of money, I would never have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the type of things that we need to really think about. What happened? It was thought-provoking. It was history. It showed people that we could do it, that we could organize ourselves, that we could conduct ourselves like men and women.
What gets me is the Million Man March showed me. What I'm thinking about right now, that Black America could do things on. We don't need to wait for the rest of the Black world to get behind. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. That was us. And it hasn't been done again. See, people's, what happened? Well, what have you done since? Have you got 1,000? Did you get 10,000 or 50,000 geeks together to come up with a code? No. Right? So, I mean, my thing to young people is, if you say we're basking in the past, show me what you're going to do in the future other than getting the bag. Because that's all I hear from young people. Oh man, I got a little bag. I'm about to get another little bag. You know, you're going to get a bag. Okay, you get a bag. And so what next? What comes after that bag? All I hear is chirps, right? There's chirps. Black people came and worked in black communities. I came up in the project. I'm a victim of, not a victim, but I'm saying, I was going to say, I'm a person that went to public school all his life. My kids went to private school. I didn't go to private school. I went to public school all my life. Okay. When I was out there in the summertime, I used to get that free lunch, right? We used to go to the places and get those free lunches and all of that stuff, right? I still learn how to read and learn how to write, and I learn how to be well-rounded and get mentors. What happened to those days, man?
Yeah.
Why can't people say, what am I going to do positive in my community other than I'm just going to get together and call immigrants names?
Yeah. Or
that's all I'm going to do.
Or bash the previous generation before me.
Yeah, I'm going to call you all old niggas, and then I'm going to sit around and call everybody else tethers. And that makes me feel good for the day. Okay.
Yeah, that's how far. That's why when people say, Colin, why you hate the ADOS FBA movement, I think about the Million Man March. And not only that, you know, we had Jamaicans there, we had freaking Africans there, we had everybody there. It was like
all black men were on deck.
All types of black men said, yeah, on this day we are brothers. You know, you had Bloods there, you had Crips there, you had Vice Lords there, you had MBAs there, you had lawyers there, you had all different types of black men saying, yes, this is the world. This is what we want to see: a unity. We can come together. Everybody knows their position. You know, if a blue collar person knows his place, a white collar brother knows his place, a brother that's in a military type knows his place. That's what the nation's all about. All these different people working together for one thing, for peace and harmony. You know, that's what the spirit of the Million Man March was.
And that's what you thought about the Afristan, right?
And that's exactly where I got the Afristan for.
If
when
a million black men could get together,
possibility.
You said, damn, what if we had a nation of our own?
Wish we had a nation. Exactly. That's exactly how it happened, you know? Exactly how it happened. I said, what if we had a nation of our own? We could do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in our own land, our own media, on everything promoting us, our own film industry, telling our history and everything like that, our own museums, everything, our own international airport, the Marcus Garvey International Airport. So when you come there, you see monuments, tell them our story. It's our land, our space, you know, everything. That's what, like I said, like the Million Man March proved to me that it's possible, you know? That's what proved to me.
I like to see the young people get together and get them a march together without killing each other.
Yeah, right.
I like to see them get together and open up some stuff and start teaching young people how to read and how to do math. All of these boy wonders every time pop up on the internet talking smack to me, calling me an old nigga because they got a job because, you know, I work in I'm a geek on the internet and I make millions of dollars on the internet. Why aren't you out there showing young boys who are 5 and 6 and 7 years old how to do it? I'm up there. I'm watching the show that I was with my pops. You know, shout out to my 89-year-old pops. I think I'm gonna put it on my YouTube channel because I'm having conversations with my pops and I'm recording it. You know, because you know he's not gonna live forever, like nobody is. But I hope he lives forever. You know, as long as he could. But I'm just saying, I'm looking at Jennifer Hudson's show, and a 7-year-old Indian boy is up there talking about how he's going to do something about climate change. Okay, he put together these different little machines and stuff, and he's got he's got all these little inventions and shit. All I hear from young people is, "I'm gonna get the bag. I'm gonna go get the bag, man. I'm gonna get the bag."
Enough. That was a big topic they was talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Climate change.
Well, I'm not saying
but Kala don't believe in climate change.
Hold on. This is the thing. If somebody say they got a, let me tell you something about Elvis, right? Because I don't think your comprehension is that well. I gave you a solution to climate change. I talked about permaculture, which I studied for 30 years, right? Permaculture, irrigation, and stuff like that basically is the answer to climate change. Replanting. Do you know the state of Israel planted 1 billion trees in the desert, and now the trees now produces oxygen and stuff like that, and added to the ozone layer? But that's sort of technology, right? That's possible. Muammar Gaddafi built aqueducts underneath the ground and whatnot to green the Sahara Desert, right? Because the desert is erosion, right? They say, oh, the desert climate's close to the desert. Do you know this technology in a book I studied when I was at Dollar? Have you ever heard of the Charlotte Institute?
Yeah.
Right. I was part of the Charlotte Institute when I was in my 20s, See, I don't get my shit from YouTube, right? When I was in my 20s, I was educating myself on science and how the world works, and what infrastructure means, And so the bottom line, they said there's technology where they were going to basically pipe water from the Congo River, the Zambezi River, all the way up into the Sahara Desert, right? And green the Sahara Desert, right? It's still in the books, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't get none of these so-called people who care about climate change to act on it. Why? Because climate change is being used as an excuse for population control. So as long as
Is climate change real, Colin?
I think it's a political, like a political thing.
There you go. So you did say it wasn't real.
Listen,
is there
you know
climate
what?
stuff like that we could be doing? Yes. But the way they're going about doing it, they really
It's
believe
wrong.
the solution is us cutting the world's population. In other words, do you want to see like half the population of Africa die?
That's what they want. They don't want.
want.
They see that the black and Asian people are becoming more populous in the world, and so they figured that the climate control is controlling the carbon footprint. Well, how do you control the carbon footprint? Because everything that comes out of our body, including after we breathe in oxygen, is carbon. So how do you reduce the carbon? Okay, you reduce the people that you got to feed. That's how you do it.
And also, I asked Elvis, have you ever heard of the idea of Malthusianism from Thomas Malthus? This is 200 years old. This idea that the world's population is overpopulated and that we have to start culling millions of people to save the planet. That's what it's like. It's been rejected.
Dollar bill. Do you believe climate change is real?
It's not whether I believe that climate change is real. It's that I know that it's being manipulated by white folks who want to make sure they don't do it for China. China, why are they going after China?
I said the same exact thing last night. Why don't they go after China? China's the biggest polluter on the planet.
Elvis believe all this nonsense, man.
I just asked you a question and you refuse to answer it.
Well, let me just say this, Elvis. What did you think about the little scenario there with Unc over there? Is that what you was trying to avoid by marrying an African American woman? Because you told me you was out in these streets.
I never dated an African American in my life.
You never dated an African American in your life, for real?
Yeah, he really felt rejected. He said he couldn't pull none.
You serious? You telling us the truth, bro?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of girls in my community that I like, that likes me, and I dated them.
So you never wanted to date an African American woman in your whole life? Tell us the truth.
I don't know if I would say never wanted to, but
so why did you didn't have the
people the people closest to me, the circles that I ran in? It was mostly Liberian American.
If a black person in America said that same thing, we'll be called what? Xenophobic? We'll be called we hate Africa and everything.
I mean, Dollar Bill, there are a lot of African American girls who've never dated anybody outside of the African American community. There are a lot of people like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Will you call them racist or xenophobic? Of course not.
Well, bottom line is this: it doesn't really matter. But
I'm gonna call you No Toby. That's my name.
My point I'm trying to make is when black people in America, for the most part, most black women in America, they're not gonna date African guys, stuff like that.
I don't have like there's a segment of sisters that will date African guys.
Like Mystic Dime.
Yeah, and I don't look down on them or anything or have any issues with them because
I dated. What you gotta do in this world.
I dated quite a few women. When I was younger, in fact, when I was 19.
And Dollar Bill, you've never dated an African. I don't think college ever dated an African person.
Have you
ever dated a continental African? Let's have your wife, who you think is American Liberian.
My wife's a continental African, so-called.
Yeah, right? But you think she's American Liberian, so you don't consider her to be a native African.
I told you that one.
You don't consider her to be a native, right?
But see, you guys, man, gotta stop with this stuff. She was born in Liberia, so what does that make her? A
You
Liberian, right?
said that you dated her specifically because she's American Liberian. She
No,
has the
no, I
same
said
culture as
we
you.
have we
You
share a
said
lot
that.
of the same culture and values.
Right,
You know,
exactly. So
but check this out. When I
that's my
was,
same reason.
check this out. Me and her Uncle Charlie hit it off, right? That was a deal. When I went there last year, that was the thing. She goes, you got to meet with Uncle Charlie. I was so freaking nervous, right? Because I was like, I'm gonna lose Isabella if he don't like me and whatnot. And we just hit it off, man. He has a nice house in Brewerville, right? And he's funny, man. He was like Steve Harvey. He's a player, like he has a badass wife, man. Dark skinned sister, badass wife, but he's a player though, man. Uncle Charlie's a player. So anyway, basically, he was like, yo, man, he lives in Minnesota, and he goes, I would love to stay here, man, but he goes, look at this shit right here. He goes like this. Brewerville was once a nice place when I was like, he goes, but these people right here, we can't get nothing done. He goes, these people can vote too now, you know. He's a funny dude, man. He's like, yo, man.
Right. So he admitted that the natives couldn't vote when he was
He's
younger.
no, but they just don't make good decisions.
There you
Look,
go. There you go,
hold on,
Kyler. Everything I said
We're
have
not
been
gonna go down that
reinforced.
rabbit hole, guys.
Elvis. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole with you. I'm just saying like this, right? The native Liberians, right? Like you, Kron people should have developed Grangita and the place you come from and everything like that. You guys decided to come over to the areas where our people live, right? And you fucked it up. You know, simple as that. You know. And that's what they say, yo, man, I gotta get the hell out of here. I said, I can't live out here. He has a nice house too, man. He has like 2 cars, a nice house. I back in 2001, I used his Jeep and I had a driver and everything like that. And so, so he's pretty cool. I tell you what, I had coconut thing for the first time. I can't stand that shit. I don't know what Bamani's talking about. That shit's nasty.
You don't like coconut water?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah,
it's
I
disgusting.
love coconut water.
Coconut water is good, man.
You like coconut water? Ugh.
I love it. Maybe
like,
one of my because of
water,
one of my grandparents. It might be 2 of them. I don't know the other woman. I got to investigate, but I know the grandfather, the great grand. Maybe that's why they got a little coconut. So maybe that's why I like coconut water.
Now I can eat coconuts. I can peel the coconut, the meat out of the coconut. Eat that one. That's good, you know. But that coconut water, ugh, disgusting, man. But he gave me some coconut water. I tried to act like I liked it one night. You know, I was sitting there. Uncle Charles is a cool dude and whatnot, man. This dude's a player, man. He's a player like hell, man. But he's friends with George Ware, right? And he told me, he said, George Ware, he said, you can smoke weed with him. You can sit down and shoot pool with him. He would come to business. He goes, I just sit there and people that talk to him, he said, man, it's in one ear and out the other. He don't know what the fuck he's doing. And people like Elvis will vote for George Ware back in the presidency again, you know? If that happens again, Liberia's finished for good.
Wow.
So, but it is what it is.
But what do you think, Elvis? Since you know, I'm surprised you never dated an African American. What do you think, right? Because as an African, and maybe somebody else can come up and explain, how do you guys feel about what you just saw in that thing when you saw mom, the young man was in a very bad situation. He's in love with this African American. She's a hottie too. He's in love with this African American woman.
I agree. I agree with the mother.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. None.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? It's a cultural difference, right?
Elvis, hold on. Now, when I say that when people
no hesitation,
Africa is basically of certain conversations, right? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Blah blah blah. You'll tell me I've been in America for 20 years, and when I say you're still not part of the culture, you don't want to
date. You even date an African American girl.
Damn, I don't care about that. I know he can't get one, but the bottom line is, I don't care about that. My point I'm trying to make is, all right, if you say that's a cultural difference, right? But we say it, right? We're being xenophobic, you know? That's what I'm talking about. And I ain't about dating one. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about the fact that I'm saying that when there's a reason why we don't like Kamala Harris. There's a reason why we don't like Barack Obama. There's a reason why we don't like immigrants. You know, black people feel a certain way about immigrants and stuff like that. It is what it is. You know, what do we think about certain things? Black America thinks about certain things and everything like that. You guys don't understand us, and we're not. And
didn't even get that a second thought, Elvis.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn, Elvis, that's kind of xenophobic of you, don't you think?
Yeah, I will explain later when I get a chance. I will.
That was xenophobic, though, wasn't that, bro? For real?
Well, I don't really see me.
No,
I,
it wasn't xenophobic. Listen, if Carlo give me a chance, I'll speak. Look,
Yeah, Carla, please let him speak. I like to hear.
somebody said something in the comment section, right?
What did they say, bro?
And the lady actually gave you an example of why she feel like she wouldn't get along with his wife, and she also stated that that's her only son. She has one son, and this is a girl who, it's a tradition. Hold on, Carla. Look, I'm just gonna mute.
Let him land, Carla. I want to hear this stuff.
It's tradition. I don't know if all African parents are, mothers are like that, but there's certain
Let me add,
things that.
I know for a
Okay,
fact.
guys, I'll just mute.
If that was a blonde, blue-haired white woman or Asian woman, she would not say a goddamn thing.
I
That's
agree.
Africans,
I agree with that.
Africans, but the bottom line is, this whole thing is, it's just like a microaggression. She's only doing that because she feels insecure about herself, and it's her way of getting back. That's what I said. A lot of these people are just jealous of us.
But you know what it is? I really like to hear.
If it was a white girl,
I really want to hear their perspective, and the
Well,
reason
it's not even worth it, man.
it is.
I've been dealing with Africans for years, man. You just talk.
It is because what happens is
it's a waste of freaking space.
What
even listening to
happens
what they gotta
is
say.
If people see Elvis, this is something that we got to really check out, because Elvis is a good brother. He's always coming in here talking about peace, right?
Who wants peace anymore?
No, I'm just saying he's always talking. I'm talking about his perspective, right?
That's
he's
good for
always
him.
coming out here talking about peace, right? And saying that we need to get together and we need to build bridges, and how negative you are and how negative I am. And
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
And I'm talking, and so when I say, we said, well, you never dated. I told you I tried to date this one girl in college. She was a South African girl. She had an awesome body. She used to have her hair cut real low, real low. Her name was Fiona. She had like an English name. I don't know what her real name was. But I really liked this chick, man. We were in school together, man. She was so proper. I just, she just did something for me, but she wouldn't give me a time of day. But I'm really interested because
I will have a chance to explain later, Dollar Bill.
Because this is a situation that's bound to happen. Because when you say to me, I know one guy that I actually worked with years ago before I met Carla, who's actually not only married to a woman from the continent, but she's a dentist, right? She makes big money. She makes more money than he does. And they had 2 boys together. They're grown men now. But they had 2 boys together. And that was the only one in all of the time in my adult life that I ever met an African American male who didn't go to the continent to actually marry an African sister, right?
It all depends on the African sister. It all depends.
No,
because like I said, I know plenty of them.
I'm talking about right here, not on the continent. I'm talking about there's a plethora, just like there's a plethora of African men in America. There's a plethora of African women here in America. And so I kept saying that one of my contentions was that people are not being sincere. And the sincerity and Frenchie took offense when I said that, like I was saying something bad about African women. I wasn't, because I happen to know, at least one white guy who's dated women who claim that they're even Muslims with hijabs on, that you're not even, because in the Muslim community, from what I've been told, you're not even supposed to date a man unless you're dating him for marriage. Isn't that what you heard, Elvis, about the Muslim community? Elvis?
I'm here, Dollar Bill. I'm in the back. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Is that not true? Am I speaking incorrectly? I know you're not a Muslim.
Yeah, I'm not a Muslim. That's why I'm like,
I know you're
asking
not,
me that.
but you're very familiar because
I mean, you're gonna have to ask Zongo. That's his culture. I don't know.
Yeah, but you know about it. Don't come in here and
I don't know nothing.
Don't act dumb. Don't act dumb in here.
My point I'm trying to make is who marriage is one thing, right? I mean, we could live me personally, right? One of the reasons why I want an African, right? Because I want African Americans to repopulate our race without intermarrying, for the most part, if it's intermarrying with anybody else,
But you can't say that, Carla, and you married an
no, but hold
African
on. But
woman.
my wife's more African American than.
But nevertheless, she's still an African
Yeah,
woman.
she's an African woman, but
And
she's
so
more African American
women,
descent. You know,
so women who prefer, and I have no issue with that, like Mystic Don, you know, would she come up here tonight? I know she's mad with me, but if she could forgive me and come up and talk to us.
You know what the problem is. I'm telling you right now, and people can get mad when I say this. Right,
say what you feel.
A lot of women basically have this mythical thing. Like me personally, look, I got caught up in the Africa bullshit 30 years ago, right? And I thought there was this African culture that's going to solve all our problems and everything. A lot of black women really believe that there's some African guy out there like Prince Zamunda, Prince Hakeem Zamunda, and he's going to answer all. He's going to be so intelligent. Remember that Charlotte Hadley? That movie Coming to America.
I know her cousins. We grew up together in the project together.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, check this
out. At one point,
I know the
she's like,
family.
she goes, you're so thoughtful. You're so this, you're so that. And everybody starts saying, yeah, African guys must be friggin' like that. And the bottom line is this, even though we were giving praise to Africa, that's fine and dandy, right? But the reality is, they're just like anybody else, Yeah,
but so women who, listen, there's some women who aesthetically like an African guy, just like there's some men aesthetically like African women or African American women or women from the Caribbean. I've dated people outside of my community, so I have no problem and no issue with someone aesthetically liking someone for whatever reason. Okay, and that's fine with me. I'm not insecure about who I am, and so that's cool with me. And so I'm just trying to figure things out because I always say in the Pan-African world that these people who say these things here in America are not really sincere, because the men will say, "Oh yeah, you my brother," and everything. And I've dated an African American women, but it's a taboo, okay, for African women to date American men. Just like this woman has her taboos against her only son marrying an American woman. She's distinctly upset about it. And she feels, like I said to Elvis,
do you think she's really upset, or she's just trying to be extra?
I think that she really.
Matter of fact, is this a real skit or?
No, that's a skit. First of all, no, it's a skit. It's a skit. It is. It's a skit.
Even if it is a skit, this is basically.
And she's not against her because she's African American.
Check it out.
She said
it. No. I'm going to explain it to you, but give me a second.
Okay, let's hear this.
There's no way she could be that serious.
Yes, people are that serious.
Stupid. Let's be real. There's no way.
Yes, it is. People are that stupid.
No, I know. In real life, hold up. In real look, everybody, like, let me give you an example. Even me with Isabella, right? Mm-hmm. My mother basically said things under her breath like, "Why can't you just marry one of your own women over here?" And stuff like that. The people say so, but the bottom line is, when somebody really, like my mother just came to accept the fact, like I told her, look, my life is my life and everything like that. Even my mother and my sister's like, why don't you like these Black American, your girl over here, so much such like you and everything like that. I said, look, this girl I'm in love with, right? That's who it's going to be. And they just accepted. When they all said, they did not think when I went over there a few years ago in Liberia, that ended it.
Yeah, but that's different. You're a man. And see, the reason why I'm insisting.
Well, hold on. I'm saying like this, even like this. My mother was the same exact way as this lady right here, But the bottom line is, when I went over there and they basically saw pictures of us together at our engagement wedding, and Isabel was looking beautiful and everything like that. We're standing together, and I put the ring on her hand and whatnot. That was it.
Yeah, but there's a difference though, and so this is possible for you.
This guy sounds weak.
This is possible for you in Liberia. But if you were trying to date a Liberian sister from Zongo's community, she probably wouldn't have been as receptive. And the reason that she wouldn't be as receptive is because people in her community would want her to marry, not Zongo's community, I'm sorry, Elvis's community, because people in her community would be urging her to marry Elvis.
I don't see in a million years Isabella with a Liberian guy. I just don't. The way she is.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's your personal thing.
She don't like Liberian.
But that's your personal thing. But what I'm trying to say to you is, if you just look at it in terms,
and also other say some dollar bill. I know her entire family in Rhode Island and stuff like that. It's like
that's a whole different thing.
It's a different culture.
It's a whole different thing.
Isabella's a miracle Liberian. So
Yes,
it's a
and that's a
completely
whole
different
different
thing
thing.
than
Well, most people are
social
not dealing
distance.
with it with Americo-Liberians.
Yeah,
Most
so
people
I don't know
encounter
what it's like. I don't know what it's like
Ghanaians,
to marry a freaking a
a
native African.
Nigerian,
You know, it's like
or
Nigeria. I
or
couldn't
or
do it.
or,
No,
or,
I
or
could not do that.
Ghanaian
No,
or somebody like that.
no,
So this,
no.
and I'm sure they wouldn't want to marry you either if they lived
I
in
wouldn't.
America. Now,
I have
if
no
you
problem
went
with
to
that.
their country,
I have
if
no
you went
problem
to
with
their
that.
country, that would be a whole different because you're bringing an economic base to their family.
Now I have no intentions, no
But
problem with
what
that
I'm saying to
whatsoever.
you is when people sincerely say, "Oh, we got to stop being xenophobic," because these are the same people, right, who have no problem marrying white folks. Like you said earlier, they have no problem. When my white friend in America used to go down to Africa to be with his African, he's engaged now with an African woman in Kenya, okay, from Kenya, and he's damn near 70. She's about 28 years old. They don't flicker. Oh,
But
the
check
white
this out.
man.
Did you hear about that story in Liberia, a girl named Jessica?
No,
Jessica's ordeal. You hear about that?
no, I didn't.
When we play a video, there
Sure.
was a white guy. His name was I forgot his name. Anyway, he basically was from Iowa. He was married, right? But he told her, right, he was single, right, and he was working as a missionary, right. And then one day, when he's about to leave, right, he tried to kill her, slit her throat, but she lived. And he tried to blame it on the driver, right? And then she lived, said no, he tried to freaking slip it. And then all of a sudden, a corrupt judge let him off. You know, and he got out of the country. You know. And so
From
the
what
bottom
I
line,
from what I understand is there's a whole community in Kenya where white men who are married or whatever have their separate families that they go down and
of
visit
course, as a
several
white
times a
man, you
year.
know, that's why Africans, like I said, I told you, Africans are full of shit. You know, when I realized how full of shit Africans were, I stopped taking them seriously. You know, really. You know, I said, I stopped. I stopped freaking worshiping
Okay,
them.
let me explain this, all right?
Yeah,
So
let Elvis.
the
Let's hear
yeah,
Elvis.
the person to really blame in this situation is the son, right? As an African who grew up in an African household, you know what your mother expect from you. You know what people are expecting from you, right? So if you're going to
He's a grown man.
hold
You
on,
know,
hold on, Carla, hold on. He knows what his mother's expecting in a wife, and like the mother
What
said,
his
it's a
mother's expecting from a wife. Yeah.
hold on, hold on. So, like the mother said, right? What she expected from him was if the girl comes to
What happened,
Elvis,
Elvis?
you're muted.
What happened? So much went wrong with his Obama phone.
Elvis muted himself.
sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so the mother is saying, for example,
Hmm.
and it happens in my family too, like my uncle, and this is not with African Americans, it's African on African. So if my mom is cooking, this is my mom's youngest brother, right? And his wife. If when they come over to visit, I go visit my mom sometimes. If she's in the kitchen, once his wife gets there, my mom is cooking, she goes in there. What can I do? Can I cut the peppers? Can I do this? Can I do that? That's a cultural thing, right? So the guy and his girlfriend or his fiance or whoever, he's supposed to tell her, if this is going to be culturally different. This is how I am. If you really like me and I want to be with you, you want to be with me. This is how you're going to ingratiate yourself with my mother. Sometimes, even I'm guessing in African American communities, if you want to ingratiate yourself with, your wife, or your potential father-in-law, you can ask her, "What are your dad like? He likes football. He likes baseball. What can I do to, to
I
get
think
along
it's
with
I
them?"
think it's deeper than that, and I think you're just scratching the surface.
No, I'm just telling you this because the fact that the mother was complaining that when she's cooking in the kitchen, the girl's there, she's just in the room with her son, and she doesn't come out to engage with her to bond over cooking because that's how some African women bond. They bond. They're cooking while they're talking, you know, and things like
I
that.
know you don't
So that
consider us to be African, but
no,
we
I'm
do
just
that in.
saying.
I
I
know
don't
because you said
know. I'm
African
saying.
on African.
I'm just
We do
saying it's
that
something.
too. We do
It's
that
something that
too.
she mentioned particularly in the video. That was something that irked her. I'm just pointing that out because
I
that
understand
was
that, but
one thing that
I know
she.
you think we're not African.
That's not what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying here, right? And then, secondly, the son. Like I said, one of the reasons I didn't want to get married outside of my culture, even in Liberia, in my own country, I prefer to get married within my language group. because I'm not somebody that likes to adapt to to other people's culture. I don't like
Mm.
to. I
You live
really
in other
don't.
people's country though. You adapted to that.
No, I mean in terms of marriage, right? In terms of marriage. So for the mother, she's telling her that the girl or the woman that her son wants to marry, she's really culturally different, and she hasn't perhaps made attempts to adapt or to assimilate within the culture that she's going to marry into. So that's her problem with it. But I think overall, we didn't finish the skit, but I'm guessing probably they came around and they formed common ground within that skit because the reality is, if you really want to get into a family, you have to be
Mm.
fully committed and you have to kind of compromise and meet halfway and and try to
Well, hold on.
assimilate into that culture.
I'll tell. Look. Let me tell you something. Right. Right. Here's the thing. Now, although Isabella is a miracle Liberian, when not, she still has a Liberian thing talking about talking about family and I was like, anyway, I clashed with her brothers. First of all, at our engagement party, right? Negroes showed up, right? Didn't bring nothing, right? So I put all money for the food, right? Then, right, I
Carla, that's a cultural thing. In
hold
Africa,
on.
the man pay for the wedding. I think in
No,
America
I
it's the
know that. Hold
opposite.
on, hold on. I know that, but African Americans is you bring something.
But they're not
So
African American. You in your
I
mind you
know,
think they
but
are, but they really
I'm an
aren't.
African
That's the thing that
American.
you don't
So
understand.
things got
That's
to
what
be
I'm
done
saying.
my way too. It's equal thing. I told Isabella it's equal thing. And I was pissed off about that. Anyway, check this out. So I shelled out all the food, no problem. Everybody had a good time and everything. Okay, I only bought one bottle of wine, right? And I bought her some glasses, all the way from the United States, right? And then I went out and got some liquor, right? Also, I said, okay, we need some more beer, right? So I went in there with my driver, her mother, and I pick up her aunt and everybody like that, right? With beer. I come back and my fucking liquor is all drunk up, right? And my fucking my goddamn wine is. I had one glass of wine. I was so fucking mad. I go, what the fuck is my wine? Her brother's over there sitting there just fucking just all tore up and shit. I say, and then them niggas
And
had
that's a
cigars.
and that's a
Nigga,
cultural thing.
I
African
saw,
men, when they go
Isabella
visit their
goes,
father-in-law, they carry a bottle
Isabella,
of
she goes,
wine or
she
liquor.
went there and
That's a
went in my
cultural
hold
thing.
on, she went in my suitcase and gave them niggas my cigars. I was so fucking mad. I was like, what the yo? And then, like I said, I finally got a plate, right? She's around there, and I know how it is, right? I just sat there because I'm used to this, right? She was like basically like taking care of her brothers, her uncles, everybody like that. And I was like, excuse me, I'm supposed to be your man and whatnot here. Take, me, she's like, oh, you'll be all right, whatnot. She's going around taking care of her mom, taking care of everybody else, whatnot. I'm like, is this a Liberian thing? Like, what the fuck? So that was a cultural clash. And then every time I go to Liberia, right? She expects me to fucking get up with her, bro. I said, I don't know them dudes. She goes, well, you got friends. How come you don't tell them the BA? Look, they know about the BAO. They listen to my show and whatnot. They could join anytime they want to. They're like, every time you come one night, you got all these other guys around. Yeah, they're in my organization. I'm not gonna put you guys
So
in
you
third.
see, there's a cultural difference, Carla, and I think she
Oh
would
yeah,
have been fair to
that's
you to
a
tell you
class.
those
She
things.
expects me
Yeah,
told. She expects me to basically take in her brothers, right?
right,
Over my friends, all my boys that bonded with, on my boy Ross. That's my right hand man.
right,
Ross.
and that's what I'm saying. Those are some of the
And
things
so
that is
she hates
unspoken.
she hates all my Liberian friends. In Liberia because she
So
likes
Right,
me.
because
listen.
she
So
she she she
could you
wants you
put
to
up
herself
African
to milk you.
goddesses? Colin, could you put up African goddesses information on the
Which
thing?
one?
The one she talks about Dollar Bill. The expectation is that if a woman in the African community marries a man from another culture,
Is that the
he
one up there? It's another one.
no, that's Mr. No,
Uh,
the next one.
okay, hold up.
It's the next one that she did after that one.
Let me scroll up.
It should be the next one down after that because she made that statement, and it's about being
Okay,
adaptable.
I got it.
You
All
got it.
right.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
on
want
yet.
to read it?
You still got Mystic Dimes on there.
No, I
This
don't.
one
I got
goes,
African goddess up there.
yeah, but it says African Goddess at Dollar Bill. There it is.
That's it. Yeah.
At Dollar Bill, the expectation is that if a woman in the African community marries a man from another culture, the woman is expected to take on the man's culture.
That's what I'm saying. That didn't happen in Liberia, man. I was like, yo. I'm like, yo. I
See, you know what
grabbed
it
No,
it.
but
is?
you expect. That's what I'm saying, Carla. You expect her. You thought she was African American in your mind, right? And they're not.
Well, close
They've
enough.
been living there for hundreds of years. They're African, right? And as a man, when you go visit a family and you know she has brothers, and I'm telling you this now, you probably don't know it, and maybe you should know this now. To ingratiate yourself with them, bring a couple of wine, bring a couple of bottles of liquor, and you guys will sit around the table, you
Oh
drink and you
yeah.
talk
Let me tell you something. Let me tell
and
you
you
another funny
laugh, and
story.
that's
You
how
want to
you
hear another
ingratiate
funny
yourself
story?
with them.
Check this out. Her little brother Richard reminds me of you, Elvis. He talks like he reminds me of you. You know, he might be a crime for all I know. Anyway, check this out. Last year, right? We was saying there's one place. Oh, there's one place I was staying at. I forgot. Right there, in Congo Town. Right. It was the best place I ever stayed in Liberia. Loved it. Anyway, I was sitting on the patio. Right. And I had a full refrigerator full of beer. Right. So Richard comes over one day. Right. I said, "Hey, what's up, kid?" Right. And I was showing him pictures of Liberia from the 1970s. I said, you better vote carefully who you vote for. That was last year. So he said he's going to vote for a Buckeye. I saw him vote for Alexander Cummings, but that was before that. Anyway, we're drinking beers, right? And rule number one in America is when you get down to the last beer, you leave the last beer in there for your host, right? I look up, this motherfucker put his little black hands in my refrigerator, grabbed the last beer, and I sent my driver home. I was so fucking mad. I was like, yo, you never, but he has an alcohol problem, man. Richard, he's a good kid, but he has an alcohol problem. Last time I saw him, man, he was like, man, you've been neglecting me and blah, blah, blah. I just hugged him, said, I gave him like $20 to get home, kissed him on the cheek. I said, yo, man, I love you, man. You're like a son to me,
So dollar bill, I want you to understand this, right? For
Oh, I
me,
understand.
as a young man, right? I'm not the most handsome guy in the
Oh,
planet,
I
but
don't care how
I'm not.
handsome you are. Keep
No,
it
I'm saying this, right?
moving.
But I had some African American girls who were interested in me, right?
Yeah,
But I have
okay.
more Liberian American girls who were interested in me, right? And preferably, like I said, I'm saying this not to not to bullshit you, but to tell you, I don't like to just, especially when it comes to dating. That's an intimate relationship. I don't like to, and I'm like an old soul. So when
Okay.
I get in relationships, I'm not just getting into it for the physical part. Most of my relationship, almost all of my relationships, even when I was younger, has been quote unquote serious relationships. Most of my exes, even when I was like 17, I met their mothers. I went to their house. I spent time there. I even spent nights over at their house, and most of their mothers like me.
Mm,
I'm an African. I'm though
I know.
I've been here for a long time, but
I
really
know.
inside of me, I'm African,
I
and I wouldn't
understand.
know
And
how to
inside of me, I'm
ingratiate
French.
myself
I'm
to
French in here. I'm just French.
to other people. So
I don't know how you
that's my
feel
point.
because you're African and I'm French, so I really just don't
No, what I'm Dollar, you always want to find a reason, but there
know.
you go. You see,
I don't.
Kala is finding it
I,
different.
I don't
You
need a
know,
reason. See, listen, I understand things. See, I'm from New York, and see, New Yorkers, we're raised around everyone. So that means I've dated. I don't date white women. That's my only thing. I've dated people from Latino community. I've dated quite a few people from different islands, including Jamaica. And I understand people's cultures. And I've done this as a young person since I was 19 years old. And I've grown up with people from different countries and different cultures all of my life because I'm a New Yorker. And in New York is the most cosmopolitan place I believe on the planet. I could be wrong, but
It
as far as
is.
I know. So I don't have these issues. And see, this is what I keep talking to Brother Baruti about. See, deep down inside, you guys, you're really xenophobic and you just don't know it.
Hey,
And
Dalva, how do we deal with that, right? On one hand, what Pan Africanism comes from a cosmopolitan state,
mhm.
and then
Dollar Bill, that was just me, right? But I know a
No,
lot of young
it's not
Liberian.
just you.
Hold on. I know a lot of young Liberian kids who dated African American girls, mixed girls, and have babies with them. So it's
Mhm.
not that everybody thinks the
I
same. For
know.
me,
Just
maybe
making
you can,
baby mamas. That's a wonderful thing.
the whole
yeah.
thing is, hold on,
But for
Elvis.
me, I
Whole
just
thing
felt
is,
differently.
whole thing is, you got a lot of people basically. Now I don't even blame. I don't even blame the Africans, right? I blame the Black Americans, right, who don't understand this, right? They basically thinking that they gotta run to Africa and whatnot, and they expect that same cosmopolitan culture that they have in the Bronx or Queens or in Brooklyn and Manhattan to be in Accra, Ghana, and it doesn't work like that. They get shocked when something like that. I mean, I would completely be blindsided if let's say it'll never happen, but let's say Isabella be like family be like, okay, even though they know I'm different, whatever like that, they know I'm American, but they just accept me in my difference of what I am, you know.
Well, I
And
was
so,
accepted by everyone that I dated in their family. They knew I was different, right? They knew I
yeah,
was,
so
it
that
didn't
right there,
matter.
I don't
But I'm a
understand.
man, and it's different from a man. See, this is what I'm trying to explain.
I don't
And
understand how
this,
African culture is that weak, you know. They
it's not
can't
that
accept differences.
they cannot accept differences, and the whole thing is, see, and Elvis, I'm not trying to make you feel bad because I know I'm not making you feel bad because I believe genuinely you're a good brother. But you're like you said, you're a continental African, and you think like continental Africans think. You guys are just refused to understand something that the rest of the world knows. We're African people, right? Over 80% of our DNA is African. And the fact that we were not born in Africa does not mean Africa was not born in us. And we don't need you guys to anoint, oh, you're an African. See, you say, oh, I know you African, but then when you constantly talk to me, well, I'm an African. So there's a distinct
No,
difference.
no, no,
So
no,
what I'm
Dollar
going to
Bill.
do is, this is what I
Kala,
told
Kala
it,
just Kala just proved my point to you just now.
and so what I
He's
did,
saying there are certain ways that people do things in Africa that's different than the way African Americans do
Yeah,
things.
but
So
true. That's
but
not
I'm
a
it's a
saying
cultural
also,
difference.
Elvis is that which we call, even though I do look, I'm when I'm in Liberia in Africa, I do me. Everybody know from a mile away I'm Black American, and I'm basically the way I'm loud and stuff like that when I talk. Soon as I do go, get this dollar bill. You come to Liberia, right? Yeah. Soon as we walk in the club, man, the music is gonna change. You're gonna start. You
Yeah,
find me in the club.
I'm used to dating women from different cultures. I've been doing this since I was 19 years old, right? So I know what it's like. And most of the women that I dated, okay, were women that actually some of them came straight, I would say off the boat, right? They had never been to America, or they just probably was their first boyfriend when they came to America. So I know what it's like. I know what it's like to deal with their families.
I wish Mystic Dime could come on the panel because she's did an African guy, and I want
Right?
to know what was the
Yeah, but
difference
see,
or the challenge for her.
African guys,
And that's what we
we
was talking
we
about. The
don't have
video
a
was about an
problem.
African guy and an
Yeah, but
African
see, the whole
American
thing
girl.
is we don't have an issue. This is what I'm trying to tell you how xenophobic people are. We as African American males don't have an issue with you dating our sisters, but you guys have very bad issues. Okay, and
And
I've
also,
been
but
told this
the thing is,
before.
Dollar Bill, nobody gives a damn what Africans think. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
really,
well,
it's
see,
like,
the thing is nobody
they could be
does.
xenophobic.
But
They
if
could be
but
xenophobic all they want.
but
What are they
if
gonna do
people
about
want to have a real, see, that's why I keep telling people. They say, "Well, you really don't want peace, dollar bill," because people really don't want
Kala
peace,
just
man.
told you that his family was, reserved about him dating a
it? I'm
continental
saying,
Yeah,
African
but
hold on,
he's in
and
Africa. He's in
prefer him to date
Africa.
hold
somebody
on.
from his own
My whole
culture.
thing, my whole thing
It's
was,
human nature, Dollar Bill.
hold
It
on,
is
no,
not.
no. You know what it was? It's because the fact that she lives over there, I'm over here, and they're like, "Wouldn't you be?" I said, "Look, I said that month we spend together over there is worth 11 months over here. With somebody else. That's how much I love her. And how every second when I'm there, I'm so happy when I'm with her. It's worth it.
And that's a
And so,
beautiful thing.
and
And
so the
so
bottom
what I'm
line,
saying to you,
if
that's
somebody's gonna make
different.
me happy, I don't give a damn. Like I said, when
African American people are not. We're not up. See, we're the most unuptight people in the African diaspora. We don't have an issue. See, the whole thing is that's why when people say, "Oh, we had the word Akata and this and that," and then people try to lie about it, we don't have words for people like that. We don't have you in the African American community. You'll have people. I got a first cousin. Her father's a Jamaican. First cousin. My aunt, okay, was married and had a baby with a Jamaican guy. First cousin. I know. So it's no big deal. Though we don't get, somebody might say something like, "Oh, she's married to a coconut." You might hear something like that, but you don't hear no protest or none of this nonsense that goes on. And that happens. What she's talking about, African goddess, is in every community. Every woman who has a child okay, wants her son, okay, to be married to a woman who can competently cook and take care of her son.
Hold on. I would say
That's
like this.
universal.
I say it like
And
this.
so now you understand part of what the lady was saying in the video,
No, it's
right?
not. Hers is more
No,
than
you
that.
said that you wanted a lady would want a woman who can cook because after her sons leave her household, she wants
She
to make
said,
sure
I
that
don't
her
know
son
where
is well
that
taken
woman
care of.
comes from. You didn't hear the first part.
The
She
part that
said,
I heard
I
that was
don't know.
important
I
to
know.
her is that while she was in the
No,
kitchen, the girl never came there
no,
to
Let
ask,
me ask a question.
you know.
Hold on.
Elvis,
Did this
you
girl ever
BSing
cook
again.
for the guy? Did he ever cook for him?
She
Say that
said,
again.
yeah.
Did
She
she
said
ever?
there's more than
His
just
girlfriend ever
jollof
cook
rice.
for him?
Yeah, she cooks for him. She
Right.
cooks.
So if she cooked for him, right? Maybe she just stepped back and said, "Okay, that's your mother. She's cooking. Let me step back and whatnot." You
And that's
know?
why I say I blame the dude because
I don't blame the
any
dude,
any
man.
regular person, you call her whoever dollar bill, if you have a girlfriend or you have a fiance that you want to go and meet her dad, you're gonna ask her questions about her dad. What is her dad likes? How can I, what can I do to make sure that I get along with him?
Elvis, you
You're
skated,
gonna
bro.
ask that question. I mean, am I
Elvis,
saying something wrong?
Let me tell you something.
Am I saying
Hold up,
something
yeah.
wrong? Did you not do
hold up.
that with your wife?
Isabella's father is deceased, right? But the guy who basically her father is Uncle Charlie, right? In from Minnesota. Anyway, but I met him, and when I was like meeting her dad, you know. And so basically, you know, he met me. He's like, I heard a lot about you, but to be honest with you, man, you're taking care of her. You know, she loves you. It's none of my business and whatnot. And I said, that's cool. So I
Yeah,
basically,
but that's not the typical situation here in America, brother. You met a woman inside of Africa. Most people do not meet women, African American men who meet African women in America. That's not the same issue.
yeah, but the thing is, to be honest with you, right? In America, right? I don't think what's the necessary meeting an African woman here when you got so many. If I really want an American woman from this country, I just get an African American woman. You know,
Yeah, but
I
that's
would.
not
Is
what I'm
I
collard
saying.
is collard beans
Yeah.
xenophobic there, dollar bill?
no, I'm saying like this. I'm like this.
No,
Why
I'm
would I go
asking dollar
search
bill.
for?
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, the
Look,
Why
bottom
would I
line,
be
the
searching
bottom, the
for an
bottom line
African woman
is,
dollar bill,
here,
you
right, in
married to your
America,
own
right?
kind. You
It's
marry
like
an African
you know what it sounds like,
American woman.
Elvis, right?
So I don't know why
When
you
we
always say these
it's
things
like
that
it's
you
like
but I
expect
dated,
Africans to
it's like
marry
me going to
but
outside of their
I
culture.
dated women from the Caribbean, and I was
Yeah, but
always
you never
married
dated
to
women
one
from Africa. Why is that?
because they didn't want to marry. They didn't want to date me because I
check this
was
out.
African
Check this
American,
out. Check this out. It's
You
like
you
and
me
you
going to
because
you mentioned one woman who probably
me
didn't
going to
like you,
Africa and
and
no,
that's
pursuing.
she did
fine.
like me.
Not all the women will like you.
She
Check
did
this out.
like
It's
me.
like me
That's
going
not
to
true, dollar
Gambia.
bill. She bullshitted you. A
No,
woman, if she really likes you, she would date
she
you.
told
The
she told
only
me that
there will only be a
they're not.
fear of introducing you to
Listen,
her family. Did you
listen,
sleep with her? Did you guys go on dates
listen,
and stuff like that?
listen. I knew the girl very well. She used to work in my community. We used to interact and talk all the time. I'm telling you that she told me and one day one of her family members rolled up when we were outside having a conversation, and she told me the backlash that her family had against her. Okay, and were telling her, "Why are you talking to that African American?" They probably used the Akata word, but she didn't tell me that because she, of my feelings. But she told
Bro,
me
some Africans
there
don't
was
use
no.
the Akata word. They don't even
She,
know the word.
she wasn't South African. The South African girl was one I went to college with. The other young lady is one that I knew in my community who used to work in my community,
Where
and
is she
we kind
from?
of. She was Nigerian, and we used to like one another, and we used to have listen. If you don't believe me, I'll just go to the listen. You know what
I
I'll
didn't say I
do?
didn't believe you. I just asked you
Listen,
where
listen,
was she from? I didn't say
listen.
anything.
Listen, I get most of the 90% of the women that take care of my father in the hospital are from Africa. I will sit down and start interviewing them and bring you the interviews and let them tell me, okay, and we get into a serious conversation and I'll ask them, would you ever marry, okay, or date an African American man and why? And I'll let you tell them, I'll let them tell me from their own voice the same way that this woman told me. Okay. I know this to be a
Now
fact.
hold on. Let's be honest with ourselves, Dollar Bill. Majority African American men are not checking for African women here in America. Trust me, they're not. You know,
I didn't say the majority, but that's not the
and
problem.
majority not even hold up the good
I mean,
quality
dollar bill, you're making this into an
high
issue,
value
bro.
black men in
People
America.
who really
It
like
is.
each other, they get together, no
It
matter
is an
what. If a
issue.
man likes a
It's an
woman,
issue.
a woman
It's an
really likes
issue.
him, they get together,
It's an
regardless of the
issue.
difference.
It's an issue that people are not really being honest. You see, if people were really
I don't hear a lot
honest,
of African American men
if people,
complaining that African American
if
women are not
people,
dating them.
if people were really honest, right? about how they feel and tell people what they truly feel, not what they want us to hear. Okay, the stuff that they say to each other when they're amongst themselves, and tell the truth. See, that's one thing about African Americans, and we're maybe not the greatest people in the world, but sometimes we're just awfully honest and bluntly
Dollar bill,
honest.
it might be a you issue because you
Oh
live
no,
in
it
New
ain't a
York.
you issue.
No, you live in New York, right? Where
Yep.
it's a cosmopolitan city, and a lot of different cultures are intertwined.
Thank you,
If
business time.
I
Thank you,
live in the
business time,
Midwest.
for telling people that I'm telling the truth. People are lying in here. They're not. This is the reason I'm saying
I don't know
people are
what that person is
xenophobic.
saying.
People are
If you're saying
xenophobic.
that he can come up here and tell us, maybe he approached an African
Only
girl and
the
she told him,
African men
I
who
can't
want
date
to,
you because you're an
they
African
only
American.
date African American women, and they would not allow they would not want their sisters to marry or date African American men. And it's just a fact,
Kyla
man.
just told you that he only dates
Oh
his
man.
people, and
He says that, but
he
he's
wouldn't
married
date
to
a
a
native
African.
African. No, no,
He's
listen to
married.
what he's saying.
My point is, I'm trying to make is, if you let me finish what I'm saying, I'm saying if I live in America, right? Why would I be searching for Africa? I basically go to Liberia because I want to experience a real Liberian woman. If
But
you're in America,
everyone can't afford that. Everybody can't afford to get up and go to.
and so I didn't want to hold. I didn't want to. If I'm in America, look where I live at, right? There are no my city I live at. There are no African women here. So why would I be?
Right.
What's the chance of me meeting an
So that's what
African
I'm
woman?
saying. It depends on where you live.
Well, in
Depending on
my
where you
city,
live,
there are quite a few.
there might be a small African community there. Like here, we have a reasonably large Liberian, American community, right? Not a lot of Nigerians here in Minnesota. You'll find a lot more Nigerians in Houston, and maybe a lot less Liberians there. So it's all about where you live. And sometimes, if you live in a community where you have a lot of Africans, chances are higher you're probably going to date one of them. If you
You know
live
what
in a
it is?
place where there's not a lot of
I'm
Africans,
I'm
probably not going to
gonna have
run
to
into a
blow
lot of
you
them.
up. That's not true. You know it's not
So
true.
I mean, Dollar Bill, how
I do know
you
this.
say it's not true like
I
you
just
live
know the
It's
whole.
not
everywhere. You live in
true.
New York, bro.
It depends
You
what
You
I
don't
live
live
in New
live
in.
in the
York.
Midwest. You don't live down south. You don't live places where there are
There's
not a
a
lot of
lot of
Africans.
there's a lot of Africans in New York, and like I said, African American women will date an African, like Mystic Dime said she would, like Chantel, who dated an African. Okay, we'll do that. She have no problem doing that. It is the African woman who will not do it, and she won't do it because she's afraid of the
And
reprisal
most
of a
African women
family.
don't give a shit about what African men think. You listen to this
Oh,
thing,
that's
man.
not
Most
true.
African women don't give a shit
Not
about what
true.
African men think.
Now,
Right?
when they're in
Really.
Africa,
Look,
that's not
look,
true, Collar.
these women be knocking the African men upside the head in this country. Man. They don't give a
Collar, they
out of
do care.
control.
Listen to Collar,
Collar,
Dollar
they do
Bill.
care.
These
Listen to
women are out
Collar.
of control. These
Collar
African women
knows what he's
don't.
I
talking about.
respect Collar.
African
I
women
don't
don't
agree
care what
with
African
him.
guys
women
think.
don't
They
care
date
about
white
that shit,
guys.
I
They
Dollar
date
don't
Bill.
agree with
whoever
If
Collar.
they
color they want
like
to
a
date.
man, they're gonna go with him.
All
If they
right.
Look,
really
they
like
don't
you,
even
they're
care
gonna
about
go
no
with you.
family
It's just
history.
that
You believe
simple.
that.
If they want to give you some
Get an
bullshit excuse, they
African
probably
woman,
put it on
get an
their family.
African woman, and let a continental African woman tonight, whether it's African goddess or anyone, let them appear tonight. And if they've been and let me and tell me that. Because I don't listen to men telling me about what women do.
But I'm just telling you. I'm saying my
No, but
experience is.
you're talking about it now, and you think you know why the women won't date you.
Even your
You
boy
know,
Simply says, Collar, you definitely wrong on this one.
No,
I
I'm
know what
saying
I'm
no. My
talking
point. I'm
about.
trying. Hold up. I'm trying to
I know
point
what
is
I'm
this.
talking about.
I'm trying.
African
No,
women
hold
in
up. Look.
America.
Hold. Let me tell you something,
there are
right?
African women in
Hold
the
up.
chat. Ask them what they think
Let
about
her.
it. Let them
Let me tell you
write.
something. Let me
African
tell you
goddess is
something,
in the
right? Let me
chat.
tell you something. It takes out. If you basically understand something, right? That when it really comes down to it, right? Most people are miserable, and they don't want to see you happy, regardless. It doesn't matter if
That's
you're
not what I'm
African
talking
American.
about.
They'll
Yeah, but
find
this
some reason not to like you. You could be a Nigerian, right? And basically, if you see a Nigerian girl, you like her and whatnot, dollar bill. There's always gonna be a brother or somebody say, "Don't get with that dude," whatever. Like not because, just because people are just miserable. They don't want to see that. There was just a couple of movies,
y'all just
Hollywood
don't
movies
get
made
it.
about that. That's all it is.
You just
What
don't get
happens
it. But
is
I can't make
African
your
Americans
I
make
can't
themselves
make
a
your see.
target. Hold on,
Dollar bill, bro.
hold up. African
For every
Americans,
one African girl that tell you that, there's five others that will tell you
yeah,
that.
check this
Yeah,
out.
we can date.
Elvis, check
I
this
can be
out.
with you.
All right.
African Americans make themselves a target because they always basically make themselves vulnerable, looking for love. Other people
Carla, post the
naturally
link.
gravitate
I
towards
think
their own
we got a
people.
lady that wants to come up.
Yeah, let's get
Post
a
the link.
here because I just don't. Your
You know,
guys
so
are
the
just.
bottom line is that people, people are
I've
just
dated
miserable.
people since I
And the
was
bottom
19.
line, nobody wants to look.
That's what I'm
Nobody
telling you,
wants to
Dollar Bill.
see.
That one African girl that told you she couldn't date you because her family won't accept it. There are
I've
10,
dated
20 other
women.
African
I've
girls that
been
would tell
dating
you
women
opposite.
from various places, okay, in this world since I was 19 years
And
old.
nobody, and look, and the bottom line is this, man. Whether it's her
I know what I'm
friends, whether
talking
it's her
about.
brother, every female that I've ever been with, right? Let me tell you something, right? There's always somebody trying to find a reason why.
It's not someone. I'm talking
You
about
know,
the family. I'm not talking
yeah, the
about
family. The
someone.
family's the
I'm
same thing.
talking.
You know,
No, it's not.
the family. The family's
Family
always
means
like the
Oh,
family's always
family
is
like, you
that
means
know,
a
is that
lot.
making money.
Chantel? Is that Chantel,
Because
caller? I think
money.
that's
He's not
Chantel.
this. He's not that.
Let's hear a woman's
You know,
perspective.
that's
Yes,
the
it
whole
is,
African
honey.
American family's the
That's
same way. You
Chantel.
know,
Let's hear a
What's up,
woman's
Chantel?
perspective.
Chantel wants to speak on it.
Now,
Dollar
y'all
Bill said
know
you dated an African. I'm not sure you've ever said that.
I've
Maybe you
dated
have.
plenty
Okay.
Africans, and he is on point with it. Yes, you are correct, Dollar Bill.
Thank you, my sister. I love
Don't
you.
sit up
oh
here,
please.
Elvis. I'm gonna get on you because Kyla even lying too. Because Kyla, you know darn well it's true.
Like what? What's true? What's
I didn't
true?
dated so many African guys to I don't know. I can't even tell you. Child,
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me
I
say that. Did anybody basically tell you? And we're talking about men. Dollar Bill said men to women. He said if you're trying to date an African woman, right? And I'm saying the African women don't give a shit, you know, about what men think. African men think in this country. There's a movie called My Nigerian Nurse, right? A Nollywood movie. Watch that movie.
okay. Well,
That'll break it down. Everything I'm talking about.
let me give you a woman perspective, Kyla.
Please, Chantel.
So let's calm down. Let me give you my perspective. I was dating an African guy, and I became friends with an African lady through him going to the house for Christmas and the little holidays gatherings. Me and her became friends. She introduced me to the other African women. They told me some stories I was very surprised of how those African men get them over here and mistreat them. I was shocked.
That's what I was just
Hold
trying to
on,
tell you.
hold on.
I was trying to tell you. And
Okay, you talking
women,
over
they
me. I
come
might
into
as
they
well get
rebelling
down
against
there.
that shit.
So I mean, they didn't have women they threw out on the street. They didn't went got child support and they try to get them back. I heard some awful story, leaving them in a house and just abandoning them, just all kind of stuff. And they told me, girl, look, just foods is not based on culture. There's foods in every culture. And I learned something from that. You can never judge a person based on their race or their ethnic group, whether they're
Exactly.
good
I agree with
person.
that. I agree with.
So, anyways, they used to ask me, tell me the difference between how is it with the African American man versus the African man? They wanted to know stuff like that. They always wanted to talk about the sex part. I said, won't you
We
just
don't
go
want to hear all
try?
that.
I said, well, won't you
Speak
just
for
go out and
yourself, bro. I'm gonna let her
okay?
speak.
So
I
I
don't want to hear all this
said,
stuff. Come on.
I said, won't you just go try? And they like, oh, you know, I don't know. Like, I think they kind of afraid of African American men. They kind of afraid of them, but they do want the experience. They do. Okay, so that's what the women.
So then you disagree with Dollar Bill then, because Dollar
No,
Bill
she
said
doesn't
they don't
disagree.
want to date African
I didn't say
American
they
men.
don't want. That's not what I said. Don't lie. I did not say they don't want to date African American men. I said they are afraid of the reprisal
They
by
don't
the
give a shit about
community.
what the
Yes,
African men
they
think.
do. This
Trust me.
is not Liberia.
I ain't said they was afraid of African men. I said
I
they
They're
said
not
they're
afraid of
afraid.
African men. Trust
I
they're
me.
said
afraid
they're
of the African
afraid.
American
Yeah,
men
they're also.
approaching them and what may come
They
about.
they don't care. They walk all over
No,
Africa.
no,
She,
no,
well,
no,
you
no,
she
no. I don't
Chantel is
agree.
saying something different than what you said, Dollar
No,
Bill.
no, no. Let me just say this
And
to you.
she's had conversation with
Yeah,
African women. Come on,
hold on. Let
man.
me just say this to you. I'm not gonna tell you what my other job was, but I'm just gonna explain to you. Let's say I had a counseling job. I remember I had this job and I had this Indian. I'm gonna go back to you, Chantel. I'm sorry. I had this Indian woman come to my office one day, and she beautiful sister, and she complained about how her husband left her for a younger woman who was prettier and younger. And I was like, damn, what did she look like? Because this woman was gorgeous. And and she said she had gained some weight and she lost the weight because she wanted her husband to be with her, and how he wanted to be away from her so bad that he beat her and he bust her eardrum and all kinds of stuff. And in the end, you know what she said to me? And this is how some African women think too. Even though he abused her, even though he beat her and all of the things, she said, If he would have never divorced her and left her, she would have stayed with him. So I know people, like you said, who have been in certain relationships with certain cultures, and they might have the desire to want to be with African American men. But I know that they don't do it, okay, because they stick within their culture, one, and two, the reprisal, how they would be treated, okay, if they were dating an African American man. And Africa is different because when you go to Africa and you meet a woman, it's a come up, not a come down. When African women come to America, no matter what little they have, they feel that they're going down by dating and dealing with an African American man. Those are facts.
I may not agree with that, but I do. I think that they want the experience, but they're afraid of the African American man. He's a different kind. You know what I'm saying? The brothers is a little rough to them. They don't know. They don't know how to ride the pony. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. They're afraid to take the ride. You understand? And for the few women that I do know that dated African American men, they got played so bad, brokenhearted. I'm talking they hate African Americans now because they fell for the game, for the okie dokie. Y'all know when it comes to men, Black American men got some different kind of swag. They'll knock you off your feet with all kind of lies. Okay, and them women ain't. They not.
There you go, dollar bill. That might be your answer right
Like
there.
a villager coming to the city, you're gonna get screwed over. You know what I'm saying? If you don't be halted and take your time, and these women know that, dollar bill. They know the reputation that precede the brothers. You understand what I'm saying? So, but let me get to the women. When it comes to dating African men, it's the same thing. They have a hard time bringing African American women home to their families because their families would prefer, if you're going to date outside your race, let it be white people, baby. Don't date down. They see us as a dating down option, and that is facts right there, Elvis. Come on now, be honest.
100% correct. But they'll accept it to get them green cards. That's
right.
what it
If
is.
they can use you, they gonna use you. And they're going for the white people too, but they feel like they get
Hold up, you gotta
more.
understand something. No, you're talking about people coming from a desperate situation. That's why I don't get mad at black immigrants. They're coming from a damn desperate situation. So if they gotta do what they gotta do, it is what it is. You know, they're coming from a situation that's hopeless and everything like that. So basically, if they gotta use love, whatever the hell it is, to get over here, and
Right, because the
it's just,
African
it
brothers
is what
play
it
those
is. You know?
games too. The African brothers come with their swag. They come with they I love you, let's make a family.
Yeah,
They allow
they
for
all got
you
a
to
kingdom,
10 times
their own
men.
little kingdom or village back in
Yeah,
Nigeria, wherever the
they
hell it
will
is. They
lie
all got the
to
same.
you.
You
They
know
all
what I
got
want to do?
they all got an inheritance worth millions of dollars, and they all got this same
You
old.
know, this same issue
They,
is happening with the Somalis. You know, there's a big Somali community in America. I think it's in Minnesota, right? I think it's out in Minnesota. And the Somali women who've been treated any old way, the African American men adore them because they got long hair and these type of things. They look like more Indian and Arab than they look African.
I never thought Somali women looked pretty. So, but
Well,
Eritrean,
I'm
That's for
just
religious reasons. You can't marry a
and so
non-Muslim. It's not acceptable.
and so the Somali women are getting the drift, and they're starting to go after African American men,
oh, but no. Oh, but no.
and it's causing war within their community.
Oh, yes. I was just about to say that when it comes to Somalian men, they don't MF and play with their women stepping outside of them, baby. I don't care who they are. That's a shame when a
That's
Somali
based on religion, though, not just on race.
what?
It's
It's
based
based on
on
the
race
religion.
too.
Well, I
In
don't
the
know.
religion,
All
you're
I
not
know is
allowed to marry a non-Muslim.
they don't play with their women dating outside of them, honey. They probably even get physically abusive with that lady, threatening and stuff. Like they on some serious stuff. Somalians.
all right, Sim Police, what's going on? What's on your
Shout,
mind?
shout out, Colin, man. This is my first time calling in on your show, bro. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I hear you loud and clear, brother. What's on your
Man,
mind?
first things first, man. You know what I'm saying? I listen to your shows, man. You bring me home most of the time, man, when I'm doing my lows. You know, like, the piers and the ports in Baltimore, they striking up there, so that everything down here everything done picked up by 30%. So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm working a little later. But you know what I'm saying? So I like listening to the shows, man. But the funny thing about this conversation is that, you right now you're being absolute far as how you see a thing. And maybe it's an age thing. And then you got you got Elvira, the Lion Liberian up here, want to be absolute about everything. Like he knows everything about everything. You get what I'm saying? And then just disregarding everything Dollar Bill say. Now, you know me for a while, Carla, and one thing that always been a drawback on me.
Wait a minute, you that disrespectful clown who be calling black women huskies or something.
Husky, hyena, wig, weave, wan, wild hyena, hood rats. But you know what? Only when it's not out the blue though. If a woman is acting like a husky hyena, if she's acting like a masculine woman, that's what I'm gonna call her. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, it doesn't even come out my mouth, because even on my show and on my panel, I have plenty of women come on there. But if a woman get out of line, she doesn't get a pass because she's a woman. The same way I'll drag a dude through the mud, it's the same way I'll drag a woman for being disrespectful through the mud. I'm an equal opportunity, but you know what I'm saying? One thing I don't do, what I hear on this panel a lot, is that y'all talk over each other, and I'm a respectful guy. You get what I'm saying? You can't hear nobody's being heard when everybody's talking at the same time. So, but I'll say this right here, Carla. You know for a fact that I don't even date American women. You get what I'm saying? I don't. One of my claim to fame is that I say if she ain't foreign, she boring. I don't even entertain Black American women. And Dollar Bill is 100% correct. I would have cookouts at my house from past girls that I don't date, from Mali, from both mostly West Africa, that so the guys will be cool with me long as I'm not dating their sisters, their cousins. We always get cool after the fact. You get what I'm saying? But I don't actually date it, girl. And the last girl I dated, she was from Mali. You know what I'm saying? And then she had to get into a fight with her cousin, because she was dating an American guy. You get what I'm saying? Because he wanted her to date somebody else that he knew. Every single and this is not just one off. This because I date at least, and I go through at least 3 or 4 African women a year, at least 3 or 4, and this has been going on for the last 10 years. Kyla, every single African girl I have dated with, her family, even she told me that they didn't want me. They didn't want me dating. Even though I was nice to her, even though I had my own business, I had my own house, had my own car, it was always an issue. You get what I'm saying? That when she went back home, or when they had a family gathering, it was a topic of discussion, and they would always vent it. It was not one. It never happened. Now, I'm not telling you that when I was in front of them, that they said anything, because I'm like you, Carla. I'm 6'3", 275 pounds. You get what I'm saying? So ain't nobody gonna really step to me like that, because just by the way I talk, you can tell I ain't no sucker by the way I talk. So they approach me different. I'm the type of guy, if you be nice to me, I'll be nice to you. I'll be even more nice to you. But any type of slick talk or any type of way, I'll fight everybody in the house, even the cat can get it. But what I'm saying is though, even though I treated her with so much respect or whatever, it was always an issue. And every single one of them always tried to get the girl to push me. If my last girl that stayed with me, it was always her family trying to push her to let other people come stay with us. That happened with almost every single relationship. And it was a test. And that what my last girl told me. She said that they knew that you didn't want to let family come and live with you. You know what I'm saying? They said, but they tried to use that to say like, look, he's American. You know what I'm saying? He's for himself. They're selfish people. You get what I'm saying? Every last one of them said that. It didn't matter how nice I was. You get what I'm saying? That's just the reality. Dollar Bill is 100% correct. Now, after the fact, after I don't date them no more, the cousins, I see them somewhere, because I still hang out in those same places in Atlanta. The guys are cool. They'll come over to the house. When I throw cookouts, they will come over there and buy food, buy drinks, bring their American girls. I have no problem with that. You get what I'm saying? Because black American men have no problem with them. You know what I'm saying? Because they know the way I am. They know that I don't date American women. So they have no problem with that. But when the shoe is on the other foot, they definitely have a problem with that. And then the strangest thing is that because even though I'm not with their cousins or whoever no more, they'll have a problem. They'll be like, man, you know what? You way cooler now, man. I didn't even know you was like that. They didn't even want to get to know how I was when I was dealing with their sister, their cousin. You know what I'm saying? Family, third or fourth down the line. They didn't want to know me. You get what I'm saying? But after we're not longer together, then when they get to know me as a person, be like, okay, he's a cool guy. We vibe over here. Because I can't cook, Carla. And most of them cook. They have girls over that can cook. So I'm like, shit, crank up the grill. You know what I'm saying? I'm packing up my lunches. You know what I'm saying? My little meal preps. I love it when they come over. But it's only as a friend. They don't see me. They don't see Black American men as far as dating or marrying their sisters like that. But they'll be cool with you. The same way you let them jump on your panel up here and come on here and they play that cool role. But all they doing is come up here soaking up game. You get what I'm saying? Because you're not even accepted on their platforms like that. Colin, I go on there, I listen to them. You're not accepted like that, but we accept them on our platform. So they sit around, they snake around, you know what I'm saying, and they soak up game, and then they come in and they throw jabs whenever chance they get. You get what I'm saying? Because they're not for us. When you come, you know I done been to Africa a few times myself. When the immigrant comes to America, they don't give a fuck about black people. They don't give a fuck if all the black people die. They don't got their little slice of the American pie. They get their benefits. You know what I'm saying? So they have no cart to push as far as American issues. They think black Americans should just shut the fuck up because of where they come from. So it's almost like I heard a guy on your platform say one time, even the slums in America have running water, AC and heat. You know what I'm saying? Even if you stay in the projects in America, you still get a free refrigerator and a stove. You don't get that in Africa at all. So when they come over here and and that's why most of them become Democrats, because that the Democrats promote, I'll give you something. They know where they come from. You got to work for everything you get. It's no handouts. It's no social nets. It's no type of safety nets financial. You get what I'm saying? But I'll pass the mic.
Thank you. I want to agree with you on that one thing, that I do think you guys, Elvis, are very xenophobic. I don't think it's xenophobic. I think you guys are extremely tribal back home. So when you come here, you carry that here, and it comes off to us as you don't like us. You know what I'm saying? Pass the mic.
Kala, I put in a little video here. I hope it's not long.
You can't pull it up?
No, I'm not gonna. I just put it in the private chat.
You're gonna make me work.
But you don't call.
I'm sorry, Kala. I don't mean to make you angry with me, bro.
No, I'm saying you make me work.
But Chantel, all the African guys that you dated, you think they don't like you? You think they're tribalists?
Yeah. No. Okay, let me be right. All right. Okay. It's the same thing when we're talking about white people. We're not speaking about. We know there's good white people, bad white people. Good. There's good and bad in every race. Okay, and every ethnic group. So the guys I dated, to me, I don't know. I never went long term with them, so I don't know their motive. You know what I'm saying? Because I never hung in there with too many people long term. But for my friends, I have a lot of friends who married them and stuff like that. The stories are not good. Okay, the stories is like she finds out this man ain't who he say he is. His whole documents is a scam. The other one, he met a 17-year-old girl, 34, and popped her up with babies and stuff, collected her off the street.
All right, video's about to start, folks.
Oh my.
On why a lot of African people don't really date Black American people. Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
However, I would like to hear what the people in the comment sections will say, especially our brothers and sisters there outside of Africa.
Yeah.
I think they will be liking to hear what African ladies have to say. And of course, a lot of our brothers and sisters on the continent, we would like to hear from you as well as
In the
we share.
comments.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what
People want to ask what happened to
number
Million
one
Man March?
reason of
What happened to the
why
movement, man? Social
Africans
media.
would not want to date
Social media
African
gave
Americans
people a chance to really, accurate or inaccurate,
I
right?
look
You know, we're seeing a side to each other we don't like,
coming from Uganda,
and that's I think it'll
as
probably be
an
another 100
African
years
girl,
before we come back
born here,
together,
raised here,
if it's ever going to happen.
I would think that African Americans, they don't have kind of the same values that we have.
Yeah.
When it
Now,
comes
what
to
gets me is,
relationships, when it
okay,
comes to marriage,
okay,
we
check this
protect
out.
each other. I
When
think
people say stuff like this, generalizations, African Americans don't have the same values we have. How in the world, right? When we got all these people out here, how can that fly? Where do these people get that from? Where did they get that from? Where did they get that from?
Well,
That African Americans don't have
it's
that.
their perception, and so
Yeah, but
people's
where does
perception.
it come from?
Well, it comes, like you said, from social media. It comes from movies, right? And
Right.
so people's perception becomes their reality, right? So
Right. So in other words, what you're saying, Dollar Bill, is over
Mhm.
the last, let's say, 30 years since the Million March, them basically we thought we was having a come up when all these movies start being financed for black content and all these rappers start getting millions of dollars, these videos start popping in place. It did absolutely nothing to shape our image before the Million March was much more positive, right?
Right.
Remember something? You had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and you had the Cosby Show. That was going throughout the world. I remember I went on a Christian date, not Christian date, but a Christian group with this Romanian girl. I was like supposed to be like her date, whatever, like that. It was a Romanian chick. And I asked her, how do you know so much about Black America? Why do you like Black men? She goes, oh, we used to love the Cosby Show in a different world. That was her perception of Black America. She goes, you guys, everything you guys do, we went through a lot of friggin' struggle and stuff like that, but we like the Cosby Show. They like Good Times and everything like that. So basically, like this. So fast forward now, that was back in '99.
Right.
Fast forward now, the perception globally of Black America is what? Rap videos, gangster
Right.
stuff, and stuff like that.
Facts.
So it's changed. So the bottom line, so all this stuff you see now, when people say, Kala, you should, this girl, some light-skinned, crazy mulatto chick is out here now telling black men, y'all wrong for not supporting Diddy. I'm like, mother F Diddy. How about that? I don't give a fuck.
When I first started encountering at work in 1989, I was having these conversations with some Nigerian brothers. And so they actually came here at a time when things were positive. But when they came here, right, one of their responses to me was, I thought everybody was black, live like they live in the magazines, like the black magazines. I thought,
well, yeah, Ebony Magazine.
Ebony Magazine. So when they came here and they saw poverty, and they came during the crack epidemic, and they saw what was going on, how our community was being ravished, that meant like, oh man, these people are not who I thought they were, right? So you're seeing what happened during one of the decline periods. Okay, so we talked about the 70s and how positive the 70s were, and how black people were owning this and that, they had their own radio station, they had their own communication, they had the television stations, right? And so white people decided to break that up, right? They said they're going to break up the monopoly. And so we lost a lot of those radio stations. And then you got the emergence of people like Rupert Murdoch, who owned Fox 5, right?
Yep.
So when I talked to people about that, he was like the Citizen Kane. Okay, Citizen Kane was a guy like in the 40s or the 50s who decided to buy up all of the stations. So Rupert Murdoch, okay, coming from Australia, this racist cracker, came to America, and because of the policies and procedures that happened in America, okay, he benefited, and he started buying up all of these stations. And why did the stations sell to him? Because the white advertisers, decided that they weren't going to back African American stuff because just like this new program now, they're talking about not wanting us to teach, um, African American culture in the schools, right? They were upset and angry because you had people like GBE, the Global Black Experience, and Leonard Jeffries down, in City College, who was denied tenure because he was teaching black studies and upholding black people and lifting black people up. The white people decided we're not going to get those advertisers anymore. Like you said, they could have went to Ebony and Jet magazine. They chose to choke those people off. That's why the magazines went under, because they chose to choke them out of advertising and not allow them to get those advertising monies because they were
And
doing.
then they created their own alternative, like Vibe and Source. They created their own alternative.
Yeah, so they
magazines.
allow smut to be put on the airways by because when
Smut
black
magazines.
people, when black people refuse, like when Motown looked down on rap music, then they had to go to the Jimmy Iovine's and those type of people in the world to pump and promote. And we've seen now what happened in rap music, how it's been bastardized and weaponized.
Culture to an industry.
Right? So this is what I'm trying to explain to people. And I want people to try to be honest. It's not the fact, and I don't want you to take this personal because this is not your personal thing. What I'm talking about is in our communities, just like Chantel said, they're considered to be a step down. They could be poor and broke, come from a village and don't have anything.
When they're shit like Zongo,
right?
At the same time,
come from a little spot like Zongo, but they'll look down on you because in their mind, you don't have any culture.
Right.
You're nothing and a no person. And so why would they want you to get married? If you're going to marry an American, marry a white person.
Right.
They're the real Americans. You're a third-class citizen. Why would I come in? Doesn't matter how poor they are, they'll look down on you and is xenophobic about you. And then when you point out the case, the first thing they'll say is, well, we married black women. Yeah, you married black women, but you don't really marry them. And if you marry them for 4 or 5 years to get your green card, and then you drop them like a hot potato and leave a bunch of kids without a daddy. Tell the truth. Everybody's not like Chuco.
Dollar Bill.
Yes, sir.
Hell no.
Heck of Johnson, man.
That is too extreme.
But that's what happens in the community.
Some veritable frauds, yeah, but it's not as extreme as you make it.
Oh man, let me tell you something. I tell you what, I can know one person in the black community who's married somebody.
Dollar Bill, you're a grief chaser, bro. You're always chasing.
I'm telling the truth. You just want to lie and not tell the truth. That's why you didn't go and get an African American woman, because you
no, because I wanted to marry within my culture. You married an African American woman because you wanted to stay in your culture. So don't be talking shit like you marry outside of your culture. What are you saying?
You came here at a young enough age for you to assimilate to marry any woman that you wanted to marry.
And I chose to marry an African woman. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, Dollar Bill?
You know why? Because you wanted to continue on your stuff. Like
there's nothing wrong with that.
Like you couldn't teach that. Like you couldn't taught an African American.
Dollar Bill, you wanted me to marry an African American woman? Is that what you wanted?
I don't care who you marry.
Okay, then. So why are you making it an issue?
I'm just. The issue is people do things for a specific
Most
reason.
people marry within their own ethnic or their own racial group.
Black people,
and that's what happened. You marry within your racial group, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Because
you said it. You said it.
How do you know that?
You said it.
You don't
Dollar Bill, they trying not to understand what you're saying. That's all that it is.
So they from the Barbados, man. So what's up with
that? So if they don't have the experience, they speak. Some people speak in exact. You get what I'm saying? But I'm a black American that don't deal with nothing but foreign black women. So it's
from Barbados?
Who?
Carla, you say you from Barbados?
No, you listen carefully. I said my uncle, my marriage is from Barbados.
Oh, okay.
Don't say that.
Hey, Carla. Hey, Carla, Carla, you know the funny thing, Carla, is that as black American men, we don't have no problem with the way that the gender war is going on in the black, I mean, it's playing out right now in politics. You see it, and it's been going on for the last 8 years, strong. It is only getting stronger, right? But at the end of the day, Black American men, since there's a gender war going on, they don't even have anything to say about what go on with Black women. So you got most Black women, since it's a war between Black men and Black women, if a Black man saw a Black woman get into it with another race of man or whatever, Black man won't even say anything. Won't even say anything because most Black men know. I stay in Atlanta, bro. It's Chocolate City down here, and we know that it's so much venom towards each other to the point
Jonathan,
that
I'm sure you would stand up for yourself.
with any situation is that when venom is spit, you know what I'm saying? When somebody tell you that they don't need you, when you got Black women saying they don't need Black men, or Black men need to shut up and get in line, then you got Black men saying, well, fuck y'all, you know, all y'all just put on child support. So both, but it's rhetoric, it's venom on both sides. I'm not gonna even sit up here.
I live in Atlanta too.
Nah, hold on.
Hold on for a second. Let me finish my last statement.
They don't go down like that in Atlanta.
But Chantel, you said what now, Miss Chantel?
That don't go down like that in Atlanta.
Chantel, I'm born and raised in that. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, and they have these things every week. No, Miss Chantel, you know what? It's funny that I understand what Carla and Dollar Bills when they was talking about Harlem the other night, and people was trying to tell them that what Harlem wasn't what. It just shocks me because I'm born and raised in Atlanta. You get what I'm saying? I have business in Atlanta, no pimping, and it shocks me when people don't say the gender war is real strong in Atlanta. It's strong in all of the major chocolate cities.
Are you saying that if you seen white people beating on? Just a second, please.
I'm saying, John, let me. That's why I'm finna finish saying what I'm saying. I'm saying that the way that it is now, with it's so much venom, you get what I'm saying, against Black men and Black women. That far as we talking about for social media, we talking about child support, we talking about just basically the rhetoric. It's so bad that if a Black man saw a Black woman, not the point, we be real specific now. We ain't talking about nobody just jumping on somebody, but we saw a Black man, a Black woman with a white dude, and they came together, and then you see them arguing or something. Black men would not even step in the way. They'll be like, she got what she deserved.
Arguing or the white dudes putting their hands on it?
It doesn't matter what's going on. Black men will not step in.
So, like, guys, I just wanted to.
I hope that ain't true.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true, and I don't know where you at, my brother, but that's how it. Why do you think right now with the temperature? Why you think right now with the temperature of the landscape? Hold on, gentlemen. Let me say this real quick. Why do you think with the landscape right now that Black men finally get a chance? They ain't been talking. That's what me, Carla, and you know what I'm saying, all these other brothers been coming on the platform, been saying that right now Black women has the loudest voice. I'm one of the person that admit that, because Black women have the loudest voice. Black men ain't been speaking. But in the last 8 years, only thing Black women been talking about is how they don't need men, how they hate men, toxic masculinity, all this shit about Black men, and which is fine, because I understand that Black women gets the better job. They get the most jobs, the most cushiony jobs, and whatever. But what I'm saying is that when the Democratic platform and these business, when they talk, they don't talk to Black men. They talk to Black women. So now you got right now in the last 23 days of election, they want to start talking about black men, but they don't talk. They don't talk about Black men. Even when you see the Black women that go on the news channel, they don't talk. They don't talk. They talk to women. They say that the women save this. Women, they don't use men. All they tell Black men. Matter of fact, they took a Black woman off of MSNBC because she said that Black men need to shut up and get in line and do what Black women tell them.
Sir, all the women rights in this country, you know who led those women rights? White women, sir.
I agree with that.
1 second, sir. I
agree with that.
Do you know who basically running this country, sir? White women, sir. Wake up.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna go for that one. Yeah, that ain't true.
All of
No,
that is white
Chantel.
Yeah,
women.
that ain't
sir.
true.
That is white women. Okay,
That
go
ain't
ahead.
nowhere near
no.
true.
All the
Good
rights.
Lord.
We
Name
can't
me
just
a
be
right
making up
that was
shit.
pushed.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can't be
hold on a
making up
second.
stuff like that.
Y'all
You was
overtalking me.
cooking the first half,
Hold on a
but not the
second.
second half.
You're over talking me. Hold on a second. Name me a law or something that black women pushed and it became so. And then tell me all the rest of the laws that white women pushed and it
There's not
became
there's
so.
not many white women in the Congress and
Yeah.
in the Senate. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Sir, all the laws established around this, that white women suffrage, all that come from white women, sir.
No, it's actually men that
Wait,
passed women.
I got a
No,
question.
the women
I got
had
a
groups
question.
No, it
and
was
then
women marched, men
Chantel,
passed
no,
the law.
sir. Ain't no men say I'm gonna give
Chantel,
women jobs. That was white women,
Chantel,
and they
Yeah,
had men
Chantel.
to
yeah,
represent.
okay.
Can you
Hold
name
on
Yeah,
one
Can you
okay.
second.
name one law
Y'all
that
are
white women
overtalking
have
me.
The
got passed?
Y'all
Carnegies,
wait a minute.
the
You're
Carnegies, the
overtalking me.
Rockefellers, they were all women,
You're
right?
over talking me.
Well, you sound stupid though. You
But
know,
but
the
still let
Carnegies,
me get my
the
point out.
Rockefellers, they're
You're
all women, right?
overtalking me.
And they gave
Yeah,
themselves
man.
jobs.
Man,
You're
Colin, man,
over.
you gotta take it
Are
easy
you
on our
guys not
sister
gonna let me
Chantel.
speak?
Take it easy on her.
It don't matter if I sound stupid. Your friend sounded stupid too, and you say stupid things.
No, I'm just saying, but
Okay,
that was really
so
stupid saying that women. You're one of these feminists,
you're
man.
still
Bottom
not
line
letting me
is,
make my
You can
point,
hear it.
sir.
better off just getting back in the kitchen and
Let me
That's
make my point.
making some ass
So
sandwich.
when women wanted to work, sir, they started that movement. They needed a man to represent their movement. Sir, when women wanted to go out and do whatever, they always started the establishment and they had to get men, sir, to represent that and push their movement, sir. It wasn't men just sitting around saying, we're going to give women jobs now. We're going to give women equal wages now. We gonna let women
Well,
run
men
this
could have
now.
said, something,
No,
screw y'all, get back in the kitchen, but they didn't.
but be honest about that. That wasn't men's idea. That was women fighting
If
for
men
that,
didn't want to give women
and it
those
was
rights, it
white
would never
women.
happen.
Yeah.
It was white women.
Hey, Carla, you remember we was having this conversation? We were talking about the laws in New York, and I was on there saying that I don't blame women. I blame men, white men, for making those laws in New York that a woman can
Exactly.
come up and sue them and take everything they got after 60, 80 years. That was a
Let me tell
law
you
that men put in there. You get what I'm
Let me tell
saying?
you about
Like
simply.
sometimes
You know what the problem is?
hold on, this last point, Colin. Men pander to women so much that they'll pander to their
Thank
demise.
you.
And one thing that women is smart about, they'll sit up there and sit up under you like a snake while you be like, yeah, put it in law. Yeah, put this in place. Protect all women, believe
And that's
all
what
women.
happened.
And then they'll take those same laws and have you up in court.
Thank
You
you.
get what I'm saying?
You
And
made
then
my
taking
point.
everything you got. Now, one thing that I agree with her when she say that women are pushing it, because at least they stick together. When these men, these sugar boys, these mama boys, they'll sit up there and listen to them, but they don't even understand the power, because they don't even understand, like, you can
The
be in the
power of the
Senate and don't
pussy.
understand the
Right.
power of the pen. But
The
one thing
power of the
women
pussy, you
understand is
mean.
the power of the pen. And so it's
Not the
men's
power of
fault.
the
So I
pussy.
agree with her about them pushing it, but it still takes a man to lead it. So by definition, Miss Chantel, women don't run anything. Women push things, push legislation, but it's that it takes the men to put it into law. You know what I'm saying? Because women
Girl.
don't build nothing, they tear
Honey,
it down. It ain't now building,
there's
it
a
ain't
saying,
now
sir.
skyscraper, it ain't now automobile dealer, it ain't now sewage company that women run. Or
Okay,
women,
there's a saying,
Yeah.
sir.
so what I'm
There,
saying is that, see,
oh
you
my
saying
goodness.
people was over talking you, now you over talking
You
me. So
talking too
give
long.
me that same respect that you want. What I'm saying is that everything that runs this society, men create it and men run it. You get what I'm saying? But they let women talk because for whatever reason, men don't know how to combat women just on an intellectual level when they're going back and forth. So they let women talk. So now you got these laws in effect that
This
women use
ridiculous.
to let a man build up a business for 20, 30 years. And she come in there and just make the accusation, Carla. Just make the accusation,
like
Dollar.
Dr.
Just
Dre's
make the
wife.
accusation, Jonathan, and your whole business will be destroyed. And
All
that's
right,
something that men put in
that's
place.
called the power of the pussy. Okay, sir, stop
Ain't
whining.
all pussy in the world.
Did she
You
say
telling
the
me,
B
you
word?
telling me,
Pussy power, sir.
Did you
Dr.
say the
Dre's
B
We
wife
don't
word,
have no
deserves.
pussy,
Chantel?
so
Hold,
stop
Dr. Dre's,
crying.
Chantel,
Oh
hold,
my
Dr.
goodness,
Dre's
Chantel,
wife.
It's
Chantel.
called
Her
pussy
pussy
power.
deserves a
Oh
half
my
a billion dollars
goodness.
for what?
Pussy
That
power
must be
runs
real
the
good.
world, sir. Pussy
A half a
power
billion
runs
dollars.
the
Okay,
world.
yeah, she's worth
Admit it.
all that.
Admit that.
It
Now
must be
y'all
some
gonna
good
sit up here and
stuff.
say
I
pussy
don't
power
want
don't
nothing
run the
that good.
world?
That
No,
is a half a
Yes, it
billion dollars.
it
does.
don't.
not no
That's
half
why
a
women
billion
can
dollars,
stand
bro.
up and
Not
accuse
really.
anybody these days because pussy run the world. Stop it.
No, Paul, yeah,
Chantel,
you keep thinking
Chantel,
that.
She's telling
Keep
the
thinking
truth
that.
you,
about that, though. She's telling
Chantel,
the
do you
I
truth.
think
don't know
Roe
why
v.
y'all sit
Wade
up here
being
lying. It
overturned?
really does.
Chantel, you right about that.
Thank
They don't
you.
want to
Thank
tell the
you.
truth about
I
that.
All right, no,
know.
no, yeah,
They
no,
don't
no.
want to.
They in the days, pussy
Chantel,
days.
I got Chantel.
Yeah.
Chantel, you're absolutely right. All of the books
Yes.
talk about that. How the woman, how the courtesan has more power than all the men in the court.
And there's a
Let
Hold on,
saying. There's a
bottom line.
saying
Hold on, let me
about a
say this.
president.
Oh, let
There's
me
a
say this.
saying
Let me
about a
say this. You know
president.
what the problem
His
is?
wife could.
Hold
His
on.
wife
It's that
tells him
women
what to
control
do.
beta males, right? And the beta males are what sign into law to
Yep.
basically give women alimony, and they cripple men. Why? Because let me tell you how it really works. Let me tell you something. It's been like that since Roman times, ancient Greek times. The biggest threat to the male power structure is other men, right? How do you cripple other men? But the Romans did the same thing. They empowered women. When they conquered different kingdoms and territories, what they do, they invite the women to the courthouses, give them privilege and stuff like that. And then the women go back and tell the men, why don't you guys be like the Romans? You know?
And I say this, that's an urban myth. The truth is that the Romans had no dealing with women at all. In
Yeah, but
fact,
no. I've
they
studied.
only
No,
like
that was
men.
the old Roman. I'm talking about the Eastern Roman Empire.
That was Bill crazy. He said they
Yeah,
all like
they
men.
only like men. And in fact, the women, in fact, they were all homosexuals.
No,
And the
that's
women,
urban myth.
the
That's urban
women,
myth.
the
Come on,
women,
come on,
the
Dollar Bill,
women,
man. Come on.
the women had to run off to a little island by themselves, and the island was called Lesbos. Look it up.
That's
Look it
urban
up.
myth. Come
I
on,
know what
Dollar
I'm
Bill,
talking
man.
about. They
Come on,
Hey,
Dollar
that's your
Bill.
boy from New York, Colin. That's your
telling
boy
the
from New
truth
York,
about it.
man.
That's 120 Feet Street stuff. I've
No,
ever
that's
heard it.
exactly what happened.
I
Look
would
up
say
the
this.
island of Lesbos.
I would say this,
Let
right?
me tell
I
you.
don't.
Excuse
Let,
me,
let,
man. Hold on a second, man. Hold on for you you sellout say something. Men talking here, boy. So sit back and relax. The fact is that these men in these men town, they didn't like women at all. That's why Michelangelo and all these people had David, okay, showing pictures. They don't have pictures of women. They have pictures of
Man, there's
men.
all kinds of pictures of Roman women, sculptures and whatnot. What are you
Man, they
talking about,
only
man?
use
My
women.
first nude statue was a
They
friggin'
only
Roman
use
statue, you
women
know?
to procreate. That Julius
Yo,
Caesar and
they used
all
to
of
have
Your
them were
first,
I
homos.
your
guess you never
first
heard
new
of Roman
statue was a
orgies,
white
right?
woman, Collar.
I guess you never heard of Roman orgies.
Yeah, they had
Oh,
orgies, but
oh, Collar.
they was
The
fudge packing.
bottom line, all that's urban
That's
myth,
what they
man. The
was doing.
bottom
Was
line is
having
this.
the orgies.
Yeah, but
That's
Kyle, I
urban
wanted to
myth.
say like I wanted to just a brief like statement. Like I think the only like power kind of like stems on like scarcity. If there isn't much women within that society, then they will have that power. But I mean, if you don't have to really rely on the women in your country, you can go to other countries.
Study
Then they don't.
Constantine. The
Yeah, they
time of
don't really have the
Constantine.
power that they possess, right? I mean, it just depends on the kind of man. If men that do have access to
Exactly. Ever
women,
since
women
the
can
Roman
control them.
Augustus Caesar was a famous Roman. Why? Because he had this thing called the Pax Romano. That means the era of peace. He was shared with the public and everything. During that time period, right, women in Roman society had as much power as men did. You know, because they knew how to manipulate men and stuff like that, send them off to war. A lot of wars are fought simply because of women manipulating people like Julius Caesar and stuff
Okay,
like that. And
but
so, like
the
I said,
reason,
the Eastern Roman Empire happened, right? When they conquered the areas of the not the Gauls, the Goths,
The
excuse me,
Goths, the Goths.
the Goths. You know, they
Uh-huh.
basically the Romans went to the Goth women and said, invited them, and sometimes women were peasants. They never know nothing but a hard life. So when they started building palaces, they would invite women up there, and they started being around the splendor. Same thing happens in America right now. Like I've seen it happen when I used to go down to Teddy Riley's studio. You take a girl from the projects, right, and you bring her around all that money and stuff like that, right? Money and power and guys with Bugattis and everything like that. You think she's gonna? What do you think she's gonna go back to the hood and think about the guy that's working at UPS driving a Honda Excel. What do you think?
Her whole
Those are just
loyalty shifts.
there was
Yeah,
just some
that's what I'm saying.
shrewd.
That's
They were
reality.
just some shrewd homos who knew how to manipulate women.
I don't believe in all that, man.
Yeah, but
I do.
I just
do.
want to
Rome conquered the world. You know, I'll never
They
believe
were
no
some
gays
shrewd
conquered the
homos.
world, man. Come on,
Yeah,
Yeah.
believe it or
Alabama,
not.
just
that's right.
It's
my
true,
guys,
That's why
Carla. Gays conquered the
you
world.
have.
No,
That's
I
why
know.
you
There's
have
no way in the
trans
world. The Romans had
Carla, Carla. The
Rome
Bible that
ruled the
most
world.
people
Rome
read
just ruled the
was
world.
authorized and
The
described
bottom
by a
line is
faggot.
that's a bunch of nonsense
what?
right now. You know, Rome
Say
ruled the
something.
King
world.
James was a faggot.
Let me tell you
I'm
something.
saying,
I don't know
who was
about
Let me
King
tell you
James?
but I
something.
can tell you they got
Jonathan,
trannies for a
who was
reason
King
because
James?
they know
You heard of the
pussy.
King James Bible?
Hold on. What
James
year
He
did
was
he
a
live?
faggot.
He was a
Jonathan. What year
homosexual.
did he live?
He was a faggot.
No, hold on.
I
What
don't
year
care
did he
about
live?
enough to know what year he lived.
Hold
I
on.
know he was a
That's what I say.
faggot.
You don't know much about anything, do you? What year did he live?
Carla, are you saying that he
What year?
wasn't a
Hold on.
faggot?
No, don't go
Carla, are
Colin.
you saying that he
Hold on.
wasn't a
What year?
faggot?
Hold on. What
Well,
year
how
did
do
he
you know
live?
that, Jonathan?
What year did he live? You don't know, do you? You try to Google
oh,
it now.
who's playing the
Somebody who
I
just rode by me
you
on a
don't know what you're talking
bicycle.
about. You
oh
talk
Carla,
Carla,
about you.
Carla,
Carla,
what is this?
Carla,
A trivia
unfortunately,
show? This is not a
Carla,
trivia show, Carla. Come
unfortunately,
on, man.
Carla,
The bottom line is,
unfortunately,
when people
I
say
don't
stuff,
care
they got to
enough
be able to
about
back it
him
up.
to want to know when
Oh,
he
well,
was
when you
born,
say
when he
stuff, you got to be able to
died.
back it up. I don't
I
care.
just
It
know
could
he
be
was a
look.
faggot.
It could be true, but the bottom line is, I'm saying like
It's
you got to
documented in
substantiate what
history,
you're saying. Because
Carla.
I don't look.
It's not a could
I don't
be.
believe nothing that comes out of niggas' mouth. You know, nothing.
yeah.
You know, I'm
But
gonna
guys,
be
like
honest with you. I
I
don't.
wanted to the reason
I
why
listen to
actually
niggas for 35 years, and I'm done with it.
It's sellout
I mean
time. Let's go. Let's go for sellout
Yep.
time.
That's
Sorry.
why you have
Sellout time.
beautiful trannies
Well,
in
I'm
It's
there.
Man,
saying,
Dollar
on.
Bill,
I'm
leave
saying,
Django alone, man. Let the
I am
man
not
speak,
listening.
man.
I'm not listening to fucking nigga babble no more and whatnot. You
It's
know,
on
bottom line,
sellout time.
Carla,
Carla,
you
let
was
the man speak,
Carla,
Carla.
you
Stop
was the
getting
babble,
most
butter.
loaded
niggas
nigga
I mean,
babble
babble
about
ever.
shit they never read, never picked up a
I
book,
mean,
never did nothing, never did no research, no nothing.
yeah.
It's
Carla,
sellout
what
They
year
time.
was?
just
Hold on,
spewing out. They
hold
just
up, hold up, hold
spewing
up.
out rhetoric with
Carla,
no facts, bro.
No facts
Carla,
and no read, no nothing on
Carla,
that. You
what
know,
year was
goddamn.
King James born?
Oh, no, you brought in King James. It's up to you to
What
say.
year was
I'm
he
not gonna tell
born?
you that. I'm not gonna tell you that. I'm not gonna
Nigga,
tell
you
you.
don't know either.
Oh, hold on. Do you know King James and William Shakespeare was the same person? You probably didn't even know that.
That could
Man,
be argumented.
this is not a trivia show,
You
man.
don't even know that.
We're
You
not
know,
here asking trivia questions,
Jonathan
man. Let's
doesn't
leave
even know
that
what he's
shit and
talking
move
about.
on.
He never read. Have you ever read Shakespeare?
Wait,
No.
Carla, I got
Jonathan,
another question.
have you ever read Shakespeare?
Carla, what year did you found the
Hold on. Have
BAO?
you ever read Shakespeare?
What year did fuck Shakespeare? What year did you found the BAO?
Mama never read a book. How you gonna know about
What
life
year?
and things
What
like that if you
year
never
did
read
you
Shakespeare?
found the BAO? I want to
I'm
see. You
saying,
might know about all of these white
hold on.
people, but don't know the shit
You
about
brought up
your own
King
self.
James. You can't
This
say
starting to
anything like
bother
that.
me.
And you don't even know that William Shakespeare was actually King
Carla,
James.
you brought up
Wrote the King James Bible.
the
And there was
Million
no
Man
King
March,
James.
and you
There was
wasn't
no King
inspired to
James,
do shit
jackass.
after
No,
going to the march, Carla.
there was no hope. There was no damn King James. You know?
There was no King James.
No.
You
Oh
went to the
Lord,
Million Man March?
So like I
No,
was
we
like,
had a local organizing
can I
committee.
can,
We had
he didn't
watched it
go.
on
He didn't
satellite
go.
TV.
guys,
He
We
didn't
watched
go.
it on satellite
can I
TV
give
and all.
my viewpoints too regarding like the earlier conversation you
It's
had,
sellout
right?
time.
No,
Right?
we don't want to listen to you,
It's
Oh,
Zongo.
sellout time.
man.
Here
The
comes
We don't
audience are
listen to
Zongo.
listening.
niggas from. We don't listen to niggas from Ghana.
The
It's
audience are
sellout
listening,
time.
man.
Let's
The
All
listen
right,
to
audience.
let Zongo
Zongo.
talk, folks. Let him talk.
Uh,
Let him say
Yeah,
what he
let him
has to
see,
talk.
say.
like,
That's some
Sellout
of that
time.
Oxford Street babble.
but
Go ahead,
guys,
Zongo. Babble
you
on.
got you got to understand that Africans are not like a monolith, right? Like they come from different ethnic groups in different countries, right? There's a lot of like
Really?
some. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. A lot of them in America, some of them have like, like the ethnic groups are very larger compared to others, right? I mean, all of them do not like things the same. Like there are some Africans that want to stick to their own cultural groups. There are some that
Why don't they
even
stay in their own country then?
let me finish. Let me finish. I said some. I'm not done. Let me finish my statement. There are
No,
some.
Zongo, you don't need to finish. You just came up here and said the most obvious shit ever.
Let me finish.
Africans are not a monolith. No shit, nigga.
Wait.
How
There
do
are
That's
we
what you
get
some.
here?
came up here to
Let me
say.
let me finish. There are some
No, we
that
don't
would
need it. You
want.
don't need to finish. You don't need to finish. That was so damn easy. That was so common sense, nigga.
There are some that want to stick to their own groups. There are some that want to marry among other ethnic groups, and there are
No
some.
shit, nigga. You.
Well, let me finish. There are some
There are
that
some people
also,
that want to stay in Ghana. Some people want to get the fuck out, like you.
and
There's
there are
some people
some.
that hold on to their cultural traditions,
Yeah,
and
let
there's
him
some
speak.
people that
Let
drop
him
their
speak.
shit, like you,
Let
nigga.
him, let him, let him
and
speak,
Don't
there's
tell
man.
us the
some
obvious.
and there's some that have no issue even marrying like black people in America.
Oh,
So like the
black
thing,
people and
Like
what
what?
you.
Not Africans. We're the
what
blacks.
Like
We
what
you.
black.
what you have to do is like
We
sometimes
blacks.
we do like spew a lot of rhetoric. Just observe.
We
Action speaks louder
blacks.
than words, right? When you go outside in the real world, you do see people actually
Okay, can I
marrying
say
like
something of
Africans
real
marrying like
consequence?
black people here in
Can I?
America.
Yeah,
Wait,
black people in
let me
America.
finish. Let me finish
I
because
thought
there are
you already
some.
finished.
Like the ones who came, they stay in the cities. Some like they went to college, they made like their spouse various schools. They got married and they had like peaceful relationship, successful
Oh yeah, I
relationship.
know.
So like a lot of times you tend to generalize by some groups experience and just make it as though it's the
I
representative of
know.
like the
Like it's
whole African.
everybody, right? I know.
Like, it shouldn't be that way.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
Congo.
what you have to do is just when you go in the real world, when you
Yeah, I
observe
know.
people, you do see like real life examples.
I know.
I don't know where you stay, but like where I stay
I know.
So
and where I
everything
stay
you
previously.
said was a lie, Zongo. That doesn't
According to
mean
him, can I say something?
I know they might, that's based
I want
what
to.
you
All right,
said.
that we had our
hold on
sellout
one
minute,
second.
right?
Let's
Hold on,
let
hold on. Give
Zongo
Dollar Bill the
answer
floor for a
this.
second. Give Dollar
Can
Bill the floor.
Zongo
Okay,
answer
I
the
want to say
question?
one thing. The Roman Cupid is often seen as the patron deity of passionate love between two men. And for a long time, it was
Where'd you get this from,
associated
Dollar Bill?
with male and male lust. The word
Where'd you get this
erotic
from, Dollar Bill?
comes from the name of the Cupid Greek counterpart, Eros.
This
The
nigga's
goddess,
Dollar
the
Bill stuck on
goddess
this
Venus,
homosexual topic. Leave
excuse
that shit
me,
alone,
the
dog.
goddess Venus was what by some a woman as a goddess to female love. And the Greek poet
Elvin,
Sappho
just be
of
happy he ain't got no
Lesbos,
video.
the Greek poet Sappho of Lesbos wrote about her guys as an Aphrodite.
Where'd you get this
Okay.
from? You get this from a porn magazine?
No, this is not from a porn. This is not from a porn magazine. But when I talk
Man,
about
you
the
pull out
island,
the ass Dollar Bill, man.
when
Come
I
on.
talk about the island of Lesbos, and I talk about the male on male love,
But hold on,
even
like I
Shakespeare,
said, a little too deep for me, man. You know.
even Shakespeare, okay, when they had the playwrights, there were men playing women parts. All of the actors that were kissing and in love were men kissing other men. This is deep in the ethos or the oros, okay, of European culture.
So how did they? Let me ask you a question. If that's the case, then if homosexual I believe homosexuality is a threat to human reproduction. So how did European populate the world and conquer the world? If that was the case, how did that happen?
They had sex with women to procreate.
So that means that your theory about homosexuality is not valid. Then
They only needed women to procreate. That was
that
it.
doesn't make any logical sense. You
They
do
only
know?
needed,
They had sex with men in relationship with women.
and they only had women.
Like that meme
Exactly.
from Law and Order.
That doesn't make any sense. You know.
They only dealt with women, okay, to make babies. That was it.
Bro, the Romans are an offshoot of the
Dollar
Greeks,
Bill,
and that's the
Dollar
same way the
Bill. You
Greeks
better
were.
stop
So
attacking
it's
Kala's
possible.
I'm not
third
attacking Kyla.
desirable
I'm
No,
just
I'm just
ethnicity.
telling the
saying.
truth about who
I
these
just don't
people
like people
were.
telling me bullshit. You know, because it doesn't
All
make
these
any logical
orgies.
sense.
They had
You
all
don't
these
make any
orgies.
logical sense in what
Yeah,
happened.
it's
Tyler,
no,
does it
it's
make
no, it's no,
logical
it's
sense
no
that white
critical.
people are the ones that are pushing
Oh
gay
no,
laws and
no.
shit
The
to let
bottom
gay
line is
people
this:
be gay?
you have to basically explain to me how is it that if these people are what you say they are, right? How the fuck
Yes.
did they fucking was able to
Okay,
conquer us?
can I tell another thing? Let's get off the
You know?
European shit. Hold on
Are we
1 second.
Are Africans homosexuals too?
Hold on 1 second. Let me just say
Because
this.
they completely took over us and we control. They control
Can I
our
say this,
culture
Kala?
and everything like that. So I don't see no
Kala, can I? You
homosexuality
know
in
what a
Africa.
eunuch is?
You know?
Do you know what a eunuch is?
Hold on. Hold up. Did they spread homosexuality in Africa?
Who?
Is Africa
The
no?
Greeks?
Yeah, the
The
Romans.
Romans.
Yeah, and also the Europeans, the post-Europeans, the Age of Enlightenment and everything like that was based on Rome and everything. The British Britannia was a province of Rome. They
Yes,
conquered
Right.
the whole state. They were Spain and everything like that. So you tell me homosexuality died during that time period? So when they took over Asia and Africa, right now, were they still homosexuals?
Yeah.
So how are they? That doesn't make any logic. So you tell me a bunch of homosexuals conquered the world?
Yeah, I'm gonna check. Can I say something
Kala,
about
it doesn't mean that they were effeminate, right? They're
Can I say
homosexual
something
who are
about this?
masculine and will kick
Okay,
your
hold
ass.
on. Can I say something? Kala, You
So in other
study
words,
ancient.
basically, you're
Hold on one
saying that
second.
Africans and Asians.
Color, that's right. Defend your white
Yeah,
man.
no, but
Kala,
Kala,
can I say
no,
this?
but Kala has a point. It doesn't make them
Excuse me,
All
Kala.
homosexuals.
right,
I'm
well,
talking to
just
man.
say,
It
look,
makes them
just say
bisexual
that
as
we
instead.
gotta
If
ask
you
the
say they
state,
have sexual
whatever they had
differences.
technology, whatever like
Ain't
that.
no such thing as bisexual. You like
Kala,
men,
can I say
you
this?
gay. Period. Give that
All these
up.
people sitting on the bottom of human civilization. Why the fuck are we on the bottom?
Can I
Why
say
did the
this?
Million Man March fail?
Hold
You
on one
know,
second.
that's the
Can I
question.
say?
Because of you, Kyla. That's
Can I
why
say?
it
No, don't
failed.
say that. Can I
Because of
say
me.
this?
How's it
Kala,
because of me?
Kala, can I say this?
Kyla,
Yeah.
what grocery store, what
Excuse me,
business
it's
did you
Jonathan.
start since
Jonathan,
the
Yeah, we
since
don't
the
need a
Million Man March?
It was more than that, bro.
Listen.
The Million Man March was more than
Out
that.
of all
Does
of that, what
anybody
did you
know
build,
about
Kyla,
imperial?
that
Look,
sustained
we
today?
had grocery store. We don't need a goddamn grocery store.
Kyla, you built
Okay.
the BIO in the BIO in
Hold
nowhere.
up, man. Jonathan, hold up.
I have a business. I don't need freaking you tell me what I
Stop
need
trying
to
to
be
trigger
doing.
Kala off.
You know,
Kala,
you know,
That's not triggering, Kyla. We have to
you
deal with
are.
some hard
Kala.
truths here.
Man, Jonathan, leave Kyla alone, man.
It's not even about what we built. It's like the spirit of the Million Man March died.
Fuck
That's
the
what
spirit. The spirit didn't deliver.
the spirit disappeared just by the fact that you're on this platform talking your nonsense.
The
Tell me,
spirit didn't deliver, Kyla.
oh no,
Kyla, don't kick him
Don't
off because
tell
I
me
see
about
it
no
coming. I see
spirit
it
that
coming,
can't get
Kyla.
the
Don't kick him
job
off.
done.
you got degenerates like you running around. That's why it failed. You're the product of the failure of the thing.
We got failures like you, Kyla, that
You're a
decide to
product
start
of Puff Daddy,
projects and then give up on them. You had
NWA,
a
Puff Daddy.
Kyla, you had a car
Tell 'em,
wash and then you shut it down.
you
You
come
had
from
a
like Andre.
paramedic ambulance business and you shut it down. You
You guys
got
are
the
a product of
BIO and
baby mama
somebody else
generation.
pushing that shit harder than you
Kyla,
right
don't
now.
kick him off, Kyla. Don't kick him off because I feel it coming.
The crack mother generation that didn't do fucking nothing but fuck our community up. When
Kyla, you ain't got shit.
All right.
The
Anyway,
business that you said was yours, it ain't even yours. Stop, Kyla.
Jonathan, too far, Jonathan. Let it be.
Okay, can
I'm
we stop a
swinging
minute?
today.
I didn't bring shame to my community. How about that?
Yes, you did.
How?
say
How did I bring
something?
shame? I don't have no
Kyla,
reference.
Kyla, do you got any children? No. Kyla, do you got any children? Kyla, do you have any children?
Jonathan, you're going too far,
That
bro.
means you didn't even build the black community.
Don't go there, Jonathan. That's too far.
That ain't too
I
far.
trained 2 new agents today and whatnot because I got a fucking real business and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm bringing
What's the
people
name of
on,
your business, Kyla?
on and whatnot.
Okay, listen, gentlemen.
Tell me who can match that.
Can I say something, guys?
I do shit in real life.
Can I say something?
You sell insurance.
Hold on.
Congratulations.
I'm a broker.
Yay.
You know what I do?
I told someone to buy insurance that they already needed. Yay. I'm a builder, goddammit.
Look, companies come to me when I take all the employees and put them on a plane. I make thousands.
Kyla, I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead, Dollar Bill.
I'm an insurance agent. What the fuck do you do? You don't even tell us what you do for a living.
I damn sure ain't no damn insurance.
Hold on. I know you ain't got shit, you know?
I can't. Kyla, unlike you get married, you go to Liberia once a year. Me and my wife, we travel the globe every other month. We spend more money than you make,
you selling weed in Nigeria, Jonathan. Is that
you at
true?
the
Are you
bottom,
selling weed
Kyla.
in Nigeria?
Anyway, I was trying to make a
If
statement.
it becomes a real market, I sell
Hello,
it.
guys.
Go
Can you
ahead.
take a time out for a second, please?
Go ahead,
So what
Dollar.
I was trying to say, in Imperial China, they use the eunuchs, right? They also use the hedras in India. These people were homosexuals. In fact, all
Dollar Bill, did you tell us to stop arguing, talk about homosexuals?
No, I'm just
Leave that shit alone, Dollar Bill. The eunuchs are castrated males, right? They're castrated males, right?
For a minute.
I really don't want to hear about homosexuals,
Just
man.
let me
Really,
land.
I try. Like I said, I try. Basically, I tell the LGBT community, "I'll leave you
not
alone.
about the
Leave me the
LGBT
fuck
community.
alone." You know, I don't
It's
care
not
about
the LGBT community.
They can all fucking disappear. They could go
And what
to
I'm
a
trying to
movie
say to you is
know?
that these civilizations utilize these people. Okay, some of them cutting the penis off these men when they were young boys, so they could control them. That's why they did it. Why do you think that in the penal system, the sodomites run the penal system? Why do you think they allowed them to run the penal system? Why do you think this is going on right now with P. Diddy and these bull quiz? Why do you think that? You think that why do you think that they are unleashing these people in the community to do the things that they do? Because the people who are controlling power.
If I had the power,
That's why it's good to stay out of prison, boys and girls. Don't go to the penal system ran by the gays.
If I had the power, and we had the order.
Well, you don't know what the hell you be talking about with your feminine ass. Like, you know what the crazy thing is, Dollar Bill? You know, it's amazing how as we always think like the homosexual, we give homosexual more power than what it is. Like even right now in the political system, like they're only like I think they're like 2 to 3% of the population, and in some type of way they got all this type of power, whatever. I agree with you, Dollar Bill. The Romans, they were definitely fucking boys in those bathhouses, whatever. But it wasn't as like you saying like absolute. So a lot of times, man, as black people, man, we talking absolutes. So yeah, two things can be right at one time.
At the same time.
But it wasn't the majority.
I didn't say the women, it was a majority.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying, Dollar Bill. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that was how you was presenting it. You was presenting it like that. But I'm saying that I know you're right. There was, every movie that you think about with a Roman.
Knows that.
With every movie you watch with a Roman authority, they always talk about boy lovers and all. They always throw that jab in there because that is the history. But it also like Colin said that they used the women. They used to call them feminine whispers. Back in those days, the women was the spies. They would bring up the women from the dirt, bring them up, let them bathe and everything. Because just bathing in clean water was a good thing.
Can I say something to you, simply?
Was an upgrade. So what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is that
ask you a question. Hold
on.
Go ahead. Let me interrupt because I know you from the dirty, right?
Go ahead.
You know we know some of the same people out there in the A. Now tell me, you know pimps, right? You heard of a pimp? You heard about pimping?
We still got them here,
right? So tell me if this is not a saying from the pimp community, and you think I know what I'm talking about, right? When they say they got 4 whores in a car and a punk in the trunk, explain to people what that means.
It's not an explanation of it. It's just a saying that if he pimping, he's gonna get the money from all angles. It's a market for prostitute women. It's a market for trans, especially in Atlanta. You get what I'm saying? So it's a market for that. So a real pimp will pimp anybody. He'll pimp a woman and he'll pimp a dude too, because a dude that's a homosexual like that wants to put himself out there for his prostitution, he got the same mentality of a female that's in love with the pimp. So he'll go out and do the same thing.
All I was saying, in these communities, in some of these secret societies, okay, that we see, a lot of them dealt with all of this homosexual.
Let me ask you a question with that.
And hold on one second.
Diddy was part of that society, right?
Yes, I believe. I can't say really allegedly.
Why is allegedly? That was the truth. Diddy fucking bent over TD Jakes. Now that's fucking shit. Can you imagine that shit? I have nightmares about him
TD
Jakes. Hey, Carla, did he bend TD Jakes over in the name of the Lord?
Yeah, man, he bent TD Jakes over, man. Now you know.
That's a good one, Carla.
Diddy deserved the electric chair for that shit,
That's like banging up a saw hog, a pig, bro. Don't TD Jakes look like that pig from Angry Birds with the blonde?
He had nerve to say, "Have you ever been swallowed?"
Hey, you know what? The thing about it is, man, from a person that been to prison, gay guys do not run prison at all. Believe me, it actually shunned upon. You know what I'm saying? So it always shocks me when I listen to anything about somebody going to jail and they's like, oh, when he go to jail, this and that gonna happen. That shit does not happen like that at all. It just what get glorified. The gangs run the movie. Yeah, they go by that. Yeah, but even if you watch the little 30-day jail thing, they'll show you gangs. Like when you walk into prison, though, they throwing up gang signs at the door. Like it ain't no gay dudes running nothing in there. Like they move the gay dudes have their own little cell. They put them in PC. They have their own little wing. You know what I'm saying? That they put them all in.
We roll your ass up if we find out you gay.
Listen.
Exactly.
You can't even be on the yard.
So hold on. So this is the funny thing when I heard Elvira, the lying Liberian, when he was talking about somebody was gang raped in jail or something like that. Like that shit does not happen at all. But that just shows you the mind of a feminine man that just thinks like that, because that's how women talk. See, right now in the black community, what's the first thing, especially Democratic women, Carla, what's the first thing they say to a black man when they don't agree with them? The first thing come out their mouth.
You might be gay.
That's the first thing come out their mouth. And listen, and when they say that, they think that like they won the argument or something by saying it with no facts or proof. They just throw out these statements. But what I'm telling you, I did goddamn 4 years in prison. You get what I'm saying? And that shit doesn't happen. Any dude walking around now acting gay or whatever, I'm talking about literally, y'all, they would go into his cell. They would make him stand at the door. They would go in there, pack his shit up. They would got them go through all his commissary, all of that. Everybody take what they want, bring his stuff to the door, and he gonna have to beat on the doors and get up out of there. They don't allow that shit is not allowed in there. So when they come, because they got the infirmary, most of them in there got AIDS, so they stick them in their own little cell over there where they got the medical wing that they had. Now that can have like 800 to 600 people in there, but that shit does not walk around in the dorm. Dudes in the dorm walk around holding, kissing dudes and dudes sitting while they watching TV. That does not happen at all. So that shit that they see on TV and all of that stuff, that's just some made up shit because black people, we like to crucify people. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not even a religious person, but I read the Bible, but it's no crime, it's no sin different from the other. But you know, if you do a crime that's heinous, we sit up there and say, oh, I hope he go to jail and he get raped or whatever. Because as men, we as people, human beings, we talk like that. Religious people talk like that. You know, you do this heinous crime, you going to hell. But what I read in the Bible, which I think is a bullshit book, you know what I'm saying, that we use in prison to smoke weed with, you know what I'm saying? If y'all didn't know that, they use scriptures of the Bible to smoke weed with because that was the closest thing to 1.5 papers. That was the thinnest,
the easiest thing to set on fire.
Easy thing to set on fire. You know what I'm saying? So you had all of those dudes claiming that they was Christians to go to church so they can get a Bible and they can come back and smoke the Bible. Nobody wasn't reading the Bible like that. But what I'm saying is, but if you listen to the rhetoric, they'll make you think like everybody coming in, this gay dude standing at the door. That shit was not happening. The gangs they throwing gang signs up at the door. You have to make a decision. That's why when you go to California jails or prison, you know, so wherever your nationality, they separate you by that. You get what I'm saying? So your best thing to try to get is separate with the gangs. You know what I'm saying? Wherever you come from, wherever you was born at, they don't care where you live at. They don't care where you live at. If you got locked up in a certain county, you're going to have to pick that area. You're going to have to pick that gang. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it go down. You know what I'm saying? All that other shit, like motherfuckers running around, like everybody running around there with a shank. You know what I'm saying? Get stabbed up. I even got stabbed up. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit happens in there because everybody's animals. You got the most black men that couldn't even fight. You know, the one thing that I realized when I was in prison, how dumb black men were, how they couldn't survive on the streets. You get what I'm saying? So you got killers that don't kill 6 to 8 people, Carla, but they in there with a buffer, waxing the floor, putting 7 to 8 coats on the floor all night, just buffling, waxing the floor because they don't have they couldn't keep up with the pressure of society. They can't pay no bills. They can't keep up rent. They can't keep a job. They can't keep up a business. So what they do is they get on drugs. They do all this other stuff to take away from that, and then they do crime until they get caught. I'm telling you, you'll be shocked when you see these guys that been in prison. Y'all can not that part of when y'all watch these documentaries, these guys walking out with their shirt tucked in, with their ID badge hanging on their collars is yes sir, no sir, because they like that structure because they can't handle the structure of America. America is a fast-paced life. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's not smart enough to keep up with it. And it shocked me how so many black men couldn't even read. You know what I'm saying? They reading at a second, third grade level. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not surprised
like that.
because a lot of people in special ed end up because you get guys that commit the same crime right in front of their house.
Yep.
Right. And then they'll get arrested 3 or 4 times in the same place. So I'm not surprised. And people don't really realize that when you go to college is nothing but a structure.
It's indoctrination.
It's an indoctrination that you put yourself through for 4 years. And you have that structure in front of you because you have to get a certain amount of credits. You got to write a certain amount of papers. And that's all it is. All it does is provide you with a structure.
And
That's what
it's a safety net also.
Of course. Some people are permanent students.
Man, you telling the truth, bro. You're telling the truth because they're not ready for the real world. You get what I'm saying? They're not ready for the real world, that fast pace. And some people don't grow up and mature. My daughter is like that. My daughter's in college and she wants to go to.
So, Dollar, are you suggesting that having a college degree is not a good thing? Is that what you're saying?
See, you see how the immigrants talk? Like you see how immigrants talk? And then they don't even listen to nothing that you said. And then they make this blanket, assertion. Yeah, I noticed that they do that. I've been listening to them.
This is what I'm gonna say to you.
Man.
I learned more.
Let
me just say this. Let me just say this. I learned more in the real world, and everything that I learned in school, okay, didn't happen in the real world. Practically none of it happened the way that I learned in school. So I had to relearn on the job. Everything that I knew, I had to learn over again, right? So basically, all it provided me was certain rudimentary skills and structure. Okay, I can sit down for hours and do something because this is what I was trained to do, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying to you, what I know about the job and working and people, school did not prepare me for none of that.
Yeah, it's like a template. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like some people like my daughter went to college just to get away from her mom. Now she got a bullshit psychology degree and she working at Amazon. The fuck? Me and her have this conversation all the time. I'm like, why would you go to college for 4 years? You know what I'm saying? To go work at Amazon, you could have did that and not even went to college. You get what I'm saying? And don't accumulate all this
really
debt.
Specialize. The bachelor's, people don't understand. The bachelor's is just, it's more likely it's liberal arts. So you're learning a little about everything. It's not until you get into your master's and then maybe later on your doctorate, okay, depending on what you're studying, that you get into your area of specialization.
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of people think, oh man, it's just the 4 years. But really, the 4 years could be like a glorified high school diploma.
Yeah. That's what I call my daughter psychology degree uppity high school diploma.
That cost you a lot of money.
Too much. You get what I'm saying? It gave the safety net because she got department, but department was associated with school. So department they was at, they was all kids, you know what I'm saying, from school. It wasn't outside, you know what I'm saying? And she still was just acting like a high schooler with a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, that the teachers ain't making you come to class. You go to class when you want to go. You get what I'm saying? But all of the things with the fraternities and all that, they doing this. You have grown ass men sit up there geek, you know, jumping up in the air and doing splits and shit. And you got grown ass women sit up there screaming and slanging weave and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the older women that 40, 50 years old, the same way with the black men 40, 50 years old, you know what I'm saying, coming down now, perpetuating this to still act like you in school. You know, the craziest thing I heard, she was a Delta say, she said out her mouth, and I never forget this, Dollar Bill. She said, man, my best years of my life was when I was in college.
Oh yeah, they were great years.
I didn't even comprehend.
You know why?
I didn't even.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I couldn't even comprehend the statement.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because she probably had more time and freedom to do whatever she wanted to do. She probably was away from her family. She could go to school, she could study, she could hang out with her friends. She probably got the chance to experiment sexually with different men. So she was enjoying her life. That's probably was the best time of her life. I believe that.
But you know the funny thing is, you know that shit ain't free, right? You know that shit ain't free, right?
If she got somebody
when
else
my daughter came to, she wanted to be a Delta. That shit was almost like $6,000.
Yeah, well, listen, somebody else. I remember when my kids first went to school. My daughter, when she's a PhD candidate now, but her first year, she just screwed my money all up. All she did was want to hang out with her friends and socialize. And it wasn't until she came back home that she got serious, okay, about going to school. But when she was away, in fact, she went to school out there in Alabama. I think Davio, one of those Afrobeat guys, he was there. They went to school in the same school at the same time, and all they was doing partying and BSing. And
all they were doing. You know what they call it? They call it see a shot, take a shot.
Okay.
Marisha,
crazy shit, man.
Your blue dress, your wrench.
What?
What happened to her? She was like, wasn't what y'all call it, a mod or something?
What the hell you talking about?
Marisha, wasn't she a mod?
Oh, I don't know nothing about Marisha. She ain't my daughter.
No, I'm talking about the lady.
Hey, but Chantel, you say you live in Atlanta, right?
I lived there.
Oh, you live, but you don't live there now.
No, but I lived in Atlanta over 25 years.
I got you. What I'm saying is, I'm born and raised here, still here now. You get what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, the gender war is so bad here in Atlanta that when you go to restaurants, you'll see the women sitting on one side and the men on the other side. They're not even congregating. Wow. It ain't nobody dancing. Everybody's on their phone. You get what I'm saying? And they just looking around. But you want to know who?
Young people at?
Huh?
I mean, simple.
Young people. But let me tell you what's happening though. A lot of those Latinos girls and all that, they real friendly with the dudes. Now that's when black women start looking crazy, because the thing about it is, when you go out in public, those Latino guys don't approach black women like that, because black women kind of deal in a pack when they go out. But when you go to these spots, you got all these metropolitan spots in Atlanta where you got all these different race of women in there, and see, the black men are actually friendly. You get what I'm saying? So you have them, so that you see them over there dating with the Latino women. So the Latino women are taking over. Now, then after that happened, Miss Chantel, that the black women start complaining. You get what I'm saying? Oh, they like her because she's weak and she's whatever. But they sitting over there stone-faced like a mannequin. They sitting over there like want to be approached. The problem is, Miss Chantel, is that you might have 60 to 80 women in there. They all want the same guy. They just want that top guy. They ain't trying to deal with the guy that works at the post office, or he's a mechanic or a plumber. They don't want that guy. They want the guy that look like Chris Brown, Egg-Ass. They want him to look like Chris Brown or Egg-Ass Lil Wayne. That's the difference.
Is it the same way for vice versa?
No, that's not, because see, one thing about a dude. See, let me tell you how fucked up black men are, Miss Chantel. Hold on, let me make this point. I'm finna agree with you. The only thing I disagree with you, that the black man, when he see that time is getting time for that place to close, he'll take a scavenger. He'll take a low hanging. He'll take that calf that's straggling in the back to get along. So the black man start getting real friendly.
I think the black men also do the same thing too.
Yeah,
no, the black man start getting real friendly because the black man wants to take something home to knock off that same night. The black woman, she wants the status symbol. A black man with the chick can look like a dragon mixed with a catfish in the face. If she got a nice body, the black man will take her through there. That's what we say in Atlanta. We'll take her straight through there.
That's what we were saying earlier about the African conversation. These women hear y'all talk like this, and that's what they fear. They don't fuck with y'all because of this kind of talk that they hear, and they've heard a lot of stuff. And
don't tell Zongo
this man gonna stick their foot.
Oh man, Donovan.
But you know what, Miss Chantel? That's believe me.
Don't fuck with you.
Miss Chantel, let me tell you something. I've been to Kenya and I've been to Nigeria. Black men are the same anywhere. Cause them dudes in Nigeria and Kenya will fuck anywhere, anytime, behind anything, straight up raw dog. You get what I'm saying? Guys are the same everywhere. You get what I'm saying? But what Dollar Bill was talking about early was the tribalism and the culture. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you messing with their chicks, even though they treat them like shit. That's what the African girl from Mali told me straight up. That's what she got to fight with her, because she's like, they don't want to do nothing for you, but they don't want you to mess with nobody else. They want you to.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, you mean like messing with them casually, or you want to take them seriously? Like,
No,
They
me
don't
and her
want you
was dating.
messing with their women.
Me and the girl
Period.
from Mali was dating. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
if you want to date them seriously, like marriage, why not? I think they would
Well,
consider that.
but see, you don't never know.
Casual.
See, that's what I'm saying,
Not in
Zongo.
America.
We not talking about, you know what I'm saying? I understand the way how Africans talk. Sometimes when you talk about serious relationship, you put the marriage thing as an asterisk. You know, black men, we ain't really talking about you. Black man, now that's a fault on us. I will agree with this before I even say what I'm going to say. That's a fault on us because we've been in a relationship 20 or 30 years. So you get what I'm saying? So I can understand when you say, well, that wasn't a real serious relationship because how y'all wasn't talking about marriage. Sometimes, Zongo, you can get along with a female and you just get comfortable with getting along with her. You don't want to marry her, but y'all get along. You know what I'm saying? It's the weirdest thing, and we do that
You just don't want her to
because
take half your shit. Just tell the truth.
that's what I be trying to. That's what I be trying to
I mean,
tell people.
I say like their male brothers and cousins, they're not gonna agree with that. They're gonna have some kind of gripe with,
You know what it
that
is? They're
decision,
like
though.
Puerto Rican men. Puerto Rican men are the same way.
Yeah.
You mess around with a Puerto Rican woman and you walk down the street with a Puerto Rican. I walk down the street with my coworker. She's a Puerto Rican woman. We carpool every day. She ain't even really Puerto Rican, but she looks like she's Puerto Rican.
She got that straight hair.
Yeah, she got that straight hair
Yeah.
and the light skin. You should see all the looks that I get. But if you see a Puerto Rican man and he see a black woman, he'll talk to her in 5 minutes. You go try to talk to one of their women. Why? What you doing with him?
Yeah.
They'll be telling them in
That's
Spanish.
what happened to
What
me
you
in
with
New
that
York.
Negro?
When I was in New York, my friend got mad because he was all the Puerto Rican guys where he took me was trying to talk
I
to me.
mean,
Like,
let's
no,
ask
they
the real
won't,
question
they
though.
won't
Like,
talk to our
why do you
women,
think
but
they
they
ask
don't want
those
us
questions
talking to
though?
their women.
What do you
Let's
mean?
ask the real
Chantel, but if you know that, why did you disagree with Dollar Bill earlier then?
Everybody try to make me act like I was an alien. I'm
No, let me
saying
ask
something
you,
crazy.
Dollar Bill. Like, why do you think they ask those questions then? Why do you think?
The
Oh, why you
reason
messing with
the
him?
reason I brought up the question is when people like say to me that we're really about unity and we want to get along and all this stuff, I don't really take them serious because I know they're full of shit.
Yeah.
Because when I said earlier, when the woman told me that she liked me, okay, she didn't have to tell me she didn't like me. She didn't have to talk to me. So automatically, my brother Elvis said, "Yeah, man, she didn't. If she really wanted to be with you, she would have be with you." No, that wasn't the case. The case was she didn't have to tell me none of this. She didn't owe me an explanation, but she told me what was going down. She's like, "Yeah, last time I was with talking out with you outside, and you and I were talking, I saw her people pick her up, and they were like, "What you doing talking to that African American?"
Yeah.
That's all. I'm being honest about it. People don't want to be
Yeah,
honest about it.
but I mean, you don't have to generalize though. Like, I mean,
No, she told me specifically, and I understand it, and that's why I said it. It's
African that
going
was
on
raised
now.
is an African that
But
is raised in
Zongo,
America.
you missing the point though. So once he said what he said, they tried to make it seem like it was anecdotal. And that's when I came on the platform as a person that most of the people that know me from YouTube, they already know I got plenty of heat from the beginning because I said I don't date nothing but African women. Only thing that a black American woman can do for me is to point me in the direction of an African woman. I don't deal with
But you don't
American
think
women.
the same thing also applies to African people too as well? There are some Africans that just like something different. Foreign.
Yeah, but this is the thing though. This is the thing though, Zonga. You're not understanding is that with black men, with black American men, because it's such a divide between black men and black women, we don't give a damn if we see you with a black American woman. You get what I'm saying? We don't care at all. We be like, have her. You know what I'm saying? I want your sister. But as soon as, you know what I'm saying, you'll have your hands in a black American woman's dress. But if you see me talking to your sister, you're like, no, you know what I'm saying? You got to hold up now. Now you want to know my whole history. You want to know my credit score. You want to know how many kids I got. You want to know what sports I played in high school.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, I have like a younger sister as well. Like, I don't want you to date my sister casually. You know, it's either like you
You
want to
don't
take
want
it
me to
serious.
date her, period.
No. I mean, it's either you want
Zongo.
to date and get married to her or not.
Well,
I mean,
every
I'm not
woman
gonna-
you
I'm
dating,
not gonna-
are you married?
Hey, Dollar Bill, hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me put him on the clothesline real quick. How long should you think I should date your sister before we start talking about marriage, Dongo?
I mean, from the first, the dating has to be intentional.
I told you.
Marriage minded.
Oh, it's intentional. Let me tell you something, Zongo. It's intentional the same way if you want to fuck a black American woman, you're going to be intentionally trying to bust them cheeks. You get what I'm saying?
But I get it. But I get it.
Let me say something, because you keep talking over everybody, sir.
Chantel, wait.
You with the big mic.
I'm saying,
you
like,
keep talking over everybody.
Who you talking about, Chantel? Me?
You, yes. You
yeah, Chantel, I've been quiet for 15 minutes straight. Ain't saying a word.
Well, you have not keep on saying I have something to say. Go ahead, Zongo.
I mean, because like I was saying, like it has to be intentional. Because I mean, you know me personally, I'm not going to allow that. But if it is another person's sister, I don't know her personally. I don't care what you do with her. Like she might be African.
Explain intentional, Zongo.
Intentional means with intention of getting married. That's
exactly.
Getting married. I mean,
but how long did that take, though? How long did that take?
Hey man, if you see a girl and you like her, you see like she seems like a marriage material, you can tell from the first like few days that you're dating with her. You know?
Hey, you see what I'm saying, Dollar Bill?
I know the bullshit. I know they don't want me to tell the truth about it. So they want to keep going.
No, I'm a man. At the end of the day, about simply, you did say that men across all board races and continents, they think the same way. Like if I'm messing with a girl, if I see a girl and I'm messing with her casually, I mean, it takes like more than like 2 weeks, or more than a month or 3 weeks, and I don't tell her I'm dating her intentionally. It means I'm not taking her seriously.
All right, I got this.
But if I see her on the first day, I'm like, damn, like this girl, I like her. I like everything about her character. I'm just gonna let her know from the like I'm dating with intention, like with eventually like marriage.
What happened to that woman that you like that she was an Islamic girl?
Are y'all gonna let me ask my question or what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chantel. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Miss Chantel.
You simp, whatever.
You know my name. You see my name. You know who I am.
I do not see it.
You know who I am.
On the screen, I don't know who you
are. Hold on. Let me before you say I am the Simp Police Academy. I am Hustle Smart, aka High Value Tyrone, aka the Toto Kisser. That's who I am.
Okay, so
either of those names you could call me, but if you want to call me Hustle Smart, you can just say that.
Okay, sir. You're really coming off as though everybody, you're generalizing a lot. That's the first thing I'm gonna say.
Tell me what I'm generalizing about.
Hold on 1 second, because you're speaking for all black men, and that's not the case.
Oh no, I never do that.
Okay, you can't speak for all black men. I know some hell of a brothers out here who ain't on that what you on, sir. Okay, they all through my family. They ain't on that. They love the sisters. They don't mind taking care of the sisters. They not on that bullshit. All right, that's number one. And I'm a Southerner, mind you. That's number one. Number two, sir.
You don't even know.
As a black American woman, sir, we over it, sir. Hold on, don't cut me off. We're over it.
Nobody said anything.
Sir, let me finish. We know how some of these brothers are messed up in the head. We're over it, sir. We don't give a fuck who you want to date and fuck all that stuff, because we know the things that this woman, poor ladies that you mess with, are about to deal with. You're gonna make them retarded and crazy. Okay, so we happy to see you guys run over there, run and jump the fence and go across the seas for a woman. We happy to see it because we know you are highly disturbed. So black women is not sitting around talking about, girl, look, don't nobody give a fuck. Black women living happy. They enjoying themselves. They don't give a fuck, sir. I'm here to tell you the truth.
See, Miss Chantel, that just shows you're out of touch. Black women are definitely angry that they're not nobody is dating. Hold on. This ain't me talking. You can go on platform after platform after platform, and you can hear them being disgruntled. They are upset. No, see, it's just the older women. There's the older. Hold on, now we let you talk. Now we didn't interrupt you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody interrupt you. So what I'm saying is the older black women, because they're just glorified cat ladies, and they know they're out of the sexual marketplace anyway. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants an old black woman at all. You know what I'm saying? Even in Africa, you know, unless it's Soul Food Sunday and you finna cook. And then Miss Chantel, give me the same respect that I just give me the same respect that I gave you. I understand it's triggering to hear it, but it's the truth. Like
No,
as
it's
far as a
not.
man, like I can never go out of style because one, I'm an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? I got my own house, I got my own business, and women like older guys, especially young girls. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
But
Nobody gives a
listen what I'm
fuck.
saying. Listen what I'm saying, Miss Chantel. A younger girl will come up under my leadership, come up on me and be docile up under me before a young guy
Why she fucking other
come to
people?
an older black woman be up under it. And the reason why
You're
they
not the
don't
only
do
fuck
that,
boy.
and the reason why they
You're
don't do
not
that,
the
Miss
only fuck
Chantel,
boy.
because black women like you that don't know how to stop talking.
And
You
you're
know what
not
I'm
the
saying?
only fuck boy.
Black men don't like older,
Disrespecting
sassy
what you doing.
women, older black women that's sassy,
You're
you know what I'm
doing
saying? The
okay.
eggs fried, that don't do nothing but run their mouth. You know what I'm saying? You don't produce anything. You can't produce anything. That ain't my fault. That's
You
God
need
that
help,
kicked you in the
sir.
pussy like that. You get
You
what I'm
need
saying?
help.
Like that's just the way
You
y'all are
need
made.
therapy,
A man can produce
Sounds like you
eggs.
need some
A man
therapy.
can produce eggs until he dies.
You
Now,
need
don't get me
therapy.
wrong.
Y'all
The
stay
young
on this
girls might
platform
be
and let this butt rib nigga be
Y'all
talking to
need
Chantel like this.
the young
you
girls
need
might take the
therapy.
dude for their money, but an older guy
Fucking
still can get a
sicko.
young
And
girl to
finally, you
be
should
up
have
under
cut
his
him off.
leadership. A old black woman cannot get a young guy to be up under her leadership at all because
What the fuck
just the way
wrong with that mentality?
that ain't the way I made it. That's just the way that society had
No,
always made
I
it.
get
Your
you.
older guys have
You
always
guys
dated
like a
younger
pussy guy
girls.
on the
And
street.
older black women are
Let
useless.
me turn my mic down. This is
Older women,
Guys, let's get back
older
onto the.
black women are
Come on, guys.
useless.
Let's get
And
back
what
on
y'all try to
schedule.
do is
Come on,
y'all try to talk the young girls out
Carla.
of
Are you
something, but
still
the
there?
young
Get the
girls ain't
fuck
listening
on. Don't
because y'all
nobody
Carla, are you
care about
competing.
there?
what you think.
Y'all
Yeah.
competing with
Carla.
younger girls. Older black men
All
don't
right, guys.
compete with younger guys. Dollar
All right,
Bill, you
guys.
from Harlem. When you see a young bull coming
Oh
through,
my
we like,
god.
man,
I ain't gonna go into this with y'all, man. I'm
young
gonna.
bull, go ahead and do your
I'm not.
thing.
I'm not
But
gonna.
it's still older black women that try to compete with, to try to be like they're still young. But
All I'm
a
saying,
black
guys.
older
You need
men
to get
don't
therapist,
mind being
brother.
older men, but an older black woman want to still act like she's young. You don't see that. You don't see the opposite. That's why you'll see a woman that's 45 in the club and be like, hey,
I'm gonna
these
go
young
ahead and
girls
turn
ain't
my
got nothing
volume
on
down
me.
so he get off. I
It's
can't
not
hear this
it's
shit
not the
no more.
same.
All right, guys.
This
Let's get
nigga is
it.
It's
Let's
not the
try.
same. And
Let's
Elvis,
try to
you
get it
big
back.
simp, boy, you don't know nothing. They just let you come on this platform so you can clown yourself, boy. You don't
Yeah,
know
but
anything.
simple is, I'll say one thing to you, right?
Go ahead.
Like most like your friends that they were telling like they don't want you to date their sister. It's because they probably think that you probably wouldn't be dating their like sisters like intentionally, you know.
But how
That's
do
the
they
main
know that
reason.
though, Zongo? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but you just have to let them know. Hey, I think I like your sister. I really want
Yeah,
to get
but
married to her. Can you
that
say
was
that?
Dollar Bill, Zongo, that
Can you
was
do that?
Dollar
Can you
Bill
do that? I
point.
think I like her. I would
They
like to,
think that
tell them.
regardless, they're gonna think that what I'm saying is that if you came and tried to date my sister, I'm not gonna
No,
be
if I can,
questioning my sister. Hold on for a second, Zongo. Let me say this. Let me just say this one thing. If you came and dated my sister, I'm not gonna be worried about if you trying to be intentional with her or not. Because my sister, she's a grown-ass woman. The problem is
no, I want you to be
hold on,
intentional with her.
let me finish. Let me just finish this. I'm just telling you the difference. If you tried to date my sister and you came up and you speaking Yoruba or whatever, I mean Uganda for whatever, I'd be like, okay, cool, gonna do. However it works out, it works out.
Yeah.
I
See, the
wish
thing
y'all the
is that.
best. I wish y'all the best.
So
But what I'm
Dollar
saying
Bill,
is
you
the
have a daughter.
opposite.
You have a
But
daughter. Like, what would you,
but
based on what I say,
okay,
would
let's
you
go. Hold
agree with
on. Let's
me,
go with my daughter.
Dollar Bill?
Because you said
Okay.
sister. See, now you pushing the goalpost. Let me tell you
Oh.
something. Even if it was my daughter,
If I saw your daughter,
the,
Dollar Bill, I say like, oh, I like your daughter. I want to
uh-huh.
marry her. Like, I don't want to
No,
say I want to date her casually.
no,
I want to marry.
no,
Which
I
one would
wouldn't.
you
I wouldn't
prefer?
let you
If
date
you
my
came to
daughter.
me and said you wanted, hey, Dollar Bill, if
Man,
you
Dollar Bill,
came to
you
me
hate me
off
so
the
much,
rip saying
man.
that you just met my daughter and you want to believe me, I'll tell my daughter you better watch your pockets.
Yeah,
Because
my whole
men
thing is.
don't come talking like that off the rip like that, Zongo. That's what I'm trying to
No,
tell you.
but in other societies, the culture kind of approach it that way.
Well,
I
see,
mean, like,
this is the way. This is what
you
I'm
get what
trying
I'm
to
saying?
say.
Like,
Listen, this is all
unless
I'm.
they want to play, if an
Hold on.
a
Can I say
recent
this,
mic.
Zongo?
Okay, go ahead.
This is what the whole thing is in a nutshell. And what I and guys, be nice to each other, okay? Sorry, Chantel. You know, we don't want you to think that you're on a platform dominated by men, and we're not. You know, we're not going to speak up for you because we are. And she's been good. Please be nice to the sister.
Oh, I'm definitely nice to her.
Be nice to her. She came up to help us out because she was the only one that had any courage to come up and talk to the brothers, and she agreed with me tonight. So, which I've been trying to get her to agree with me for many nights, right, Chantel?
Hey, she just needed an enemy to agree with you. She needed another adversary to agree with you, bro. And I have no problem being that.
She didn't like you from Jump Street.
Exactly. So hold on, Dollar Bill. Speak truth to life now. Now I ain't never spoke. Hold on, Dollar Bill. I ain't never spoke to this woman or whatever. So she got a preconceived even though I don't hear her speak on this platform plenty of time, but I give her a blank canvas. You get what I'm saying? But that's not how black women perceive men. If they already have a preconceived notion, that's what she came with.
But you know what it is?
That'll ask you a question. You never responded.
Hold on, just give me a minute, bro. Sometimes you're just a little too raw. And then so it's perceived that you're aggressive, even though I think your intentions might be good. Right?
I'm cutthroat.
So what I always say to you, and I said it to you the first time, I said, you're an intelligent man, and you have the ability to say things differently, right? And you don't have to say them in its rawest form. I know you're a grown man; you can say whatever you want to say.
That's true.
But you have the intelligence and the way with it all to say some things differently, and that's all. And if you position yourself differently, then she probably wouldn't have had that position against you. She never had any conversation with you prior to tonight, but she has heard some of your escapades when you have been kind of raw.
Let me
say
this.
Go ahead, Miss Chantel.
A lot of you guys on this panel, you have Black American sisters and aunts, and I wouldn't let this clown sit up here and do that.
So see, now you calling me a name. See, now if I called you a name, you would feel like I'm disrespectful for you. Being disrespectful. I ain't called you a name. I haven't called you out your name not one time.
Okay, guys.
A bunch of
can we get
no? But listen to what I'm saying. But maybe my rhetoric you don't like, but I haven't called you out your name.
Sir,
I ain't called you a bitch. Hold on for a second. I ain't called you a bitch or a hoe. None of that. But see, you think about it. You calling a black man a clown as if like I'm supposed to be like. See, I'm not a simp. That's why it's in my name. If you call me a name, I'm gonna call you a name. But look, I'm gonna take the high road this time. I'm just gonna point out your hypocrisy. So you called me out my name, and I'm not gonna even stoop to your level and do the same. So go ahead and continue, Miss Chanel.
But let me just say this, guys. Let's all take the high road, right?
I want Dollar to respond to my question.
And I'm gonna respond to the sellout. What'd you say, Zongo?
I was like, I mean, if I came to you and say I wanted to marry your daughter,
oh hell no!
I see Zongo Dollar Bill worse than me. He ain't gonna even let you get through the front door. I'm gonna let you date my daughter, Zongo.
What I'm saying is that would you want me to date her intentionally?
No.
Wait, let me finish. Dating her intentionally that leads to marry, or just casual?
I don't want you dating her, period, man.
Zongo, what you failing to realize though, no matter what you say your intentions are, the actions show. That's just like if I come to you and say, hey man, you Zongo, I appreciate you hiring me. I'm gonna be the best employee you have. Then 2 weeks later, you see I'm bullshitting. So it doesn't matter what you say, Zongo. It's the action that go against it. So that's why
I mean, generally, if someone really like, I mean,
I'm gonna be
African,
just like you.
If an African man likes you, a lady.
Yeah, see that you go with that. See, now you're generalizing. I just sit up there and told you I saw African men fucking chicks in abandoned cars in Nigeria, and now you sit up there talking about if an African man is. You can't generalize like that, Zongo.
I'm talking in the case of America.
I don't want you in my family.
I like you. I mean, I want to marry your daughter.
No, why would I want?
They're very honest sometimes.
First
especially
of all,
if they find you more attractive.
Listen, did I just tell you? You know why? Because I know. Listen, I know how you people feel about my people, right? And why would I want my daughter, who I spent thousands of dollars educating, who's going to be a PhD doctor, okay, to marry your ass? Just like, see, you know what? You see, this is the real issue. You feel that African American culture and African American people have no value. and you can bring your
Oh no,
little no.
not me,
Listen to
not
me.
me, not me.
And
Come
you
on,
can
man.
bring your little Zongo ass from some old fucked up village, sling shitting village, and think that you're good enough because you're African.
Hey,
Date my
Donovan,
daughter.
man, I thought we already made peace, man. Like, why are we
Nah,
going
there's no
that
peace
route
with
today?
you. I'm just telling
Oh
you.
my god.
You think first thing I was saying, you
But
benevolent in this
Donovan, you my
shit
guy,
slinging
man.
in.
You're my guy, man.
Hell no.
We gotta
I
let it
would
go,
never.
man. We gotta let
I
it go,
would
man.
never.
Hey, Dollar Bill, is this the one that called you a cotton picker?
No.
No, not me. No, I don't do that.
That was Mike.
No, I don't do.
Okay, okay, I
I
know
don't
you're
do
talking
that.
about. I know you're talking about. But hey, but let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. Now look in the chat. Now you know what I'm
I bet you they going
you
crazy in
know
the
my
chat.
rhetoric, like you say, my rhetoric is strong, but I don't personalize it by calling women out there a certain woman when I'm talking to. I don't call it. But look in the chat. You got women here talking about I hate women, right? Like nobody didn't say now listen, Miss Chantel sit up there and called me out my name. Nobody say nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? I think you got one guy in there saying she tripping. You get what I'm saying?
But
But
you did call her old. That nobody want no old ass
well,
woman.
that just old. Listen, that just no. But that's
You took that
but
personal.
hold on though.
You did
That
say that.
sounds bad, but
It does.
that's the realization. And some women don't. They know what's going on, and they know
But
what
you
it is.
can't
That's
say
why
that.
they're miserable. That's
But
why
you
they're
can't say
miserable
that.
like that
But you
because
can't
they
say it
know
like
that.
that.
Why you think they trying to compete with younger girls? That's what
Yeah, I
I'm trying to
understand that.
tell you.
But
You from
listen, and the same thing can be said that some of these women that want to go to Africa to get long stroke Kwame, I don't have an issue with that. My
me
whole thing
either.
is Zongo. See, this is the thing, and I'm going to tell you straight up and down. I can't control who my daughter dates or doesn't because she's her own woman. That's the first.
If your
But
daughter brings
number two,
Zongo,
if
you're
you
gonna have
ask
issue
me,
there.
Zongo, I would say no because the reason I would say no is because I know you people do not think that African Americans have any culture or any value.
Man, stop
Okay,
it, man.
and
That's a
and
stop it, man.
excuse me,
Stop
I'm
that.
just telling you the truth. And because you think
But
you
you
can come
can't
from any,
generalize everybody on
you
the
can
same
think
level, though.
you think you can come from any little shit little village.
You gotta
Okay,
stop
any
it
little
right now.
shit slinging little ass village, and you think that my African American queen daughter should be even looking at your ugly ass.
Hey, Zongo, what part of Ghana are you from, bro?
I'm from Cove Town in the eastern region, actually.
Okay, I
Come
know
on.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
What-
Listen, Zongo. The difference is that I understand your reservation, y'all reservation for Black American men, because it's a stigma. You know what I'm saying? In the same way we have a stigma about
No, no,
African
no,
men.
no, no. I don't have issues like
No, no,
if
no, I'm not
wait,
saying that you
let me
have a.
let me give
Hold
you an
on,
example.
Zongo. Let me say this. I'm gonna let you say it.
Let me give you an example. When I was in
Go ahead, give me
college,
an example.
the kind of black men that I met in college, I wouldn't have issues like them marrying my younger sister or something. No, I want someone who's like honorable, someone who's respected. Not like the one you see them like like ratchet or something like. No, I don't want that. I mean, people want someone who's like.
Unless they were rappers and had live in a $10 million house, right?
But you know what I'm talking about. Someone wants
Yeah,
someone who's
yeah,
decent.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, I understand. This is one thing that I do understand about African men, Zongo, is that I understand the plight of the African person in Africa, where they have to go through something. You have to take care of your family. So you're dating and marriage is a business. Is to take care of your family. And a lot of Black American men, we don't date like that. We're not thinking about, like, when I date an African woman, I'm not thinking about her family or my family or anything. I'm just trying to pound that cassava into fufu. You get what I'm saying?
And,
That's about all I'm thinking about. But hold
and
on
that's
though,
what.
hold on. But then if I get along with her and I like her, that come the issue because like the girl from Mali, you know what I'm saying? Like, she had her people over here and they all know I had, when she come to my house, she brags about it. She like, oh, okay, he stays by himself. He got a big house, you know what I'm saying? Big yard, everything. He's not there that much. So they try to find out, okay, well, if you're going to be over there for weeks or a month, where can we come over, when you cook, whatever. And I'm just not like that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So the sometimes the plight come in at is that, a lot of y'all Africans, y'all are real family orientated. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. We don't want you to make that like to be them to become like like baby mamas and you just leave them alone? Who's gonna
Yeah,
like
but see,
marry
see
them?
now
You
you
know?
going to the extreme. That's
You
when you
just like to
making
create
dollar
your own
bills.
baby
That's
mamas.
when you make dollar bills argument because y'all thinking of the extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mess with plenty of Africans because they ain't got nail one of them pregnant, but they still didn't change the thought process that they didn't want me dated. They now what dollar bill said is a 100% fact. They still look down on us, but as me as
Yeah,
an
but not everybody
arrogant.
though. Like, well, you
Hold
gotta
on,
understand.
Zongo.
Like,
Hold
we
on,
all don't
Zongo.
think on the same
The
level,
thing
though.
of it
Like, that's
is that
different.
I'm arrogant as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And that just some things when you have they almost act like I'm looking instead
Yeah,
of them
but
looking down.
you can't generalize though. Not
But
all
but but
Africans
but you're
think that way.
generalizing when you're saying that you thinking that they might get them pregnant and make them a baby mama. That is a generalization, and that
He
I
just
just wants
agree.
to
does.
be
I
making
agree.
the baby
I agree.
mama.
I agree. But I'll rather ask you that question than not to ask you that question, especially from a
Yeah,
dude.
but
Well,
that's what I'm saying. But it
do
ain't
they
your
ask
job.
you?
Like you ain't like. Listen, this is no disrespect. So I don't take this as I'm saying this to you. I'm saying this in general. The brothers and the cousin ain't taking the dick. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but we having a
you
family.
can't
It's like a
listen.
family. It's a family
Listen,
conversation, right? We gotta be
you
honest a
being,
little bit,
it
right?
doesn't matter. You being in, unless you're gonna be like the Afghans and you're gonna go on the date with her, your questions don't mean anything.
No, but we
All
do
it
that
does
in
is
our culture.
only
We do
thing
that
that the
actually.
question does is bring tension. You
You
get
know
what
what
I'm
it
saying?
is?
Only thing, like Zongo, let me tell you, only thing I want to do if my daughter introduces me to a guy, I just be like, hey, bro, if you got a problem with her, just don't put your hand on her. If you got a problem with her, call her dad. I'll come and get her. If she's acting unruly, I'll come and get her. Just don't put her head. Anything other than that I don't deal with. I ain't trying to find out how intentional, whatever, because my daughter is smart enough to know if she like the person or not. So regardless of what I say, she's still gonna mess with who she want to mess with. I'm not gonna have her thinking that she's gonna be in trouble or she's gonna get questioned every time she walks in the house or at some type of time period
Yeah, but
on when she needs to get
I
serious.
simply say,
Long as she know
if
the
man,
repercussions of
if
her
you
actions, she has to deal with it. But what I'm
if
saying is
she brings the man at
A
home,
lot of African guys are real intrusive when it comes to Black American men's dating their want to date their sisters, cousins, whoever. And
no,
I
it's
want
Dollar
to
not.
Bill
see
was
your green
100%
card
It have
right.
to.
first, Sango.
It could be a cultural thing. I mean, like let me say, like back at home, for instance, right in Africa, right? I mean, generally, right? I mean, because like the ladies could date secretively without letting their family know. That is if they don't want to like date with intention. But if the lady brings you home, it means she really it's about marriage, like that's what it really means actually.
That means everywhere in America and
Yeah,
everywhere in the world.
exactly, right? So like I don't see why like there has to be a point of contention over here, like
My point of
that.
contention is I know how you people feel about African Americans, and
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
that
but what you mean
you
we?
feel
Like why do you
you
generalize
Africans,
we?
you Africans from the continent think that we're no people, and
Right?
when you come to America, you can do as you please. But when we have to deal with your women, we got to talk to everybody.
Nah,
Right?
nah, 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 nah.
So the
That's
whole
not true.
deal is my whole thing is no, you cannot date my daughter. No, I don't want to see you. Okay, no,
Oh yeah,
hell
okay,
no.
that's fine. I mean, you
What
still
what
have gripes with me though. Like, I mean, if any case, man, Zongo is a very honorable man. He's gonna like,
Zongo, you full of sugar, but I'm
oh
being
my
nice.
God, man.
nah,
I'm
I have
being
a
nice
question.
today.
I have a
man,
question, people.
Yes, Chantal had a question.
To that guy on the panel, the simp guy,
Yeah,
sir.
listen, I told you before, you can call me Hustle Smart.
It's a
I know
no
your name.
hustle
Every
smart.
time I say your name,
The
I
hustle
say Miss
smart.
Chantel. So I
Okay,
give
to
you that
hustle
respect.
smart.
You can
Okay,
just call me
sir,
Hustle
I'm
Smart.
saying your name. To hustle smart, sir. You date African women, you say, right?
That's
You only date
I
foreigners.
don't even look a Black American woman's
All
way.
right. So with that being said, sir,
Mhm.
why the hell you up here talking about us all day?
What?
We all over your mind all day long, sir. Why you mentioning us if you don't fuck with us? Why you talking about us, sir? You shouldn't even be talking about us. You should be
yeah,
talking about how beautiful African women are. Why you
What are you
fucking
talking about?
Sir, you've been sitting up here talking about African American women and this, that, and that, the gender divide, but you say you don't fuck with us. So my question
Yeah.
to you, sir, is why you even speak on us if you don't fuck with us, sir? What's your
Okay,
point?
can I stop? Can I stop for a minute?
Yeah, that makes no
Because-
sense.
Let me
Yeah,
stop
it
for a
makes
minute.
sense. You
Because this thing
constantly
is about to
talking
take.
about us
This is
every
about to
fucking
take
minute. You've been
hold
up
on,
here.
hold on.
Hold on. What's your name?
Dollar
Don't
Bill.
do that. Don't
I don't want
Dollar
y'all to
Bill.
get it
When you
because
in
it's
your
only gonna go
feelings,
Bruh,
nasty.
hey, Dollar Bill, it's not gonna be no
Don't
two
go
people.
there.
It's just gonna be one
Don't
sided,
go
bro. I
there.
promise you.
So my question to him, he's
Let her
up
do her
here
thing.
talking about Black American women all day long, but he say he don't fuck with us. What's your point? Why are you speaking about us, sir? Leave us alone.
Okay, can I answer?
Go ahead.
Because I can.
Why? But you,
You
say you don't fuck
listen.
with us.
If you don't listen, this is one thing about older black sassy women that nobody wants them stuff for Soul Food Sunday to cook some ribs and some meatloaf. You get what I'm saying? That you don't like the answer. The answer is the answer. If you listen, Miss Chantel, Miss Chantel. No means no.
We
I
all
told you
over
that
your
I can.
mind. We all
You get
over
what I'm
your
saying?
mind, sir.
That's
You
it.
can't
But
get off
okay,
your
you said it. But listen,
So you
you
with the
don't
African
control
women,
nothing
but
on
then
me, and I
you
don't control
thinking
nothing
about
on
the
you.
African
You don't. Hold
American
on.
woman.
You don't tell me how to
That's
talk,
messed
and I
up.
don't tell you how to talk. That's
But you with
simple.
the African
You don't
woman
think
while
that's
you
fair?
hold on. You with the African women while you thinking about the African American women.
Okay, guys.
Does that make
This is
sense?
my next.
okay.
This is my next attempt
You're cuckoo.
because I'm trying to keep some decorum, right? And so let's move on to the next subject about that, because what happens is people get angry, people get upset, and so people get angry and mad and stuff. And
That's
I don't
them.
want
That's
to go
them
through all
hot flashes. That's that
that. I
menopause.
don't want to keep going
We
into
don't.
that.
If you don't mess with us, leave us alone.
But
What are you
Oh,
talking
you bet.
about?
Did you listen? Now you're
where's
contradicting
Carla?
yourself. You contradicting yourself.
Kylie's
I've been
downstairs
left you
smoking.
alone.
Shut up. You don't
Kylie,
mess with
Kylie
us.
is
Talk
smoking
about the
downstairs.
African women. Go somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because
You don't mess with us.
Yeah,
most black
but Chantel,
most black women are useless to black men unless you own an abortion clinic or a nail salon or you own a beauty supply shop. If you ain't selling other than that, you're really useless.
You're a hurt sicko. That's what I was
For
getting.
real. You want to know that you want to know the difference between me and most guys on these platforms. I actually married them. I don't just date women like that. I married them.
African women, but then Zongo, would you want this man near any African women you know? Since you
Dunko don't make that decision. Dunko don't make that decision.
Trust me, no African person wouldn't want you near.
For real. Then how do I end up marrying them then? So hold on. Let me use your logic for a second, Miss Chantel. Then why do I be in like all these long-term marriages then?
You're being used for citizenship.
I'm being used?
Oh, God.
Yes.
Yeah, and listen, let me tell you something. Listen to this. Listen to this though. Hold on. Listen to this. I'd rather be used than be useless. At least if I'm being used, I got a purpose. You get what I'm saying? But I know how it feels. Well, matter of fact, I don't know how it feels to be useless. You get what I'm saying? And just to be old and miserable. I know that's those hot flashes
But what is
and those
wrong
menopause.
with, like, if you married a woman and then you get a citizenship to come back to your country? Like, what's wrong with that? It's nothing wrong.
No.
A lot of people do that.
Shit.
Trump did that for his wife. A lot of like white Americans do that to women from Eastern Europe. Like,
Zongo, stop the bullshit.
It's not a bad.
Zongo, stop the BS.
Hey, this is hey, Dollar Bill. This is what I tell you about how black women are. They just throw out stuff that they don't even know. I've never gotten it. See, you should ask me first. You know what I'm saying? Both of my wife was already was citizens. But see, hold on for a second. But see, since you don't know and you trigger, see, that's the thing that always makes me the smart person in the room, because I don't throw out stuff as an insult. If you feel like it's an insult, it's based on facts. And Dollar Bill and anybody no matter how much respect you got for a woman, no man wants to date a old sassy black woman that don't know how to shut up. Now you'll be cordial with her, you'll be nice with her, but that's nobody that you want to date and have a relationship. With.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to come with your points and your
angry about the passport
perspective on that.
Chantel said women don't
But
care.
I think that
I would argue all women are looking for
They care a lot.
And I'll give you an example. Dating apps show that women only find 5% of men as attractive. I think that's one of the hardest statistics that prove that women are literally looking for the same thing.
I don't even be on dating apps.
Okay, but you're the exception to the rule. It doesn't matter. I'm so sorry. Whatever you have to say about the dating apps, it doesn't matter. Can we have a dialogue really quick? Because you've had a lot of time, my love. Sorry. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
We'll give you. What did it have to do with this topic, or?
Yeah, I'm only talking about the topic.
Okay, say your thing, and then you'll say your thing. Go ahead. What was you going to say?
I was just gonna say, like you might be the exception of the rules. Like you not being on a dating app, like I understand, but like if he's talking about this is the statistic, then that's what it is. You know, you're the exception to the rule. You're not on the dating apps. That's all I have to say.
But also keep in mind that her not being on the dating app doesn't have anything to do with what her wants are.
Why are you targeting a fat white woman?
She's not targeting you. She's just saying that she's saying that you're saying that you weren't on a dating app doesn't really change.
Reply off of what I said.
All right,
we can have like I feel like we are not able to have like a solid dialogue.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of off-rolling, but yeah, I mean, so the point you made, I want to be clear. So the point that you made was that on dating apps, women find a lot of the same things attractive. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that women find 90+% of men as unattractive based on certain traits. Now, of course, dating apps are just one barometer to use what women are attracted to. But the reason why I like dating apps is because you're letting the woman pick on her own devices without any outside influence. She picks what she really wants. And what you find is when women are able to pick what they really want without any outside pressure or friends telling them what to do, etc., they pick the same fucking guys.
But I think
over
we
and
have
over.
to acknowledge the demographic of dating apps. It's a very superficial way of dating. And the group of people that you're taking this statistic from are a very superficial and shallow group of people. Dating on a screen is very different than being in person, I feel like. And so when you're talking about the statistics that you're talking about, you also have to factor in the demographic that we're talking about. And I also will acknowledge that a lot of women...
Well, remember, the demographic, the way women select, all I'm saying is that it's sensationalized on the dating apps, but it doesn't refute the fact that women are selecting for these traits: height, good looks, income, profession, etc. Like,
but that's
women
just the
tend to look
percentage of women that are on that dating app, and the quality of women that are on that dating app is also in question.
Can we
ask, dating apps
what
are...
does everybody expect out of a man?
Like, do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just that we're talking about
They're
like
in denial.
you're speaking in very general terms, right? So general
That's
meaning
how the world
majority.
works. He has to. The generalities.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely.
I'm simply
hearing what
making
you're
the
saying.
argument that
Why is he using
women
an African
typically
guy?
have the same archetype of man that they like, despite the
Talking
fact that they
points
sit
here.
there and try to say,
And
I'm different or I'm special. But you guys are all typically chasing the same small demographic.
I
of men.
hear the point
Now,
that
do
you're making.
do you get them? Probably not. But that does not refute the fact that this is what women want.
So the evidence that you're presenting, though, with this dating app thing, and I understand that that's just one example that you have.
Just one,
and I'm
yeah.
sure you have others.
I don't know,
But
Kyle, all
since
these
that's the
women
one that
look
was brought
hungry,
up, then I
except
want
for
to talk
white
about
women.
that one.
Sure.
That's
So I
young
feel like
ladies.
with the statistic that you brought up with the dating apps,
And with their beauty,
it's showing
they
a
sure want
skewed
a
and
rich
very
man.
small
What the hell are
modicum
y'all
of
tripping
women.
out? What they should go
I
get
think that
like you
you're
say somebody at the gas station? Are you crazy?
Kyla, why
All
you
these
playing
women
the
look
tether?
hungry.
Yeah, well,
Except for the
Kyle,
That's a
white women.
certified tether.
oh
What I'm saying,
man,
oh,
Exactly.
they was
Shit.
gonna get to the part. Oh, they would get to
That's
talk. The
young,
girl at the end of the
beautiful
oh
video,
women.
she was real
man.
That's
triggered.
young,
She
beautiful
was
women. They
triggered about
supposed to go get a
passport
gas
bros
They
station
all
doing that,
worker.
look
you know.
hungry.
But they are
Please.
thinking about this stuff, you know.
They all
And they should go
selecting the
get a
same.
gas station
They
worker.
all select
Beautiful
the
young
same kind
girls.
of
They
man.
should not
Check this
age
out.
for a gas
Chantel, you still
station.
upset when I told you you should check out Leroy at the gas station? I mean, I'm
They
dead
should
serious,
be
man.
able for gas station workers. They're young and
What's wrong with
beautiful,
Leroy at the
sir.
gas station, man? Come
I
on.
They're
told
young
you.
and beautiful, sir. They aiming for high
But Kyle,
level
But
men.
get you know, thing is this.
What is wrong with
All
y'all?
of these
Walking up
women
to
look
these
the
women,
same
Kyle, I
rope
thing.
think their
shit, and get mad when they see the
preferences
pass.
changes with age, though. With age, their preference kind
All
of
of the
changes.
women.
No, look,
standard
yo,
changes
Zava,
over
that's a
time.
lot
That's
of
the
crap.
truth, Zonga.
Yo, so in other words, she should sit home with her cat and whatnot rather than just go and take Leroy up his offer of taking her to the buffet house or and some
When
bowling
these
and
young
whatnot,
women
you
get
know.
older, like Zongo say, their preference gonna change when they get older.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
come
they
on.
realize they
Beautiful
can't get what they're
girls.
looking
Your
for.
standards go
These are
down as you
young,
get older.
beautiful girls. They should not settle for
They
some
all
old
look
broke
hungry.
ass
You ask
Settle?
me.
Oh
Them
man,
chicks are
stop.
settle for
starving.
broke ass old men wanting to hump on them. That's just nasty. It's nasty.
Woo!
Now,
That's
Chantel,
nasty. You
I
shouldn't
did
even
that. I
expect
did
them
that
to
to Simp
settle for that.
Police. I got to do this to you.
You shouldn't
Please try to
expect
be
them to
nice.
settle.
Please try to be nice. Stop. See, the thing is, in this gender war thing, learn how to be nice, Chantel. There's nothing wrong with you going to Africa or to the gas station, finding you a young,
I
pretty
ain't looking
man.
for no
As
man.
long as you're willing to spend
talking
your
about?
social security check on him, it's
Social
okay.
security check. I don't get a social security check.
Come on, Chantel, you know you're 65.
No, she's
Oh
not.
my
She's not 65.
gosh.
But you,
Thank you,
hey,
Godmother.
listen.
I told him
But
I'm
you can tell, you can.
I heard you put some age on me too, Jonathan. You said I was 49. I said, oh, he wrong for that.
What's
Nah,
the
I didn't
difference
say
there? What's the
49.
difference?
I
Oh,
said
yo, what's
45.
what's 4 years?
I'm just playing with you,
49.
baby.
45.
I'm just playing with you, baby.
And I'm telling you, boy, and if she from New Orleans, ain't nothing but some big, husky, sassy, lonely chicks down there, bro. You know what I'm saying? They husky as
Man,
fuck
you
down
need
there in New
therapy,
Orleans.
sir.
Yo, they
You
got
need
standards too,
therapy.
man. Cracking
You
me up.
need therapy.
I'm talking about them big chicks, bro. And Tyler, I know you don't like the
Orleans got
big chicks,
beautiful
bro.
women.
Don't never go.
I never
Hey,
said
Tyler,
that, man.
don't never go to New Orleans, bro.
I like
I
my
mean,
big
I
chicks,
won't,
and
man.
I
I
like them
won't,
from
man.
they
Atlanta.
built
I
up.
see some
They
pictures,
Got
man.
beautiful women.
Tyler,
Steve.
Tyler,
Atlanta got some big chicks. That's
them
what I
girls
like.
in New Orleans
They
is
got that
built
booty,
up like a refrigerator in the projects, bro, with a sundress on.
That's not true. New Orleans got beautiful
I
women.
want the
That's
most
one thing I
starving
can
chicks
say
they had
about
on
New
that panel.
Orleans.
Man,
Them women look like
please.
It's
them
beautiful.
women look
women.
like they need that new chicken Big Mac.
Hey, bro, Carla, all you gotta do is turn on some twerk music and pull out a bag of
Oh, you see
crawfish,
that? You see
and
that
you
one?
can bag up
You see the
90%
one
of them.
video
Or white
at the
men
turkey place?
or
All these big
Asian
women
men
start
clowning
twerking
their
and
women.
whatnot.
And
in
listen,
the middle
if
of the
I didn't have a
restaurant.
woman at home,
Why
I'd
I
get
don't
me
hear
some
that from other
crawfish and get
races of
down there.
men?
Yo, listen, man, their women
Black
don't
men,
twerk in
black
the middle of a
American
restaurant.
men.
Hey, Kyla, can you allow Bantu
I want to
Madinka to
hear it
talk?
from Black
Can you
American
allow
men.
Bantu Madinka
Back
to
to
talk?
Badinka. I mean, is he on the panel? Yeah. Go ahead, back to
Hey,
Badinka.
Bantu.
Because we the only one that pay y'all any attention. Nobody else pays y'all any other attention. They just use Black American women as guard
Bantu
dogs.
is talking. Oh, sir, you know you're a sicko, sir.
I'm just trying to tell
Let's
you.
listen to the Bantu. We got Bantu.
That's why white dudes love y'all to be their right hand, they lap dogs.
Let's
and y'all
get the
sign up
Bantu.
for it.
Let's
All
get
right,
the Bantu.
people. It's that about that time. I'm about to go end the live.
Bantu
Anybody
doesn't
wants to
want to
come
talk.
on or not? You guys can take it off. I got to get up early in the morning.
Hey, Carla, but before you end the live, so what do you think about how you know what I'm saying, how for the last 8 to 9 years, let's go back, because all of us around the you're a little older than me, you know what I'm saying, but I'm right by a little older than me, a little older than what I'm saying, from Sally, Jesse Raphael, from Oprah, from back then to now, it all been women dragging black men, and now that black men, because I talk about it all the time, that black men don't never want to say anything, but now black men have don't want to stand up. You get what I'm saying? And want to make their own decision, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, they're being ostracized. Why do you think that?
Well, what happened was this, right?
Say,
Check
good
this
luck
out.
to them Africans you messing with. Poor
But check this out.
girls.
Let me say this, Chantel. Okay, back when I first got on social media back in 2007, 2008, right? One thing I said, and that caused a big controversy. I said, if anything comes out of social media, is black men have finally got a voice, right? I remember I had this one lady basically was like, she wrote me and said, Carla. She's like that. She goes, what you was saying the other night, man, I was shivering in my sleep and whatnot. I said, that's good. I'm getting to you. You never heard it before. You've been listening to Oprah for all these years and stuff like that. So when I broke it down to her, well, the real deal and everything, because she was made with this whole thing about if you start disagreeing with him, he's on the download. Why am I on the download? Because I have a disagreement with you, Oprah sat in her, let me stop.
No, speak your truth, bro. Speak your truth.
Sat in her studio and she spread the rumor about the download brother and whatnot,
Oh,
Any
this is
brother don't want to play
disgusting.
along
You
with
a
the nonsense.
manosphere guy too. This is really
Hold on,
disgusting.
I'm not a manosphere guy. I'm not my brother Simeon. I'm not a manosphere guy and whatnot.
You talking like this, sir. You talking.
Hold on, but I'm saying like this. All I'm saying is, hold on, Chantel,
speak your truth, Carla, please, man.
Hold on, you have to admit, right? This is all I'm saying. That men should have a voice too. That's all I'm saying.
A voice to what? Be disrespectful to women?
No.
That's all y'all been doing.
No.
Y'all think it's funny to
before the
disrespect
social
women?
media,
You're
right? It was
disgusting.
women. It was women that made songs like "Can You Pay My Bills?"
Sir, that's not disrespectful.
And women love that
That
song.
is
I don't
disrespectful.
think
No, it's not. You broke
you
ass
and I
women.
are
No,
true.
they
Hold on, Carla. Carla, did you hear what she just said?
saying they don't want no broke
Did
men.
you just hear what she just said
But you
about
want a
what
broke man from
men
the gas station?
think is disrespectful? If they don't think it's disrespectful, it's not
You
disrespectful.
think African women want broke men? Are you crazy?
Oh yeah, but hold on. You know what they found out too?
They are broke
Hold
men.
on, check this out. They found out that black men, 65% of black men in the middle class, 10% of black men make over 6 figures or whatnot, you know. And so the bottom line is the number of black men over the last 20 years, as far as what haven't happened is the marriage gap and that money being transferred to the general community. You know, marriage is very down. But the bottom line, black men have been making it. So the bottom line is not black that black because how these passport bros, right, are able to travel. And then women were saying when the and I'm not a passport bro, I don't believe in none of that. But the guy said like this: look, I'm able to go overseas. And when I added my costs about going overseas, finding a woman, dating, everything, and what I have to do, let me tell you something, right? And you call simp police, you may punish me because I was a simp out there, right? I paid Hold up. You know how many light
Confession
bills I
day,
paid?
man.
Hold up. Check this out. You know how many light bills I paid?
I
You know
knew
how
you were a
many
simp,
finance
Carla,
I
man.
paid?
I knew you were a simp, man, Carla. I've been
No,
knew that
look.
for a long time.
But the whole thing is Zongo. Difference between me and you is this.
Oh man!
If you saw the women I was sipping for it, you say, you know, something was worth it. You know,
Yeah, Carla, that's simple, bro.
Zongo take a big woman and whatnot.
Stop talking about the big chicks, man.
You know,
Nah, man,
let me
Carla,
go to my biggest sisters, man. But
I never dated fat women, man.
Carla,
Ain't no fat women like
African
you, bro.
guys and big girls, man, go together, man.
You listen, most of them Africans, especially if they're 3 feet tall, always got a big girl on their hand. Stop it.
They love the big girls, man. Hey, man, more power to you, bro.
I mean,
you know?
some brothers like that, but I mean, for me personally,
Zongo, you like
African
white
brothers,
women.
man.
We know
Yeah,
what you like,
Caribbean
bro.
brothers, man.
I
They love
like
the big
big
women,
man.
Carla, now
like
you
the
know
white
for a
women.
fact, and Dollar Bill know for a fact that black women been dragging black men through the mud, and black men just been
Sir, you
sitting
don't
up there saying
fuck with us. Why you
the
keep
only
talking
thing a black woman had to say listen, a black woman can talk shit about a black man all day. If a black man open his mouth, they would just start throwing out insults. You hate your mama. You hate this. That would just now look.
Wait. You got a daughter. You got
Yeah, you got a
sisters.
daughter. You what about your mama? So what I'm saying is you had black men would just automatically shut up. The difference between me and the rest of them is that I don't stop. You can't do the insult.
You
Let's
don't
go with
mess
the
with
facts.
Black
What I'm
American
saying
women.
is
What are
that
you talking
for the last 10 years, black women have had the microphone, and we all know this. We all know this. They had the mic. I sit up there and root for black women all day when I say that they have no reason to listen to black men because black men have laid down. Black men have laid down on their back and put black women on a pedestal as if black women gonna some of that goodness that they're getting are gonna trickle down. We saw that with the Ice Cube and Vivica Fox thing. They wanted shit for themselves. They see themselves separate. If any black men sit up here and say that black women don't see themselves separate from black men, then you're being unfair to yourself. If you think
One
that.
last thing while we're live.
And I love
one
my
last
big
thing. Hold on. One last thing on live.
Now you can have them big chicks, Dollar.
I love my big
hold on.
sisters.
I want to Simp Police's take on Obama coming and shaming black men for not for Kamala.
Fuck
What do you think
Obama.
about that?
Let me say first of all, somebody should have walked up to Obama and bust him right in the back of his head when he was saying that. But listen, but you saw how the black men sitting up there taking it because they know that
said nothing, man. I couldn't believe that, man.
But hold on, but this is the thing though. This is what's been going on, Carla. This that thing that we always talk about from Jonathan, Dollar to you. You'll always understand. You can push people so far in in the corner to the point that they'll come out fighting. So this is black men standing up right now. So it is some black men out here right now because of the gender war, from all the bashing to all the name calling. You get what I'm saying? Now they know for a fact, black women know for a fact, the most disrespectful thing you can do to a man, 3 things. You can spit on him, slap him, or call him gay. For most of them, that triggers those 3 things trigger most black men. And black, hold on, this is the last thing, Carla. And black women been using that for the last 10 years to shut black men up. But they've been pushing them in the corner to now. So you have black men right now that's not gonna vote for her just because she's a woman. Now, I said that I'm not gonna vote for her just because she's a woman. Not because that's how I feel. I know that's how the black men feel. I have black men come up on my panel that don't talk good as me, that can't go back and forth with a woman as good as me, that can't put the words together as good as me. I have heard them talk. I have heard they pain and to say that they feel like they had no voice. Carla, for the last 10 years, do you know how that is to say that black men felt like they didn't have no voice?
Chase, like, you noticed something, right? It seemed like we lost our voice when Obama was elected. You ever notice that?
Yeah, lay down.
Listen to before Obama got in office. After Obama got in office, the whole world said, "Y'all got a black male president. Now shut up." You know.
Yeah. We got a Zongo in the office. That's what it is.
Obama kind of sounded like a middleman.
Obama was a clown, man.
You know, he's just
Dollar Bill. I don't like Obama, but don't disrespect Obama like that.
Well, I should call him
He
Zongo.
ain't as low as Zongo now. Don't do that.
Oh, man.
Well, put it to you this way. He's what Zongo wants to be.
He's a bitch, but he ain't that low now. Come down.
Listen, he wants to be Zongo. I mean, Zongo wants to be him. He probably got a picture of him in his living room.
Well, actually, I have a book.
Zongo, get that Obama magazine from under your pillow.
Well, it was a black American. Actually, it was a black American man that gave his book to him. Actually, to me.
And you couldn't wait to
black
read that.
American man. Stop
But look, Dollar Bill.
I swear to God, the audacity of hope. Actually, that was like.
I know you love that
audacity
bullshit,
of a dope.
African bullshit.
No, the audacity of hope.
The audacity of
Audacity
bullshit.
of a dope.
That's what it
Hey,
should
Carla, did you vote for Obama? Did you vote for Obama, Carla?
Look, I'll smack myself in the hand. Yeah, I voted for him twice.
Oh man, see, that's the thing. See, I didn't vote for. I saw straight through him. Because let me tell you something. What I saw. I don't know if y'all remember during Katrina. This was a snippet that they caught. I saw Obama getting off the plane when the George Bush was coming over Katrina, New Orleans. Obama was on the plane. And I was like, what the I said, why the fuck is he? Because I was like, he's a junior senator. I said, he's a junior senator. Why would a junior senator, Democrat, be on the plane with a bunch of Republicans coming through New Orleans? He was from the district in Chicago. I didn't even understand that. That look, cause I'm from the streets, bro. So if I see something just a little bit shaky, Carla, I got them side-eye him the whole time. So I knew what it was. So when he came in now, singing at the Apollo, shooting jump shots with his left hands, I'm like, okay, there he go. He went to razzle and dazzle, and then he tricked everybody, and then put the LGBT. See, look, a real black man would have hold those business hostages when they fail, those banks. Yep. All those predatory loans.
That's stimulus, right? That's stimulus.
When I saw the way he bailed out those banks that been predatory leaning against black people and not giving black people loans and giving us high interest rate, and he didn't leverage that to say, okay, look, this is what y'all gonna have to do if y'all gonna get these billions. He didn't do none of that. He didn't do none of that. So
African thing.
So I already saw him. I already saw him off the rip for the first term. So when he did that, it was nowhere in the world I was going to do it on the second term because I saw he was going with the LGBT. And I was just
I thought I was led to believe that his second term was going to be different. Then all hell broke out in the second term. We had Trayvon Martin. Hold up, we had Trayvon Martin.
Yep.
We had what's his name? Brown killing, right? And we had that Dylan Roof, right? That was all Obama's second term, you know. And all this shit broke out in his second term because white Americans said, fuck that. They took it out on us. You know,
that's what happened if Kamala gets.
Kamala gets in office. Goddamn, man, you better find another planet to hide on because white people are going to retaliate against us.
Hey, Carla, I heard you say something. It was probably the most profound thing that I heard you say about this. And you said that if she wins, then we have no more democracy. And I agree with you 100% because that means that she'll be the first person in the history of the United States that wins on a single issue. The only issue that she's been talking about 99% of the time is chicks killing their babies.
Abortion.
And then you got these simp and these sugar boys that sit up there talking about, well, she proposing to do this. No, she just running her mouth about that because y'all don't even understand, because y'all not smart enough to comprehend. If she gave everybody, if America could give everybody 50,000 and 100,000, that would cost $3 trillion. The Congress have to be done by a two-third majority. That would never happen. So all
would have to go to the court system, you know.
It would go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is conservative. So it would not go through. So
they were called Dane Calloway as a witness. Now, Dane Calloway, you said that black people were already here, slavery never happened. Case dismissed, you know.
Exactly.
We were here. We were Indians.
So Dollar Bill, this is what I'm saying, that with black men has failed because we're not even smart enough to see the financial part. Now, some type of way, I'm just good at numbers. I understand that. Then she just coming out with some shit today, talking about she gonna give $1 million for 100 million black people for then it's gonna be forgivable. That would take it up to 12 trillion.
Yeah, we believe that. You're right. We believe that that's gonna happen. You know something. I should have had a clue back then because I'm more politically aware now, right? 2008, man, I was an Obamaite, right? And I used to defend Obama and everything like that. Back in 2009 when he first got elected. Anyway, do you know I always used to defend people that used to come on my show on Blog Talk Radio saying he's elected now. We put Michelle up in the White House and everything. When am I gonna get my check? My reparations check. And then motherfucker, I said, well, it don't quite work like that. Shut up. He can sign it tomorrow with that. He's signing all this other stuff. I said, you understand something? That was already agreed upon with the stimulus and everything. All I go, no, he decided, I said, it has to go through Congress first. Black people were so ignorant. They didn't understand. Yeah. Obama didn't have no power to give you no reparations. I was like, yo, so.
And see, they don't understand that when the COVID happened, that's called the emergency. It was an emergency fund that kicked in. So they had so much money they can kick in. You don't have no money to give nobody no reparation because it's too much nuance. It just doesn't happen on the face because of the amount of money. Why would America go in debt? When they got the black people at 86 they got 80%, 86% black people and 96% black women, why would they have to give you anything and you giving away your vote for free?
They don't have to. So the bottom line, Kamala would actually lose by Katie and Black because you lose that white male vote that she needs, you know.
But hold on, Carla. This is the last point. The reason why they wouldn't give you anything, black men, because if they gave you something, you would branch up and see that, you need to go to the conservative side. If you have that money, you're going to want to move away from it. Just like me, Carla, you know my story, bro. When I got out, when I started working for myself, I had to get away from black people because when I'm out here on the road trying to make money, you know what I'm saying? I look at my cameras and black dudes don't broke into my house. They stand in my kitchen. I can see them literally sitting in my kitchen eating sandwiches and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like I literally had to get out of my neighborhood and move in a white neighborhood when I started making a certain amount of money. And like since then, like my house ain't been broken in 10 years. 10 years my house ain't been touched. And I stay by myself.
A white woman.
Never. So I would never.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. I would never deal with a white woman. You get what I'm saying?
I'm just messing with you, man.
I got you. No problem.
Listen, this is what Zongo would say. All I was trying to plan what Zongo would say. He got a better job. He lives in a better community. Now he got to go get him a white woman.
Where the white women at?
Where the white women at? Hey, but let me tell you something though. See, when I came on this platform today, and I've been wanting to come on, you get what I'm saying? But you know, this, like I'm just a structured type of person. You know what I'm saying? And Carla, and I know you're a structured type of person, but sometimes you'll have 3 or 4 of them jabbing at you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You trying to fight out three
man. I'll be like, yo, man.
hyenas.
And I'll be listening to the show the next day. I'll be like, I should have said this one.
Exactly. I was saying it. Look, I'm listening to you, and I'm like, hold on, Carla more pinpoint. But what the thing about it is, you'll be talking, making a point, and then they'll turn around and say, "So you saying that you hate Africans?" And so some type of way it'll just
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, you're just stopping your track. You shouldn't even entertain that thought. It's the same way that when Miss Chantel said that, you know, why you speaking about black women? You don't even have to give it an educated response because you like what you like. Just because I prefer African women doesn't mean that I don't see the plight and the struggle that's going on with black men and black women.
I still want to see black men and black women in
I
America.
definitely, Carla, I wish, because I came up in the 90s also. I remember, I can tell you what year when black women changed. You get what I'm saying?
No, man, I don't recognize the black women of today, man. The 80s and 90s were beautiful. Look at the singers we had. Look at the TV shows we had, you know? We had little cute Tatiana Ali. Everything black American women was just perfect.
It was the image. It was
black American women was different back in the 90s, you know?
It was a cuteness.
What is your reality about black?
So what happened to y'all guys, man? Turn you against big women. Was it Lizzo?
Come on, man. Stop with that big women.
Hey, Dollar Bill, let me be real honest with you, man.
It must be
you know what I'm saying? The only thing that a big 286-pound Jerome Bettis, Stacey Abrams looking chick is the point me in the direction of a chick that's 163 pounds lighter than her.
Dollar Bill, Hustle Smart. You can take a big girl and y'all hit the buffet, man. We're like, yo, man, let's get our eat on. And
Listen,
big girls are fun, man.
That's the only thing they good for is eating and cooking.
Only thing a skinny woman is good for is only a dog wants a bone, bro.
Oh my God, Dollar Bill. Boy, Dollar Bill, you so kid of Derrick Jackson. Are you summoning your Derrick Jackson right now, bro?
I don't want none of them androgynous women.
Yo, why does fool think Tatiana Lee? Check this out. This is another thing. Why do people think Tatiana Lee is mixed? She's not mixed, man.
No. In the Black America, we would call her exotic looking. You know what I'm saying?
She's not mixed.
She mixed with some of that easy Jesus, some of that liquor she been drinking.
Hey, Dollar Bill. Now, when you say big, how big? Let's be specific.
Okay, let me Dollar Bill, would you kick Lizzo out of bed?
Hell no.
Why would she even be in
all that money?
Dollar Bill, you nasty.
You capping, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill's old school, man. That's old school.
Dollar Bill.
I like Lizzo.
Hey, so you say so you like her because she rich. Let's say, for instance, she worked at Dollar Bill. Let's say if she worked at the post office, Dollar Bill, would you still smash Lizzo?
Hell yeah.
Oh, come on, bro.
Well, yo, on that note, man, y'all can carry on,
man. Dollar Bill don't end the show on that one, bro.
No, but that's the thing. People like what they like.
Carry on, man. Y'all have fun, man.
2 times?